Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Tales from Outer Space 1339. Story number 1. Let me tell you about hate. Written by Hell's Kitchen Sink. What's that? He tapped on the datapad. This Galactic Almanac contains a brief on every species in the galaxy, background details, ratings on their sociability, intelligence, technology, kinesthesis, and aggression. What does it say about humans? That's a good question. I opened up the pad to the appropriate entry. Recently space-traveling Sophont, bipedal, endoskeleton, furred apoid from Sol 3. Vestigial pack herd with tendency towards scavenging. Brief. Well, you're not that unusual, and you don't have much galactic history, let's see. Sociability 6, intelligence 4. Look, it's not that unusual, especially amongst carbon-based life forms. The tests are kind of biased anyway. Technology 2, no particular outliers. Kinesthetics, a 7. That's top 10% in the galaxy, you know. Aggression 3, Is that an asterisk? I've never seen that before. I tapped on the asterisk. In case of extreme ideological conflict. 9. At least it's not a 10. The scale is logarithmic on these. The horrifying, extinguishing things that refuse to share their name were rated at an 8 until the galactic community exterminated them for the complete inability to tolerate other sapient life. A 10 would be a hypothetical Matryoshka brain whose every logical circuit was dedicated to the vehement hatred of the universe and everything within it. Well, I guess we shouldn't discuss politics at dinner, just in case, he said brightly. End of story. Story number 2. Vakkers, written by Hell's Kitchen Sink. One would think that, at a certain point, a civilization stops believing it varies. At a certain point, the mysteries are gone. We know why those mushrooms grow in rings like that. We understand what animals make those shrieks in the darkness. We know that those strange spade-shaped heads are barn owls. What else is there to discover? But there's always another mystery, and always another strange sound in the dark. The first 3 faster-than-light attempts didn't go well. Ships would disappear into the black and never come back. Over short distance into system, there was no problem. But anything past the Kuiper belt, and they might as well have thrown themselves into a black hole. No transponder pings, no communications. At a certain point, we gave up, but there is only so long that people can be kept in place. The 4th ship was a prototype colony ship, designed for long hauls, journeys of years or even decades. To augment the internal scrubbers, the engineers got clever. They installed an entire ecosystem from the Gunaway Forest Park. There was only a small crew of extremely hardline Scottish separatists aboard the Nicola Sturgeon, and it set course for a yellow sun about 20 light-years away. Everyone besides the crew didn't expect much of anything. So when their ship returned, about 5 years later, refitted, reformed, and bringing the news of a successful trip, it was with great deal of smug "I told you so" from the captain. The trip itself had been peaceful. There had been higher than usual reports of strange noises, odd occurrences, and food being consumed from the stores, but no catastrophic destruction of the ship and all aboard it. The only phenomena that defied explanation were the horseshoes. Occasionally, titanium objects on the ship would be found bent into a horseshoe shape, with no sign of who had done it on the ship's cameras. The mystery had been solved when one of the cooks had caught the rat in the pantry. Half a dozen crew members teamed up to corner the being, only to discover the diminutive creature was, in fact, a humanoid, approximately 6 inches tall. This may have ended in disaster, save for one member of the crew being a particular fan of old Gaelic mythology. After they shared a saucer of milk and the now friendly sprite, the captain and the ship was introduced to the lady of the particular wood that they had taken. The Lady Iceling spoke mostly in riddles, but her explanation of things was that having been in hibernation in the depraved late days of humanity's existence on Earth, the fairies of Galloway Forest had not noticed when they were uprooted and placed on the ship, until they crossed into FDL. When the ship strode forth on the great paths, as she put it, they recognized that the humans had not brought the necessary signs and wards to travel safely, and make dark reference to halfway. From context, some dark creatures that dwell on the hyperspace lanes and preyed upon those without proper protection. Lady Cabrine and her court had chosen to defend the Necklace Sturgeon's crew, taking interest in the brave new adventurers to a far land. After all, not even the greatest sea king or queen had ever had the power to take a trip down one of the great paths. Understandably, this came as something of a shock at first, and then there was no small amount of outcry, mockery, and the occasional suggestion of mass insanity. When the largest orbital stations on board Lung Forest revealed itself to be chock full of Fae, however, even the fiercest critics found themselves forced to admit that the story was apparently true. The nature of the halfway is still unknown. The Fae offer the answers they have, but those answers are usually more folklore and story than hard scientific facts. Attempts to research them have thus far ended poorly. But there's always another group of starry-eyed physicists who want to test, and research continues. But there are a few things that are particularly important about this change. First, it explains the relative silence in the heavens, even amongst the handful of species we've found. Few have ever had their own native Fae. Many, in fact, wage destructive wars on their fairies of their worlds. A handful managed to expand through the great paths with their own technological advances. Without Fae to protect them, their expansion is piecemeal and often stymied. Humanity's capacity to ferry sapient life through the darkness between the stars is of great advantage, despite our relative and shrinking technological inferiority. Second, there is some evidence to suggest that the galaxy was not always thus. The Fae certainly have memories of times when people traveled between the stars more freely. They are, after all, immortal. Some of the oldest and most powerful claim that there was a time when the great paths were possible to all, but that some disaster shut them tight and locked away both the Fae and the earthbound mortal species that fill the galaxy. And third, there is a simple fact of life. Every ship now has its Vakkers, the adventurous Fae who are eager to travel across the stars. They can be mischievous or serious, helpful or malignant, but they preserve the ship and the greater crew, first and foremost. It is said that they prefer not to be acknowledged, save for the dish of milk and a few choice pieces of fresh baked bread. They are merciless with scallywags and lazy maintenance, for they know that everyone's lives depend on the ship, and they are some who enjoy traveling with the lonely and misanthropic, providing a personal companionship. The only constant to Fae is that they are strange. The only certainty that they enjoy new experiences. They take a great pleasure from traveling alongside humans and engaging themselves in the dramas and fascinating stories of interstellar life. While they have few answers to mysteries, they are nonetheless a part of a spacefaring, and it is a foolish human who offends the Fae who keep the halfway from the airlocks. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1340. 4 Invasions and a Wedding, written by August the Cat. When I was 8, my world was invaded. They came without warning in great black ships that dwarfed the pitiable transports that my people had made to ferry us between our home and our only colony further out in our own system. We had never seen such power, such brutal technology. We had dared to hope that we were not alone, but this was beyond anything that we were ready for, and we knew it. It was a small mercy that they didn't open fire upon our cities, as some of our darkest stories assumed that they would. Instead, they broadcast an ultimatum, informed us that they expected their demands to be obeyed to the letter, and then sent a series of preliminary orders. Governments and corporations toppled. Daily life became chaotic, and by the time the ground troops started landing in their flat, boxy craft, revealing flat, boxy soldiers in flat, boxy armor, we were prepared to give anything just to pretend life could go back to normal. They made slaves of us, in a way, giving us just enough hope for a better life that we would work ourselves to death under their new system. We were bent to one whip of mining, drilling, harvesting, but also technical skills, data entry, code testing, market research. We learned things that we wouldn't have known for decades. We improved our technology as best we could while still meeting our species-wide quotas. They took what they wanted, and eventually the thrill of invasion wore off. Skirmishes had happened at first, but then they simply died away as people gave up or saw that we were only slightly worse off than under our own corrupt politicians. The invaders similarly lost interest, pulling back to their ships and just collecting the tribute every so often, like bored gods. When I was 15, hardened from the mines, we were invaded for a second time. They came in sleek ships of gleaming metal, sensors, and broadcast arrays, turning them into gleaming pincushions of communication. We'd never seen such refinement, such purity of design. We knew that we were not alone, but we still were trapped, and this new species came to us as potential saviors. Of course, we should have known that wouldn't be the case. They struck a deal with the invaders to use our world as a comm relay for their great network. We would be forbidden to use the broadcast technologies, for fear of interfering with the great machines that they planted out in the oceans. Their technicians came down in shining silver needles to show off their shining metal bodies as they built their monuments. They took slaves as well, engineers and programmers and guards and even simple couriers. They were well treated, fed and paid as much as could be spared, but they were still slaves. The things they learned put them so far ahead of the rest of us that even those simple servitors would be gods to us. But some came back and started teaching, while we were huddled in our old cities at night. Eventually, the new invaders finished their work and, leaving a few token ships in orbit to bombard anyone who broke the broadcasting rule, they left. We had access to the network now, but it was a culture so alien that it threatened to destroy us as much as any missile from the sky. But we held together. Old stories kept passed on by word of mouth, and we hoped for a day that we could reclaim our world. Hope is a dangerous thing. When I was 26, mindful of alien words, we were invaded a third time. We were hardly surprised anymore. We knew now that there was a greater universe out there, teeming with life. We just wished that we would ever have gotten to know it on our own, instead of seeing the massive globular ships that drifted into our system. We had never seen such nightmares, such monsters as these. They too struck a deal with the first invaders, but the tribute they demanded was not one of hands or minds, but of flesh. Black, boxy soldiers next to twisted, unarmed growths shuttled down to our world day after day, stealing away people seemingly at random. They vanished from our lives. We could not bear to think what they were used for. Food, pleasure slaves, something worse. Of course, it was something worse, as I found out when I was one of the ones grabbed one night. When the cost of keeping us in their experiments became too great, those taken were returned, myself amongst them. We had been first poked and prodded, then divided up. Then a group had various compounds injected into our skin. Over the course of months, we changed, flesh warping into patterns that couldn't quite understand. Some went mad, but the rest of us kept alert. Through the pain of the changes, when we weren't under observation, we watched. We asked seemingly innocent questions. We stole glances at their monsters. We listened. We learned. We came to understand that we were being made into new forms for use as world shapers in the service of these third invaders. Our group was declared a failure, though, and so, flesh drooping from missized bones, we were sent back. Their ships left, leaving only a few behind to monitor their experiments and contact new ones on stable populations. Before the century was over, it was said our people's original form would be gone, lost to the tides of history. At the age of 33, broken from mines, poisoned by a network, warped by a serum. My world, my home, was invaded for the 4th time. They came in 1,000 ships in many styles, then some were the size of the first invaders' warships, bristling with firepower that could destroy a world. Some were spiked with communications gear and warp field projectors. Some were plated in living armor, some were sleek, some bulky, some shone like stars, some were blacker than the void itself. Some were all of these things at once. We waited in our decaying cities and broken homes to see the new injustice that would be dealt us, trapped in our own gravity well, watching the sky through makeshift telescopes. I was one of the ones watching, and so I was one of the lucky few who got to see a flat box of Dreadnought ripped into pieces by a volley of weapons fire that showed itself as sparkling dots through my scope. I was privileged to witness one of those bristling needle ships smashed by plasma fire and burned brighter than their ships would have ever shone. I was allowed the distinct honor of witnessing the bulbous nightmare burst like a bubble under the combined might of a dozen different aggressors. I was one of the ones that saw the first landers come down and ran out to meet them. Fear had left me years ago, along with hope and pride and faith in justice. But now, all of those came rushing back as I dashed through the streets to meet our new occupiers. I would serve them willingly for what they had done. I would throw myself at their feet and bow and scrape in payment for the vengeance that they had brought my people, brought me. What would they look like? What would they demand? It didn't matter. All that matters was that they couldn't be like the others. I reached the landing point. A few others were already there, but most were still hiding in the buildings. They, too, had given up long ago. And they hadn't all seen the new way of things, as I had. I watched as the lander opened, and a number of small beings swarmed out. 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head. White suits with simple red cross on the arm. 2 of them spotted me and headed my way, pointing. They carried cases. So many of them were carrying things, bringing more and more out of the lander. Weapons, tools. One of them reached me, and in perfect language asked, "Are you wounded?" I couldn't speak. I was confused, stunned. They spoke like us. They wanted to know if I was hurt. Did they only want the healthy? "I can still work," I rasped out, twisted tongue slapping against split lips. The 2 looked at each other. One of them retracted their helmet as they turned back to look at me. A mess of brown hair over pale skin stared down at me with a look that I've come to universally recognize as pity. "No. Are you injured? We won't hurt you. We're here to help." "We're here to help." I laughed. I laughed and laughed and kept laughing until my damaged lungs gave out, and I collapsed. I heard the medics shout over me, felt rough-suited hands on skin that had long ago ceased to feel properly, and then I was unconscious. When I was 33, I met my first human. When I was 36, my body had been restored through medical technology that would have cost our planet its entire treasury, if they hadn't simply given it to us for free. When I was 42, I moved back to my hometown, finished with my second tour of the human armada, repaying my saviors by joining their campaign of liberation against an angry galaxy. By the time I was 44, I'd helped rebuild the old city library with the help of some of my new neighbors, who were kind enough to have brought some of their people's books to contribute to the whole. By 45, I had devoured the stories they brought and gone in search of more. At 47, I finished co-writing a book with a longtime friend that I'd met a decade and a half prior. At 48, that friend and I were more than just friends. 56 and our adopted children were growing up together with our new kids in our neighborhood. 59, and we had a pet dog imported from Earth. 60, and I finally convinced her to let us get a pet bell as well. Another decade since then of memories, dreams, family, friends, and advancement. My neighbors are now from 4 species, My friends are from a dozen more. Our world is rebuilt, better than ever, with the help of our galactic friends. I've traveled so much farther than I ever imagined, and seen so many wonders, but all of them come up short compared to the simple pleasure of knowing who's waiting for me at home. The first human I ever met was a headstrong medic who visited the first Lorani she'd ever met in the makeshift hospital that they'd set up every day until he agreed to stop being such a groveling, rambling fool. 37 years have passed since then, and I still haven't totally given up on the rambling part. Happy Liberation Day, my friends, and to you, honey, happy anniversary. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1341. Story number 1. Sniper, written by Radius 55. The sniper lay on a small rise overlooking the town. He could see the landing strip, still smoking from the craft so recently touched down. He saw the crowd of onlookers, fearful of the enemy that had dealt so harshly with the smallest hint of resistance. And he saw his target, surrounded by its escorts and their interlocking shields at just a hair over 900 meters. With the representative of the group that had killed so many of his friends and family magnified in his scope, the human should have felt rage. By any standards, it was insane not to. The sniper felt nothing. Just note the group was nearing their initiation point and adjusting the aim of his modified Anzio 20mm rifle. It was hard to believe first contact had only been 3 months ago. This group had arrived on Earth in a pair of ships and proceeded to fire without warning. Military facilities, rocket launch facilities, and every national capital from DC to Harare, Zimbabwe were hammered with a combination of kinetic penetrators and antimatter bombs. With every nation's political leadership destroyed and military decimated, Earth had no choice but to surrender. As a part of the terms agreed to by the new governing council, heavy metal extraction was prioritized, and several industries were updated by the invaders to produce technology useful to the invaders. Resistance was common in the first weeks. The Arabs in the Middle East were the first to receive the reward for their actions when the members of ISIS attacked the rare earth extraction operations in Afghanistan. They found, unlike the Westerners that they were so used to fighting, these aliens had no qualms about destroying entire towns to kill individual combatants. Thousands of militants were killed, and tens of times that, and civilians lost their lives. A few fighters made it into the view of aliens, saw their weapons have no apparent effect against the shields of the enemy warriors before they were slaughtered in mass. The sniper knew what had happened in Afghanistan. He also knew similar things had happened when other attacks were carried out all around the world. While watching the alien supervisor continue towards the new production facility, he should have felt fear in the retribution the attack would bring. Instead, the sniper double-checked the wind and made a minute adjustment on his scope. As the group passed by a parked vehicle, an explosion rocked the afternoon. With the signal, humans began to open fire with small arms from whatever cover they could find. Their weapons had no more effect against the enemy shields than so many spitballs, and the guards formed up in front of their leader, providing a stronger barrier against the fire. Return shots with energy normally reserved for human anti-tank weapons sent dust, debris, and bodies flying. In a few seconds, a third of the attackers and several dozen bystanders were dead. Not one of the aliens was even injured. A person should have been disgusted or filled with self-loathing. The sniper knew most of the people dying down there, neighbors, friends, comrades, and even family were being slaughtered while he was safe almost a kilometer away. Instead, he felt only recoil as he pulled the trigger. The 20mm tungsten penetrator discarded its sabot as it left the barrel, traveling at 957 meters in under a second. As it approached its target, a compact capacitor fed power into a shaped magnetic field generator. The distortion it produced was barely sufficient to allow the penetrator to pass through the barrier. Had a single guard been close enough to reinforce it with their own shield, it never would have worked. As it was, the barrier had just enough energy to punch through into the alien's chest and explode out the other side. The sniper felt nothing as he observed the creature fall. No pride or satisfaction or contempt. He merely noted that the new penetrator had worked, and the supervisor would be unlikely to survive with a large portion of his upper body splattered on the pavement. Then he began crawling back towards the drainage ditch that led away from the hide. Later, there would be time for congratulations. Later, there would be time for tears. Later, there would be time to plan the next attack. End of story. Story number 2. Of Two Minds, written by Algae Father Anthracite. He sat in a room, surrounded by nothing but white. His head was held in a cage-like rack, leaving just his head immobile. There were various subtle buzzes, clicks, and whirs. After a while, the sound stopped and a previously unseen door unsealed and let in a tech who disconnected the rack/cage thing, and the man could move his head again. "I can appreciate that you wouldn't believe me at first, but this should be pretty conclusive, right?" the man asked. An unseen intercom buzzed to life, and the voice said, "Yes, sir. This will confirm your allegations. Please remain seated. The technician will help you exit the scanner." In another room, a group of xenobiologists were looking at the holographic display. On it was slowly rotating rendering of the man's brain, or at least 80% of the man's brain. In the area where his frontal lobe should have been, there was a singular lobe and an empty space. They stared aghast at the sight and the horrific implications. The man truly was missing part of his brain. He had been getting scanned in customs when a foreign object had been detected in his head. After asking him about the object, he told the officer that he'd suffered a medical condition that required brain surgery, and the object was the plate that covered the hole in his skull. He had said he had an aneurysm, a condition in his species where a blood vessel would bulge and deform or burst altogether, causing cognitive impairment. He said he's had a required removal of damaged brain cells. Such an obvious lie led to the man being detained. Once peace officers arrived to deal with the station, the man was detained and taken to the hospital nearest to the space station. After explaining for a third time to the Xena specialist doctor about his condition, the doctor had had to confer with some specialists. It was decided that a scan would either confirm or debunk the story. Most of the specialists were eager to see if it was true. When the scan showed a nearly removed chunk of tissue in his brain, most of the doctors and specialists stood, expressing various physical signs of disbelief, ranging from slack features to pulsing chromatophores to molting a few feathers. One unfortunate individual had to run to find a waste receptacle so that she could regurgitate. The subject of the scan, a relatively new species, galactically, was a human. One that was, according to all evidence, missing a part of his brain. Most of the viewers were tempted to ask for an additional scan, but the failure rate for scanners was practically non-existent. There was no way known to science to cause a void to appear on a scanner readout. The doctors began to look at each other. Someone, after a few moments, said, "We should interview him, shouldn't we? I mean, there's so much to learn. How can he operate like that? I mean, it makes no sense. He should be drooling on the floor." The man sat in his room, casually waiting for the medical clearance, unaware that just through the doorway several creatures were calling into question some deeply held moral convictions, religious beliefs, and years of education, all due to his incomplete brain. The man sat at a table, explaining in as much detail as he could remember. He was an electronics technician by trade, and not well suited to describe the issues and side effects of the condition to medical professionals. But he did his best to describe some everyday issues he had. A drop in impulse control, constant headaches, numerous medications, but all in all, it felt relatively good. "It's better than being dead, by a long shot," he replied with a smile. He gave them contact information for his neurologist and asked for a certificate to show to the officers so they would not have to go through the whole ordeal again. As he was being led out the room, he said, "Thanks for the letter to show customs. This'll save some time and annoyance when I reboard the ship home. Oh, hey, you guys should ask my doctor about something called alien hand syndrome." Apparently, if you damage or break the bridge between the two halves of your brain, they start to act independently of each other, each half controlling one side of the body. They will even respond to the same questions with different actions, like choosing two different objects when asked to choose between several objects on the table. In bad cases, the offhand tries to hurt or kill the entire body. I read about it when I was learning about my condition. The man walked off, leaving shocked, even more horrified group of xenobiologists behind. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1342. Story number 1. Shady Humans, written by British Tea Company. Most people are surprised when I tell them the most powerful group within the entire Union sits on Earth. They're always so surprised about how some random planet in the middle of nowhere could possibly be so powerful in terms of political power. To date, Earth has had membership within the Union for at least 500 years, but has not once, ever, had anyone born from that world fulfill any important role within the Union. Never once has there been an example of a human serving any important political office, and chances are there never will be. It seems strange that I'm calling humans the most powerful demography within the Union. There is no history of them having any power or movement on record, and we know quite well that humans are simply referred to as those people when they're brought up. Hardly anyone can even remember what a human probably is. That is the terrible thing about modern society. What if I told you that humans were the most powerful demography? What if I told you that in truth they also hold the most political power out of any race in the Union? You won't believe me. Well, what if I told you that all the banks within the Union are owned by humans? Go on, look it up, see? All the banks within the Union are owned by humans. Does it surprise you if I say that banking was a system that humans introduced? It doesn't. Good. Let's make it very clear right now that if there's one thing that humans are good at, it's finance. To date, 10 out of the last 13 economic booms since the last 500 years were as a direct result of the banks which the humans had set up. Roughly 4 economic recessions have been averted solely because of the systems which the humans had set up. Now, it doesn't end there. What have I told you now that out of the top 100 businesses within the Union, 83 of them are owned by humans? And out of the 17 that aren't owned by humans, 13 of them have the majority of the shareholders being human. Good. You believe me now. Now then, here's a final thing. The average human within the entire Union occupies the top 0.1% of the galaxy. On average, your regular human is above the age of 30 will gross at least 4.6 million credits per year. The average income of a human at the age of 18 ranges from 185,000 credits to 300,000 credits. How? They are goddamn people responsible for most of the things that we know as modern finance. Stocks, the humans made that. Banks, the humans made that. Bonds, the humans made that too. 99% of the tax policies and politicians are making, probably drafted by some human pencil pusher. If there's one thing the humans are good at, it's making money. Money is how everything works, it's how politics work, and by extension, money means power. The humans are the ones who sponsor politicians. They don't get into cesspool themselves. Why do you think everyone who runs for any position always takes a trip to Earth first? They want to get into the pockets of the big businessmen so that they can get campaign donations. Of course, you know how that works. Scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. Yes, good observation. The humans, in fact, do own the majority of politicians. There are few who go against them, of course. But, as you know, the humans always get their due in the end, one way or another. Some people have tried to screw over the humans in the past. How did it end for them? Well, the humans don't use the law to uphold something that was done under the table, and they certainly don't break it either. The most powerful race is certainly above petty murders. They got a better way. They make enemies with them. They finance your enemies. They steal your supporters, your funding, probably even the clothes you wear. All stolen the legal way. They are above most shady organizations in the sense that you won't cut off your fingers for not doing the favor you owe. They prefer ruining you instead. End of story. Story number 2. Missing, written by Terracron. We've got another one, Doc. The exasperated attendant wheezed. His skills fluttered in a hypnotic pattern, possibly in an attempt to catch her attention. But Hislant was determined to finish her report first, and ignored him. It wasn't until he started to turn green that she felt pity on him. There are plenty of surgical staff on call, Dremel. Why do you keep coming to me? Her front started to gain color. She wasn't really able to control it, but it should be clear sign to the young being that she was not amused anyway. He wheezed, Well, you have the most experience with them, ma'am. The rest of the staff are scared witless. His wheezing just didn't end, and she was scared that he was going to have a fit. Her pity for the now almost vibrating youngster got the better of her. I'll go and see. The look of relief on his face was almost worth the oncoming anxiety. She made her way down the lightly colored halls, appreciating the cool air. She worked in several hospitals around the system, and this was the only one with an atmosphere that she could stomach. The pastel decor was a universal constant, however. It's something you learn to live with, she considered. Somewhere in the distance, a pulse monitor yelped aggressively. Something beeped. All things considered, this was a good place to work. Would have been great if it wasn't for the proximity to the new space base Disappointment DA-9. It was huge, it was close by, and it was stuffed to the brim with humans. Apparently, the base was a retreat for apes returning from several wars, and almost all of them came to her hospital first. Nyland was freaked out by the humans. Her fronds fluttered with color, and she took a deep breath. It had been months since her first encounter with a human with the prosthesis, and she still shuddered to think of it. What's worse is that people started to look to her as the resident human expert. Apparently, they'd all given her incredibly praising reviews, saying that she was professional and frankly adorable. Flattering, maybe. Annoying, definitely. She found her way to the clinic, and her first human of the day, sitting on the examination table, was a familiar face. Teeth bared in a now familiar form of greeting amongst humans. She returned it the best she could, until she noticed his arm. Since she had had to break the news to him, Simon Grant had indeed been able to strip his arm to expertly molded prosthetic skin. Apparently it also managed to lose it above the elbow. Most disconcertingly, he was waving the remaining stump. She couldn't find the words. Hey, Doc, it's been a while since I've been here. Hesland looked down at her pad and up at him again, trying to fit the remainder of the arm inside her blind spot. If I'm wrong about this, it'll sound like I'm being a bit racist, but weren't you the attending last time, too? She nodded and swallowed. Yes, I was. I was? She went through a violent purple. What seems to be the problem? She forced out, trying not to look at the metal sticking out of the human shoulder. I lost me arm, he said with a smile. It finally dawned on her. The human must have snapped. The idea of a prosthesis becoming too much for him. He probably ripped it off himself. She needed to handle this delicately. You were in a fight. We did what we could to fix you. No, Doc. I mean, I lost my arm. She looked at him, nonplussed. I took it off last night, and now I can't find it. What? I've been drinking last night, a couple of beers. The squad thought it would be funny if I took off my arm, and now I can't find it. Your squad, you? She tried to breathe, felt hyperventilation was just around the corner, and a nervous laugh escaped her throat. Where do you think it is? She managed to squeeze out. He looked sheepishly at the anatomical posters on the wall. I may have thrown it out the airlock on the dare. She tried to stifle the hysterical giggle that was forming. She really did, but it escaped nevertheless. Simon looked at her with a confused frown until he realized that she'd laughed and joined her. "We'll have you fitted with another one, Mr. Simon Grant. Could you make the next one red? Make it look like I'm going faster." Still trying to stop laughing, Hisland made her way to the door. Once outside, she leaned against it and controlled her breathing. She shook her head. So weird. And laughed. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1343. Story number 1. An undefended human world, written by Despair. Incarnassa was a human world, founded by peaceful secession of the human empire. A whole bunch of human artists and scientists thought they knew better way to live, and eventually they got big enough that the imperial government said, "Fine, show us," and deeded them the habitable world on the edge of human space. So 10,000 humans and 100 million tons of equipment went out into the empty world and sought to build their paradise. They got their infrastructure up and running in record time. Water and power, cities and roads, ordered farms and ordered factories. The works. They set up weird government based partly on voting and partly on just going out and doing stuff. It seemed to work for them. They had a tiny police force, but they had no poverty and good psychiatric medication, so they didn't have much crime. They named one of themselves Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, but they didn't establish any armed forces for him to command. Fancy titles are nice, but actually being commanded would be contrary to their culture. He spent a lot of time organizing tabletop wargaming sessions, which he tended to win, and tossing around warship design challenges on the relevant engineering puzzle discussion boards. You might think that a world like that would be ripe for invasion. Well, nobody tried. 3 reasons. First, no one was entirely certain the human empire wouldn't fight to protect him. They weren't part of the empire per se, but there were a lot of friendly relationships. Second, the empire or not, they were still humans. And a lot of people remembered how ripe for invasion Earth looked just before the Empire was founded. That hadn't gone well for anybody who tried. Finally, there wasn't much worth taking, just scientists and artists, who were mostly publishing their work to the galaxy anyway. Once things got settled, and it was a very nice place to live, so they got a swarm of immigrants from the Empire, and a few more from elsewhere. Everybody was welcome, provided they passed acculturation. By 20 years after their founding, Incarnassa had 1 billion people on it, with cities and infrastructure to match. At which point the galaxy discovered something funny. Mix a scientist with an artist and you get an engineer. The Incarnassians had the best auto factories in the galaxy. Best designs, too. Every detail was the product of an expert's full attention and pride. The designs were published, but in formats that only the Incarnassian auto factories read natively. They had more manufacturing capability than they actually needed, so they sold the excess stuff to nearby worlds. They didn't use money internally, but Incarnassa was an entity built up by some very large bank accounts in foreign worlds. Which is why the fleet of FNAR raiders decided to attack the place after all. The fleet jumped straight to the edge of the Incarnassa's FTL interdiction, already moving fast and deaccelerating for contact. 70 milliseconds after jump, space traffic monitoring sent the fleet a form message telling them that their approach was dangerous and offering a safe path. The FNAR replied with a generic obscenity. Space traffic monitoring paged the police on call. The police officer on duty took a look at the incoming fleet, compared it to historical records, and called the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. "I hope you're ready for this," he said. The Supreme Commander paged manufacturing on call to request emergency extra quota. He got it. About 10 minutes after the FNAR jump, auto factories across Incarnassa put aside their normal load to create minimal spaceships, less than 2 meters long with fast engines, every single energy projector and heavily encrypted comms. There was no room for crew. The ships were powered by small antimatter batteries and could last about 3 hours of heavy activity. The design was a product of a competition on a meching golf forum, and the Supreme Commander had run a few weeks earlier. Best 500 karma he'd ever spent. Half an hour later, the first of the mini-ships completed quality checks and launched. The FNAR were most of the way to Incarnassa. About an hour after the jump, the FNAR arrived in Incarnassa, and found they're guarded by over 1,000 small ships. Even so, they outmassed and outgunned the defenders. They opened fire. This proved a frustrating experience. Each mini-ship maneuvered quickly and unpredictably. It took several tries to score a direct hit. The mini-ships didn't have much shielding, but they had enough that wide beam weapons weren't effective. Direct hits were effective, resulting in very satisfying explosions, but the Ecknessens were adding ships to the field faster than the Efnar could destroy them. The Efnar launched drop pods and infantry, but regretted it at once. The mini-ships made short work of those. Briefly, the Efnar captain contemplated turning mash drivers against the Ecknessen cities, but that was madness. He was already betting his life and more that human empire would ignore a war against an independent human settlement. They wouldn't ignore war crimes. The Supreme Commander was getting frustrated too. The mini-ships were defending nicely, but they didn't have the raw power to punch through the Efnar shields. He considered creating another class of ship, but the manufacturing latency was too high. He needed a solution now. He called one of his friends, more a puzzle gamer than a war gamer, but still generally fun to hang out with, and an expert on shields. Most people don't think much about shields. They stop stuff, sure. If the exact wrong pattern of energy hits them, they suffer resonance and explode. But the odds of that pattern occurring are about 1,000,000,000,000 to 1, and finding that pattern deliberately is very obscure art, like picking tumbler locks, only with more differential equations. The very best shields, that is, the ones designed by Ecknessa, have special dampeners to protect against this sort of attack. The Efnar didn't have those. They were a warrior people who didn't take warnings published in mathematical journals seriously. The two defenders probed the Efnar flagship shield generator together for almost 20 minutes before it yielded to a singular matrix decompression attack. The flagship lost its shielding immediately. The Supreme Commander offered the opportunity to surrender. The high officers would be put on trial, but the rest of the crews would be spared. The Efnar chose to run instead, the mini-ships following, probing for the exact coefficients that unshield each ship and then destroying them. By the time the Efnar reached the edge of FTL interdiction, there weren't many left. Those that were jumped immediately, not waiting for each other. The mini-ships had no jump engines, so the pursuit ended there. The Supreme Commander briefly pondered how to best express power at a distance before settling on the obvious. Drawing on the planet's large foreign currency reserves, he put up bounties on the officers' heads. Cleanup took days. The heads were received and paid for. The trash, including thousands of mini-ships with dead batteries, was cleared from near Ecknessa space and dumped in recyclers. The manufacturing backlog was cleared. Even the parades and festivals eventually quieted down. The central government met to consider the question of building a real military. Eventually, they decided against it. It would run contrary to the culture, after all, and besides, they clearly didn't need one. End of story. Story number 2. Soft cover, written by nerdy white male. What are you doing? Stop at once and tell me what you're doing! Mechanized unit leader Don yelled through his translator at the human. The humans were new to the Alliance, and this one was defacing this attack ship. This one had obviously come in on the last reinforcement ship along with these updated attack craft. Just giving her a name of some sort. The human glanced at Don's uniform and tacked on a "Sir" through his translator. Daniel Handy, he barked as he shot to attention. 15 minutes later, Unit Leader Don, Lieutenant Daniel, and Human Liaison Officer Mark Hughes were all sitting around a conference table. It's not vandalism, it's culture. Humans have always named and painted art on their ships. It's part of how we bond with it. It also has a practical side effect on close air support crafts such as these. Lieutenant Daniel will elaborate. As he spoke, he tapped his pad, bringing up images of ships with dragon prows, eyes painted on them, planes with shark jaws, and leaping tigers. Sir, these ships are tough, and we can make them and still keep them in the air. This is complicated by having them fight in both space and atmosphere. Lieutenant Daniel tapped on his pad as a hollow of a new attack ship floated above his table. It's going to carry a lot of extra stuff to fly and fight in those both, so they are light on armor. If we get hit by a penetrator, we're toast. If we get targeted by any of the dozens of seeking munitions and the countermeasures fail, we're toast. The only thing the armor will stand up to is small arms fire, and not all of that. So we give them something to shoot at. Here, right over the cargo space, there are no important systems there, and it is double the armor of the rest of the ship, the same as the engines. Unit Leader Don blinked his eyes at the lieutenant. You wish to be shot at? No. I don't, in fact, wish to. In fact, I'm hoping that all the extra kilos of engine that was packed into it mean that I am there and gone before the bugs even notice me. But when they do see me, I want them shooting at anything other than the engines or me. The cargo hold seems to be like the place to be most afford to lose. Lieutenant Daniel touched a hollow demonstrating what would happen in the event of the destruction of that part of the ship. Most of the taps resulted in the computer reporting the ship destroyed or disabled. Unit Leader Don bobbed in assent. I see. Given that it is part of your culture, and you have demonstrated that it does have practical purpose, I approve. The paint you are using is not suitable for this purpose, though. Go see the quartermaster for ultraviolet reflective paint. The bugs, as you so put it, see in a different spectrum than we do. Liaison Officer Mark waited until they were back in the hangar deck before the senior officer spoke. That was some mighty fine BS there, Lieutenant. Do you know why? I had you explain the practical side. No, sir, Lieutenant Daniel said. It's because you didn't inform me of your art project. You blindsided me and the rest of your squad, and it almost blew up in our faces. We need this alliance, and we're not big enough to go it alone. This alliance has already advanced our FDR research by 50 years, just by letting us study their sublight engines. Okay, you are now responsible for all ship art. And Lieutenant, Liaison Officer Mark glanced at the half-finished painting adorning the cargo bay door. Put some clothes on them. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1344. Story number 1. Wasps of Terra. Written by Belgian rock fan.
Natty, can I ask you a question about humans?
Of course. What is it, son?
Well, you know, when a planet gets attacked by the swarm, why are it always the humans who have to clean it up? I mean, Ropal are stronger, and Asik are faster, and Afo are smarter. Humans are just not the best at anything. So, why are they always sent in?
Why are the humans, you ask? Well, you're right, they're not that special. They're not strong or tough, and compared to most other races, they are rather slow, both physically and mentally. However, they do stand out in one way. They are fearless. They are not afraid of the swarm. And do you know why?
No. Why?
It is because, and this is true, a human I met at a bar once told me this, they evolved on a planet where worse creatures than those of the swarm lived. And before you ask, how can anything be worse than the swarm, let me tell you how this human described these ferocious beasts. The humans called them wasps, tiny creatures only 0.5 inches to 2 inches long, but they are more vicious than even the biggest Prem Black in heat. Imagine this. You are on Terra, sitting in your backyard, you are basking in the sun, enjoying a cool drink, when suddenly there is a tiny little yellow-striped bug crawling across your glass, attracted to the sweetness inside. Not knowing any better, you casually wave your paw in its direction to scare it off. Now, any reasonable bug would fly off and come back later, because it's a bug and doesn't know any better. Not so with wasps. Oh, when wasps are threatened, or when it decides it doesn't like the way you look, or because it just feels like it will attack you. And you'd think then that surely a small bug poses no threat. Wrong! A wasp is so fast and nimble, it's nearly impossible for even someone with the legendary speed of the Afo to hit it in midair. When it's done teasing you, it'll land on your limbs, if you're lucky, and stab you with its venomous stinger on its tail, repeatedly, if possible. To a wasp, it doesn't matter that you're 100 times its size, it'll still mess you up. Oh. And if you manage to hit it, or if it decides you're standing too close to their nest, which is very likely bolted into the walls of your home. It'll release something called pheromones. These pheromones tell every single wasp in the nest that you are dangerous and must be attacked. They don't care that you are standing right outside your home, minding your own business. They will attack you without question. Now, instead of one wasp, you've got a few hundred of the things trying their absolute hardest to murder you, and your options are pretty much limited to run and hide. The humans have been dealing with these monsters they call wasps since they became sentient, battling them with the best available weaponry. This is why humans are the ones to deal with the swarm, because they are fearless, and in a way have been training to fight this for the entirety of their existence. End of story. Story number 2. Continuity, written by Shank Cushion. It is not a deep hole. One of the Enclave would stand a man-sixth of its depth and climb out easily. The advisor gave us the instruction to dig it as deep as he was tall. My scent unit and I have wondered enough about this that it has entered the irritive knowledge. Would the depth be different for a human of a different size? Human, different, threat. Experience denies this for the individual the Enclave has counted. The advisor cautions that his kind are variable. The words of the advisor must be considered heavily. Human, threat, possible, but we dislike the thought. We will accept the advisor's words, apply caution when encountering further humans. It is not a deep hole. Foundational plant systems will intrude on the space. Nutrients drawn from local melon trees will increase for a time. Effects will include increased food production, time frame difficult to estimate. This is beyond this unit's activity horizon. Mark at 2 iterations minimum. 2 iterations. The advisor guided the Enclave for 13. His words have created changes in the Enclave that are indelible. His knowledge was vast. The length of his activity span must have contributed. By his calculation, he had to be inactive for 3 iterations before he encountered the Enclave. This strangest belief, despite observation. The Enclave had learned much in the span since his discovery. The irritive knowledge calculates that the advisor's instructions is worth many more melons than he consumed, though his number is stunning and must be accounted for should the Enclave discover another human. Much of this knowledge is of great use to us. Other pieces are difficult to comprehend. Sports. Why expend such resources for no discernible return? Perplexing, as is the notion of fun, which the advisor attempted to explain to my ascent units. Undertaking a task of positive emotion and enjoyment. That is why we grow methods. Productivity is happiness. We enjoy not rationing food. Somehow, this does not meet the parameters of fun. The Enclave knows that some ideas must remain human. It is not a deep hole. Far below the field level is where the chamber where my inert ascent units are lain. They are stored there, preserved in case of future need. Should a descent unit have need, it may consume a part of the ascent unit to gain fresh access to irritive memory. This is rare, but necessary. Not all is passed to descent units. Sometimes more knowledge is needed. The advisor tells us that the humans do not preserve as well as the Mirandae. Our exoskeletons is a critical factor. The humans also have strong avoidance tendencies about interspecies consumption. We will not have this access to the advisor, despite the shadow hole. Mirandae, the advisor named us of a kind. Melonia, he named us as an enclave. Matriarch, soldier, worker, he named us by function. Melon, he named me as an individual. This identity is difficult to assimilate. This unit, indeed all units, consider the Enclave as an entity. To consider this unit measure, me, is to separate oneself from the Enclave as an entity. It is concerning. It is also intriguing. It is also depressing. Having been so named, but at the loss of the namer, do we remain Mirandae? Does Melonia continue to be our Enclave? Does this unit continue to be Melon, me? Who will name my descent units? As he approached his activity horizon, it was clear that the advisor had fatally degraded. His movements were sluggish. He moved as though he was injured, though he suffered no accidents. His back bent as if weary. Despite this pose, he carried tension throughout his body. We could all sense the chemical markers of his degradation worsened, telling us clearly the malfunctions that he was subject to. I have wondered if the advisor was aware of these, as he would always attempt to reassure the units of the Enclave that his status was acceptable. His mind remained strong, however, and his advice sound. From the time of my third ascent unit, Sutmalane is what the advisor named her. We have been preparing for this. We have encoded the advisor's knowledge for future iterations, as much as we could. We've attempted to complete the tasks he advised us in, so that he could provide insight for improvements. Our preparations were good. We were still not ready. This unit found him inert. The depth of feeling thus produced was astounding, even to myself. My body produced so many slowing chemicals that I was frozen in place. As units contacted my pheromone cloud, they too were stopped in place and began to emit the same signal. Moment by moment, the effect grew until the entire enclave was locked in place. This unit's mind struggling along with the irritative knowledge to calculate the effect on the future of the enclave. It was difficult to do so. Each calculation was accompanied by the feeling of falling suddenly, as though a badly eroded chamber had collapsed under the unit's feet. This unit, all extent units, my ascent units, back to when the irritative knowledge becomes difficult to source. We had all known him our entire lives, and through his years we prospered. Sorrow is rare for us. It is not generally a productive emotion. In that moment, this unit felt the sorrow of every unit of the Enclave across 13 iterations. The Enclave stood frozen. A day passed in this state. The advisor's instructions were productive steps for the situation. I began to undertake them. He was wrapped in a woven plant fibers he preferred to lie under for nightly activity, and carried by his unit in another of the melon field where he was discovered, though it was not specified by whom the hole should be excavated. This unit executed the task. It was appropriate. Wherefore we lay the advisor in it. This unit will look again to the stars. The most important knowledge we have encoded from him was the knowledge of how the deep skies change the weather. Before Sutmalane, the Enclave was only concerned with the ground. Now we look to the sky as well. It is perhaps the greatest change the advisor caused in us. The melons of the deep sky are aligning. Dew over dry. The rains will slack. But because of the advisor, we have water kept underground. The Enclave will not suffer. The pond fibers had slipped from the advisor's face as we carried him. I would be the last of my iterations to see it. I signed slowly to him, burning the memory deep into the irritative knowledge that my descent units would carry. We have learned much from you. This is good. In general, for the Enclave and for all of our descent. Another rush of slowing chemicals bowed my position. I could not sign for a moment. I recovered enough to continue. Thank you for your years. This unit will lay the advisor in what he'd called a grave. It is not a deep hole, but it is the one he had chosen. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1345. Steve and Daisy. Written by Upgrade.
Councillor Brax, we have finished the signal analysis of the destruction of the suppression field around the Terran homeworld, chittered Science Officer Chuxel.
Good, said Brax, his voice peaked. The fleet admirals need to know how the humans managed to take out an orbital platform without electricity.
T-minus 5 minutes to launch,
yelled the operator, his voice nearly unintelligible through the long pipe that connected the local launch coordinates to the capsule. Gyro spin-up lines pressurized. Colonel Steve Brockton reached above his head and opened up a small brass valve. Compressed air hissed through the lines, and several of the pitch and heading indicators spluttered madly for a moment. and carved lettering 0, 90, 180, and 270. Nearly perfect, with only a slight scratch inside the 8, betraying the fact that the device had been created entirely by hand. Since the Chimmer had decided to isolate, trap humanity by ruining electricity planet-wide, everything was handmade. Steve tapped the steam pressure gauge, steady at 3,000 kPa. The residual heat from the repurposed plutonium weapon core heated the 200-liter tank of water just behind his back. After launch, he would pull the separator rod, allowing the halves to come closer to each other. Hovering near critically, the nuclear steam reactor would provide 100 kilowatts of thrust and computer for 60 minutes. Then the water would run out.
Counselor, it appears the suppression station number 1 has destroyed in a nuclear detonation.
What? roared Brax. How did they achieve nuclear launch, impact, and detonation without electricity?
T-minus 60 seconds to launch, came the voice through the tube. Umbilical detachment underway.
Steve simultaneously squeezed the control stick and tried to relax the rest of his body. He felt the airflow through the cramped cockpit quite to a distressing nothing as the air suddenly felt thick. The echoes from the voice tube cut out as he saw the cable gantry crawl away. Hand riveted iron lurching under hydraulic pressure. Arcing from the suppression field, snapping miniature lightning between the gantry and the rocket as it detached. The field, as it was called, was, as far as they could tell, a continuous EMP generated by 2 alien platforms, orbiting opposite each other 500 kilometers up. The enormous current snapping through the ionosphere fried everything from computer chips to power lines. Somehow, even more distressing to the science teams, the effect penetrated Faraday cages. Was it gravitational? Somehow strong force nuclear. With the steam age tools, no one had been able to figure it out, so the problem was to be solved with violence.
Sir, it appears the humans have launched a manned spacecraft into low orbit. The craft was armed.
The tiny gyroscopic timer on the right side of the cockpit kept the countdown. The tiny window in front of him showed pure blue sky. The one above his head, he was on his back, showed a tower lurched to the halt. 5-second countdown, Colonel Brockton pulled the separator rod, and he could taste the plutonium grow white hot. They said he might notice it, but the finality of those doses was discerning. Steam billowed out of the sides of the capsule portion, and a maniacal clicking dominated the cabin noise as the flight computer spun up. Handmade logic discs of beryllium, fused Seneca control rods only a few hairs thick, and a program tape of carbon fiber began to crunch his position on the second 16-bit computer created on Earth since the suppression. How did it get into space? How did it carry weapons? How did it guide the projectiles?
Scans of the craft before destruction of the second station did not detect sufficient shielding to prevent electrical suppression. It seems that the humans launched the spacecraft with entirely mechanical means. The weapons, some sort of torpedo, did not alter course after launch.
Why didn't the defenses shoot them down?
We only detect projectiles in post-analysis due to their wake. They did not have any active guidance, and they were strongly absorbing to our active sensors.
Steve's teeth chattered violently under the thrust. The pogo oscillating from the untested rocket threatened to shake the entire thing apart as the clock approached time for Qmax, maximum dynamic pressure. Wild movements of the control stick with both hands directed high-pressure steam to the hydraulic steering converters. His eyes pegged on the steering target gimbal, controlled by the mechanical flight computer. "Come on, Daisy! Hold together!" Steve yelled at the computer as the backup gyro exploded from being forced off of its jewel bearing by vibrations. He winced as a piece of plastic, at least it's not glass, he thought, cut his cheek. But the computer held together. Slowly, the worst of the vibrations decayed as the viewport showed the blackness of space. A spring-loaded balance needle, a G-force meter, inched down past the blue line as the thrust of the solid rocket main stage burnt out. Steve reached down between his legs with both hands and pulled the red lever with both hands, and a faint smell of burnt gunpowder trickled his nose. Less than a second later, a loud bang shook the cockpit as the explosive bolt separated the main stage. The colonel folded his hands on his chest as the second stage lit. the G-forces pushing his eyes back into his skull. The G-indicator pushed up above the red HG line for a few seconds as darkness crept in. The second stage thrust was higher than planned. Likely, the computer kept updating his course, and the 4 Gs he could reach the stick again and keep the pip on target. "What do you mean, Wake?"
The torpedoes appeared to use nuclear fuel. Plutonium decayed products, as well as chlorine atomic spectra were detected. Our best guess is that they were nuclear saltwater rockets, and they achieved just over 50 Gs of acceleration.
"Oh, curse the founders! They used mechanical nuclear devices!" Steve held the pip on target as the final thrust died down. The launch was timed to be on the horizon between the suppression stations to conceal as much as possible. He had 10 minutes to catch up. Clicking, hissing, whining, creaking, bobbling noises filled his ears. He pulled down the targeting periscope and turned the valve to deploy the weapon rails. A reassuring clunk and a tiny mechanical green flag indicated that both sights deployed. His eyes went back to the clock. At T plus 15 minutes, he double-checked his heading, still in the green, and peered into the eyepiece. The first flash was a second later, less than 1 degree off-center. Magnesium bombs were set off above the parabolic reflectors in the Arizona desert below to shine on the alien station like a giant flashlight. Once per second for 30 seconds. Steve gently muscled the control stick left, and high-pressure steam tilted the craft to line up with the crosshair on the target. Steve pulled the trigger and the stick and started counting backwards from 30 on each flash. 29, 28. Daisy screamed into high gear as the fire control computer gyros integrated target motion, platform motion, and simulated orbital trajectory. Steve watched the purely analog solution projection needle start to climb from 0 rapidly to 30, 40, 50. 5, 4, 3. The solution was above 95%. 1, 0. As the last flash from below made the tiny alien star blink far ahead of him, Steve pulled the second trigger, and the torpedo was away. "And what of the wreckage of the station?"
We assume the humans have salvaged it. The stator is over 10 years old.
I was not aware of the delay. Why in Rylock's name happened?
The priority header of the last dispatch was corrupted. It was automatically reflagged as no priority and wasn't discovered until an order 12 days ago.
Oh, no.
It was impossible to see the impact directly due to the window angle, as the ship rotated away to this point, but Steve's heart leapt as he saw the shadow from the flash. Holy crap, he thought. The timer ticked down until the second firing window. 30 minutes. His heart was pounding too hard for this. The stale cabin air pickled his sweat as the droplets beaded around his eyes. He cracked the oxygen bottle for a moment and relished a few seconds of cool air in the face. A messenger ran up to the scientist and counselor. "Sirs, priority message from command. We have multiple unscheduled in-system jump signatures." Steve watched the gyro timer wind down to the last marking and peered through the scope again. Nothing. Still nothing. The flash array in China Highland should be firing by now. The fucking Chinese! Goddamn Vakkers! We should never trust... Plash! "Oh, you beautiful sons of bitches!" Steve shouted to no one. Steve pulled the valve to spin up the torpedo gyros. The gas pressure also popped out of the safety plug, keeping the uranium shells apart. The gun-type detonation mechanism was purely based on impact, so you wouldn't want it to collapse during launch vibrations. The craft slewed sluggishly on target as he pulled the trigger, and Daisy sprung to life again. The firing solution craft quickly came up to 50% as the crosshairs tracked the tiny flashes. 20, 19, 19, come on! As the pressure stopped, he released the trigger as he avoided importing false starter as the target window swept slowly by. No, 18, finally, 17, 16, but then again it stopped at 5. Steve pulled the solution above 80%. But it would only started slowly descending. As the timer dinged the end of the illumination window, Steve prayed and pulled the firing trigger. A burst of gas popped and the control disc and the rocket motor
and a heavy spring squirted a solution of plutonium salt water onto a tiny boron carbide strolls into a reaction chamber where the radioactive fluid quickly reached critical mass and superheated. The violently radioactive exhaust gas streaked out the end like a laser, and the torpedo disappeared into the black. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1346. Story number 1. Human Inadequacy Saves the Day, written by Tom Massa. When humanity was first encountered, it wasn't immediately recognized that they were an intelligent species. Their technology was so far below galactic standards that their communication signals were ignored as background radiation, and the ships so unstealthy that it was assumed that they were a natural phenomenon. However, contact was eventually made, and they were excited to be invited into the Interstellar Union. They were relatively backwards and struggled to keep up, and often failed to do so with more advanced members of the Union. However, over the course of 121 years, humans were able to at least bring their technology inadequacies to within 2 to 3 generations of our own. This is when the Pukruxu Empire ended a 3,971-year period of isolation and peace and began to expand violently, and exterminating any sentient life on planets saying they needed breathing room. Of course, the Union stood united against the threat, and we moved to stop them. Immediate mobilization was limited as many worlds near the Pukruxu border were swallowed nearly immediately, and there was little that we could do to bring them. The Union was unprepared for military response of this size and began to mobilize a mass force. The Vakkers likewise moved to solidify their gains, knowing that further conflict was inevitable. They committed a number of cloaked vessels to hunt the vast interstellar trade routes and to attack small and isolated supply ships and troop vessels. They also deployed a massive super dreadnought called the BSM-RCK-01. It was the first of a new class of vessels with enormous firepower. Smaller escort vessels were unable to do any damage to the BSM-RCK-01 before they and the convoy they accompanied were reduced to radioactive ash. Knowing that was such a threat crippled the entire war effort and must be neutralized, a task force was assembled, and the humans insisted that they be a part of it. Initially, they were kindly told no. Their forces, while welcome, were far too technologically inferior and could do nothing but die and reveal our locations. Privately, we joked about humans charging with knives drawn into the teeth of machine gun nests. The hard truth was that modern space combat distances were measured in light seconds, and weapons were powerful energy projectors. Humans were entirely outclassed. They continued to rely on chemical explosive ordnance. Their ships were small compared to all other races, but their detection cross-section was 2 to 3 times what it should have been due to the ship's poor stealth characteristics. In short, humans would die. Unfortunately, the first sortie to destroy the BSM-RCK-01 went poorly. Much of our fleet was destroyed or seriously mangled. It would take months before additional forces could arrive in theater, and that would cause an unattainable loss of material, and the sector would be lost to the Phyrexia, which would be pushing them back to the original borders nearly impossible. If they were going to be stopped, it had to be here, and it had to be now. My colleagues joked that maybe the humans could at least distract the ship for a minute. The briefing was easily one of the most unusual ones that I have ever had the privilege of attending in my long career with the Tekek Navy. The captains of all the vessels participating were in attendance. There were 3 Creek standing tall in their rebreather suits, 6 of the Sios in a tight bunch enjoying the closeness of their kind craves, and 4 Tekek, led by a planning and 15 human captains scattered about. I'll say this, the humans have an excellent tactical insight and understand their weaknesses and strengths. We knew the relative position of the BSM-RCK-01 thanks to some highly sophisticated eavesdropping we had done. The humans volunteered to come from 3 different directions and attempt to pin the BSM-RCK-01 in position to allow the larger guns of the Union fleet to engage the threat. While reckless and suicidally brave of them, this seemed the most sensible choice. They were warned that the size of the BSM-RCK-01 was enormous, and that their weapons probably couldn't do more than cosmetic damage. I noted that there were a number of venting areas, control surfaces, and other vulnerable areas that they should target. Two of the humans looked at each other and said, "Ditch jog," and slapped their hands together. Translation software still hasn't been able to adapt the human colloquial speech patterns. When the battle was engaged, the humans proved to be even more suicidal than was expected. Scout vessels detected the BSM RCK-01 moving, and the human vessels drove hard towards her. As we got sensor information from our scouts and the humans, our targeting computers began to crunch numbers as we moved into position, projecting course, speed, direction, etc. With several light seconds lead time gave no clear firing solutions, our ships moved into position while the humans serpentined towards the target. When the BSM RCK-01 opened fire, we were all hugely surprised when they scored no hits. None. Guns that ripped apart our best and brightest continually missed their marks. Often, these misses were narrow in galactic terms, light milliseconds, even microseconds. After tense minutes, Second Gunnery Officer Chokai began laughing, and everyone turned to him, seeking explanation. "They are too primitive to be shot." Seeing everyone's confusion, he continued, "They project a much larger signature than their physical presence, so when the targeting computers aim for the bridge or engines, they're aiming for empty space. They are moving at slower rates than our ships, so targeting isn't adjusting for just how inadequate they are." Reports from the human vessels began to come in. They had launched every weapon they carried against the BSM RCK-01. Although many of the shots struck home and were well aimed, the mass and the armor of the BSM RCK-01 was simply too massive, and no fatal or significant structural damage was inflicted. The captain of the Swordfish concluded his report by saying that they were disengaging and maneuvering to avoid the port side of the target as significant damage to maneuvering engines on that side. True enough, we were able to detect that the BSM could only turn left. Chotakai nearly hooted in excitement as he added variables to his targeting system. Suddenly, we had a firing solution. End of story. Story number 2. Ambush, written by Meek.
"Soon the grass planet will be ours,"
whispered Captain Ayu. The Hummies were winning the war for the grass-covered planet, but Ayu was determined to change that.
"Shut up, this attack is supposed to be an ambush."
E shook her head as the over-enthusiastic captain.
"It is not like the Humies can hear us anyway. These fancy soundproof suits are worth more than your life."
Captain Ayu's ears pressed against his skull as he panted. He had to resist the urge to wiggle with excitement as the Humies came closer. Those bipedal freaks won't know what hit them, he thought. With a roar, he announced, "Squadron, attack!" 30 ooze leapt out of the grassy cover. Instead of facing a small pack of surprised and panicked Humies, the squadron faced a small pack of confused but very prepared Humies. The bipedal creatures opened fire and the ooze ambushed squad, turning the tables completely.
"Retreat!"
screamed Ayu.
"Retreat! We've been discovered!"
The squadron fled in failure. How did they do that? Thought the captain as he ran for his life. The ambush was supposed to be perfect. The ambush was supposed to be perfect, snarled the general. Hackles raised. He glared at Captain Ayu and the researcher Oi. "You mangy pieces of crap, better tell me what happened."
"I don't know."
Captain Ayu seemed overcome with despair.
"The Humies knew that we were coming the entire time."
"That is impossible." The researcher gave a sniff of dismissal. "The environmental suits are flawless." With a tap of her clicker, the large screen lit up. "Here is a record of the test run." The envy suits were the exact shade of the tall grass. "As you see, the suits blend in perfectly. They're equipped with these best sound." "Turn that screen off!" The general seemed ready to attack his two subordinates. "I know about the features of the suit. You haven't shut up about them for the past 2 weeks. If the suits are so flawless, then why did your ambush fail?" I sniffed again.
"I suppose the environmental suits are only good as the soldiers wearing them."
Captain bristled. He extended his claws and stepped closer to the unconcerned researcher.
"The suits failed because of you. I lost half my squad."
"Impossible!" Oi flicked her tail and turned her attention to the general.
Sir, I suggest you try the environmental suits again, but this time send out a more competent squad.
She shook her head with disappointment.
With that technology, it should be impossible to lose. I don't know how they did it.
I don't know how you did it, General Smith, leader of the Human Defense Force, said, looking at Captain Taurus with amazement. Ever since the humans colonized the green garden world of Legong, the Oo had been in constant thorn at their side. How did you manage to defeat an ambush of 70 Oo with half the troops?
It wasn't that hard, ma'am. Saw them from a mile away. The captain shrugged. The Vakkers were wearing red.
End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1347. Story number 1. Regarding Terrans' behavior of late. Written by Folk Off. It has come to my attention that many of the more recent recruits have noticed their Terran counterparts behaving stranger than usual. I can assure you there is no need for alarm. Terra is entering its solstice, and as such the Terrans are participating in their solstice traditions. The practice of bringing a tree into their living quarters is not for urination. The Terrans are still using the appropriate facilities. Rather, gifts to be exchanged on the specific date shall be stored under the tree. Terran footwear hung by the exhaust port are meant to be filled with small confections. I brought up the excess power draw from the frankly ridiculous number of small light emitters with the Terran engineering chief. As with previous years, she was apparently unconcerned. Yes, I am aware that this makes even less sense than most of their other traditions. However, at this point, we have no reason to believe that they are in fact screwing with us. As such, being that they are our closest and strongest allies, we have been ordered to simply indulge their eccentricities. Rulf Garoof, Alpha of the 181st Security Patrol, Ul Sector. End of story. Story number 2. Individually Free. Written by Heavy Artillery BTR. What is it with humans and freedom? We never understood their innate desire to be free and to be an individual. You see, I'm a Deeg. We are a humanoid species, like all others, and we share a single hive mind. Our species was artificially linked together, as we had evolved much like the humans did, individually. Long ago, we had realized that freedom and individuality brought nothing but chaos. Individuals were selfish, greedy, violent, and every other negative adjective out there. So we became one. When we reached the start, we encountered other hive minds. It didn't matter if they were furry, squishy, or covered in chitin. We'd all realized that the price of freedom was too great. We were then secure in our decision. After all, every other species agreed. How could we all be wrong? Well, almost every other species. Humanity was a curiosity. They were very young when we encountered them. They'd just begun testing their first bastard night drive and seemed overjoyed at our arrival. Fleshy, bipedal apes greeted us as we landed on their planet. Their individuals greeted us. It took us a while to establish meaningful communications with the humans. After all, none of my species had spoken for a millennia. Why speak when our thoughts and desires were shared with all? Once the communication problem was dealt with, we had to delve into all the recesses of the mind to bring up the old spoken language. We began a cultural exchange. We were extremely curious about the humans. It had seemed that a prerequisite for any civilization to develop into a star-faring people was to create a hive mind if one did not naturally occur. After all, how else could a world's resources last unless there was a well-managed and allocated? Humans stood as an affront to every development theory our mind had theorized, and we wanted to find out why. As we exchanged cultures, we delved into their history. It was much like ours before the melt. Wars, poverty, and corruption plagued their past. We expected to find that their planet was above average in resource count. After all, how else could it sustain a large, warring population for centuries? However, a single orbital scan showed the amount of resources available on Earth was in fact below galactic average found on habitable worlds. It was shocking. How did the species survive to make it into space? While we were attempting to find the answer to the question, the humans proudly began showing off their cultures. Yes, cultures. Unlike us, unlike every other species, they lacked a single, unified culture. It seemed that walking a few paces to the left would bring us to another culture of humans, each with their own customs and traditions. However, perhaps the most interesting thing about these humans was when they joyfully presented us with an archive filled with their history, including every governing document that they could find. As we read through it, we found their early civilization was ruled by simple hereditary hierarchies. That was not out of the ordinary for early civilizations of any species. Hierarchy was a natural state of things. However, as their history progressed, an odd development occurred. It started with a document called the Magna Carta, which cemented the rights of citizens within a sub-civilization known as England. It rebuked the idea that an overall government should have total say. It gave power to the individual. We continued on through the history until we came upon another document named Constitution of the United States of America. It was far more extreme than the Magna Carta. It limited the government massively, dispersing its power, and seemed to go out of its way to protect the individual. As we continued through the history, this idea of importance of the individual continued to grow and spread. Democracies, republics, rights, votes, freedom, they were all truly alien to us. How could these beings decide that the government was meant to protect the individual, not serve the better interests of all people? We asked this question to the human that was helping us through their history. He laughed. "But are you a communist?" he chuckled. Our translator indicated that was a joke. He looked us in the eye. "It is in our nature to be free. Without freedom, we're just a cog in some machine. Freedom lets us humans express who we are. It allows us to decide what kind of person we want to be. Sometimes freedom leads to bad things, yeah, but most of the time, it leads to people striving to make themselves better." Then we had our answer to the question on how humanity survived. In the mind, all are equal. Resources are allocated efficiently and all understand each other and there are no secrets. However, with freedom and the individuality that came with it, there was competition. If our neighbor built a beautiful statue, then why couldn't we build a statue as well? One that was better than the neighbor's. This competition was exacerbated by human nature and urged them to develop rapidly. It became apparent that it was no coincidence that human nations that espoused freedom and individuality first came to dominate the planet for many a century. We placed the human development into relative time frame and realized that they had and were advancing far faster than any of the hive species, including us. Shaken by this discovery, we said our goodbyes to the humans and left for home. They shortly began expanding throughout their region of the galaxy. They built beautiful ships, grand monuments, and always greeted others with a smile. They entered trading agreements with other species, though a general complaint was how humans always try to get a deal to their advantage instead of the usual fair trade. We nursed them along their journey. In a way, we felt responsible to protect this crazy species. Regardless of how vast their domain was, they continued to push on the path of individuality, no matter how decentralized the authority of Earth became. We fully expected their civilization to collapse, and were prepared to step in and mitigate the damage. How could it stand without the proper, efficient management of a hive mind could provide? Yet they prospered, becoming rich and powerful, surpassing every hive mind in technology and ingenuity. Then Drugger's mind grew fearful. They never truly accepted the humans. Their own violent history, before melding, jaded the view on individualists. They fully expected for humanity to become violent, to begin conquering and warring like they had done throughout their history. When humans surpassed all others, the fear turned to panic. If they did not do something soon, humanity would be untouchable. The Indraga attacked humanity, urging the other minds to do the same. Some joined their quest. Others, like us, stayed out of it, though we supported the humans in secret with supplies and munitions. What unfolded next haunts the memories of the aggressor minds today. The humans, which had been so friendly and genial to us all, changed, almost in a single Earth rotation, into a cruel and deadly war machine. Their beautiful ships were replaced by black war cruisers, the grand monuments used to rally entire populations to the war effort. It was terrifying to see the creatures that had once laughed and joyfully celebrated our mere existence become monsters in dark metal armor, wielding weapons of war with an efficiently only matched by their cruelty. When the Indraga and their allies meet the humans in battle, they were decimated. True, their minds allowed for more efficient formations and strategies, but they lacked the unpredictability of the humans. To the humans, the minds were predictable. They could anticipate stratagems before they were fully formed in the mind, allowing them to easily adapt their military forces to the situation. Tactics varied between human commanders and leaders, making most effective strategies against them work only once. The minds only won one major battle in the war. Through overwhelming numbers, the only real strategy that the humans could not effectively adapt to. The human defenders of Greth were crushed, but even then, the victory was Pyrrhic. The victory was Pyrrhic, in which 3 million bodies were sacrificed to kill 10,000. The humans burned swaths of space, decimating worlds that resisted, occupying the rest. When the humans finally defeated the minds, they forced the minds to sign an instrument of surrender and reparations. Then, the humans withdrew and returned to the usual benign selves, leaving the ruined attackers as a testament and a warning. Now 20 standard cycles later, we ponder. Humans have established their superiority in the galaxy. There's even talks of a pan-galactic federation headed by humanity. As we look up at the stars, we wonder how humanity became imbued with such power. They were not overly intelligent or physically durable. They did not wage any war besides the Indraga conflict, so they did not gain much through military conquest. How had they surpassed us in every field, making our best technology look primitive compared to theirs? As we studied the stars above our world, we came to realize the answer. We may have knew it all along. A decision was made. We stood and reached behind our head with a small prick pain. We removed the transmitter in the back of our neck. All at once, the thoughts of our people vanished. We were alone in the night for the first time ever. At first, we felt fear, but then it subsided as the night curled around us, as we looked up into the sky, and we smiled and thanked humanity. They taught us the value of I. I understand now. I am an individual, and I am free. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1348. Story number 1. The Victory, written by Shogun CDN. Captain Reyes looked over to his comm officer, Phillips, who shook his head slowly. The entire bridge was eerily silent. 90 bodies filled the cavernous nerve center of the UEA Victory-class cruiser, Shepherd. Yet, it was as if the room was filled with mannequins. The air was stifled by the tension. Lieutenant Ada, Captain Reyes said, staring ahead at the view screen showing the green-gray planet below. Send it.
Aye, sending.
came the response from Ada, and the ship rocked slightly as the thump of the main railgun accelerated its 500-kilogram hardened titanium payload towards the planet at over 5,000 meters per second. A bright orange bloom lit up the surface where the projectile hit. In a blink, over 100,000 lives were erased. Around them in space, the wreckage of hundreds of ships, humans, and their allies Androsh littered the darkness, the remnants of what was supposed to be the final battle in a long war. Most were broken and dead, some still spouting flames as they died. Earth and her alien allies had won, and the Drosh had been beaten back, and countless systems had been freed from enslavement. The planetary Drosh government could do nothing but surrender. But the Drosh were as violent and intractable in defeat as they were in victory. The same belief in their own superiority over every other species now fueled their resistance. The Alliance had won the war, but despite their numerical advantage, it had come at a great cost. Now here, on the doorstep of victory, their foe would not surrender, even in the face of certain defeat. Earth's entry into the galactic community was supposed to have been a joyous moment for humanity. Instead, it plunged the humans into a 50-year war that they were not ready for. It had exhausted their resources, and at times, it seemed, almost driven them to the point of extinction. The UEA had nothing left except for a few dozen ships. Earth and Mars were her only surviving worlds. There were not even enough soldiers left for a protracted ground battle. Orbital bombardment was the only option to force the surrender of the Drosh, and yet they would not. The Shepherd had been in orbit over the planet for almost 16 hours, smashing the planet with ordnance launched at subluminal speeds, while its sister ships patrolled Drosh space, destroying any stragglers. Most capital ships were either dead or dying, and the role of bringing the Drosh to heel had been given to Shepherd, as she had the largest gun remaining in the fleet. Millions upon millions on the planet had died or were dying, their cities being smashed to rubble, and still the Drosh to find them. Minutes passed after the last shot, and as the timer ran down, Captain Reyes looked again at Phillips, who could barely move his head. "Lieutenant Ida, send it," came the command. He had lost track of how many times he'd given that order that day, and the thump did not come, however. Captain Shepherd looked over to his weapons officer. Her shoulders were slumped, and she was trembling. "Lieutenant Ida," Reyes repeated, "send it." Tears began to fall down Ida's face silently. Other staff who had noted that it was going on also began to weep, as though a dam had burst. Reyes moved from his command post to the weapons chamber. He placed a hand on Ida's shoulder. "You are dismissed, Lieutenant," he said gently. Lieutenant Ida looked up at him. I'm sorry, sir. There's just so many. What are we doing? You have nothing to be ashamed of. Leave your post. That's an order," he replied, helping her out of the chair. He then turned towards his crew. "That goes for everyone else here who feels the same way. You will not be reprimanded in any manner if you feel that you cannot perform your duties, but I cannot have you on the bridge." Slowly, some of the crew began to leave their posts. He waited silently as the crew members filed past him. Most stopped to try and offer an apology. Some could only look at him mournfully. When the exodus stopped, only about 60 remained. "As you were," Reyes said. The Exa made a move to the weapons chamber, but Reyes waved him off and sat down in the chair. This was rightfully his responsibility, he thought to himself. Then he keyed in the firing sequence. "Sending!" With a push, he sent 100,000 or so more Drosh to their deaths. Men, women, children, old, sick, helpless. They had long ago run out of military targets and were now targeting population centers. The Prime could surely see the bodies and smell the death, Why won't they cede? Reyes asked himself. He pleaded silently with them to put an end to this. It was several more hours until Phillips finally held up his hand. The primer was surrendering. Captain Reyes removed his hand from the fire control and gripped the table to stop them from shaking. The Shepherd's ammunition stores had been nearly depleted. The planet below was marked by hundreds of fires visible even from space. Its atmosphere was dark with ash and dust. By now, only about a dozen crew remained on the bridge, including the officer from the Hoth. The chameleon-like creature glowed a bright orange. "It is done, Captain. We have won. The Drosh will no longer foul our planets. We have achieved something great today," the Hoth said excitedly. Captain Reyes simply stood up, made his way to the exit. "You have the bridge," he said to the Hoth.
"Sir, I don't understand. We have won, haven't we?"
the Hoth asked as the captain's form disappeared into the corridor. End of story. Story number 2. No, really, I'm an evil genius. Seriously. Written by Apophis Pegasus. I am a terrible, evil genius. Don't let the throne and the sinister lad and the long black cloak fool you. I suck at the gig. Now, I know it is not something to be ashamed of, usually, but what do you do when your childhood dreams are dashed? Want to know the worst part? It's not even the genius part that I'm bad at. It's the evil. Who in the hell can be bad at being evil, I ask you? Apparently, this guy. You see, it all started when I was a wee lad tinkering around with Legos and trying to build ray guns out of my parents' microwave. Like many involved, loving parents, they asked, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And I, being full of youthful innocence and having a decent sociopathic streak, gleefully replied, "Conqueror of Afghanistan." And right there, my parents should have taken me to a psychologist and had me checked out. Tell me that conquering countries is not a nice thing to do. Yes, annexing did count. I wasn't Russia. And to focus my interests more on productive matters like cooking a Pop-Tart from across the room. Instead, they raised their eyebrows, shrugged and chuckled, "Oh, that was a good joke, kiddo." And then they got me a 15 9-volt batteries for my railgun, and it was all downhill from there. Growing up, I was pretty big loner. Kept to myself, read a lot, tinkered about in the science lab, like any disenfranchised future supervillain should. But instead of being bullied or ostracized, my peers were nice. No heads down the toilet, no stolen lunch money. Sure, there may have been a mild teasing from a couple choice people, but on the whole, they were decent. Now the teachers, they were worse. They were supportive. I wanted to build a robot, sure. I wanted to make a pocket fusion reactor and go right ahead. Just use the furthest lab from the students and have the fire extinguisher ready. Oh, for the love of heaven! I told them I wanted to bioengineer a dragon. They asked if there was anything that they could do to help. School time made up some of my fondest childhood memories. It was terrible. University was even worse. There, my dastardly exploits weren't just supported, but encouraged. Built my first droid army there. Fast forward past my college days, I was knowledgeable and armed with funds from my selling of certain inventions. Turns out some countries really like droid infantry. Who knew? Mucked about for a couple of years building up my forces, created a super serum in case I ever needed to get physical, and at the now tender age of 30, I set out on my childhood goal. Turning Afghanistan into my own personal playground. And I did it too. Took me a week. A business week, at that. Saturday morning, I was sipping a Coke, swinging my legs off the roof of the National Assembly building. Then I rebuilt Kabul. Don't give me that look. It was messy, dust everywhere, and quite frankly, its urban planning left much to be desired. If I was going to be the overlord of a country, I was going to be an overlord of a clean and well-organized one. And the battle droids were great for manual labor. So Kabul rebuilt, took me a month, moved on to the surrounding areas, built those back up too, better than before. Then I moved on to the surrounding villages and remote areas, built some roads while I was at it, and some better hospitals. So, Afghanistan rebuilt, all nice and shiny. Time to rule. So I reinstated the president, then the Afghan parliament. Do you know how much time and effort it takes to run a country, especially one the size of Afghanistan? I needed help, and they weren't bad sorts, really. Except for the corrupt ones. When I found out, remote brain scanners are great. They go to jail. So I messed around there for a while, doing experiments, asking my minions to do stuff demanding seemed uncouth. You know, the usual. Locals seemed to like me for some reason. Probably because I kept the Caliban in check. But then I got the bloodlust again. So I invaded Iran. This took me a shorter amount of time to set up my standards, but it was still a fun thing to do. But much like Afghanistan, the old wandering stall stirred again, so I went after Iraq. And Kazakhstan. And Kyrgyzstan. And Pakistan. That one was a bit touchy. And, India. More touchy. Mongolia, and the entirety of the West and South Asia. By then, I'd systemized the whole shebang and could get relief efforts up and running in less than a day. So, a couple of years of becoming one of the undisputed powers of the planet, people started getting itchy trigger fingers. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1349.
Story number 1. War Games, written by Shogun CDN. Admiral Vernus stared at the screen mutely. The fleet was at a standstill over the 4th planet in the system. By his orders, this was to have been a simple mission. They had done this countless times in their history, and this should have been no different. And yet it was. Protocol dictated that the invasion should have begun long ago. Probes had detected a resource-rich planet and no hyperdrive signatures anywhere near the solar system. The Admiral had gained his position through a number of usual factors, intelligence and hard work amongst them. But he had prided himself on his curiosity, something many of his people lacked. They had been dominant in the galaxy for so long, most of his people had simply come to accept that the galaxy was simply there to provide for them. For generations, fleets like the one he commanded had scoured the stars, subjugating races they encountered and taking the riches of their planets for their own people. Any resistance was dealt with quickly, and they were unmatched in their military might. There were a few dozen species that had developed hyperdrive technology. His people had defeated a few and made alliances with the rest. The terms of the alliance were always one-sided and amounted to no more than voluntary servitude, but had accomplished the same thing and saved some time and resources that a protracted engagement may have required. He should have reported on the progress of the battle long ago, and yet he had not, because his curiosity made him review some of the transmissions from the 3rd planet. What he saw almost made his blood freeze. The door to his chamber chimed, and he motioned it open. Captain Druan bowed gracefully before entering. The captain was a veteran of several campaigns and a competent and unimaginative commander who did well enough when following orders and protocols. The Admiral had little hope for the captain to do much more than he was told, but the fleet had never been challenged enough to test most of its commanders.
Admiral, I apologize for the interruption, but we have held the position for several cycles now, and the strict communication silence you ordered, but...
The captain faltered at the last, even suggesting that you were questioning a superior officer could land you lifelong garbage duty, regardless of your position. Admiral Vonus waved a long, slender arm, directing the captain's attention to the screen. The captain watched in silent images. His eyes widened, and a slight gap formed in his mouth.
Is this...
Yes, the Admiral replied. This is the current transmission from the planet. Captain, what is the protocol for a mission such as ours? The captain snapped to attention, his training kicking in.
Orbital bombardment to soften defenses, followed by ground invasion. Once control of the planet is established, the indigenous species is intelligent enough, they'll be put to work collecting resources. If not, they are turned into reserves.
Correct. And despite this fleet, it is a ground invasion that is key. For all that we may do from space, unless we control the ground, our mission cannot succeed. True? The Admiral asked.
Of course, sir,
replied the captain. So, how do you think that our ground forces would fare against that? The Admiral said, gesturing again to the screen. The captain again watched an unimaginable violence played out before him. The species of this planet seemed to have an incredible appetite for battle, and the forces that they threw against one another was something that he had never witnessed. The species attacked each other with power at speed and he could not comprehend. They were bulky and thickly muzzled and did not seem to tire. He looked at his own thin arms and delicate chestplate and wondered how long he might last if he encountered one of these creatures in battle. Just as we temper our metals in fire and pressure, this hostile planet has created something we have never seen. Perhaps long ago our people may have been their equals, but we've grown weak over the eons, too dependent on our technology to be made soft in comparison. We have not walked through the fire in a very long time, Captain. This species revels in it. Our soldiers would not last one cycle against behemoths such as this, the Admiral said.
But we detected no hyperdrive. Could we not simply maintain orbital bombardment until they capitulate? The captain asked.
From what I have seen, by the time that happened, the planet would be unusable for us, all them. While our subjects are currently docile, if they were to find out that we committed genocide, we would find ourselves with revolts on many fronts. No, Captain, there is only one course of action we can take. Leave the system and pray that it is a very long time before these humans discover hyperdrive technology. We can only hope that when we meet them, they will accept our terms of alliance. If not, the Admiral trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished. Set calls for home, Captain. We need to report on this and quarantine the sector, the Admiral commanded. The captain exited quickly, and the Admiral turned his attention back to the screen. He let out an involuntary shudder before turning off the screen, as the last image flickered the score that read, Giants 17, Cowboys 21. End of story. Story number 2. Inquiries, written by Satoshi. Rice had just finished tidying up his composure when one of the captives he was guarding begun to snigger. Again. Turning about, he stalked up to the 2 Imperials locked away in their cell. Shut up! Oh, lighten up, rebel boy, the one called Asa chided. Her cellmate Doran was the one who'd been making the noise. Both of them were Darveran, with their characteristic strong builds and ashen skin. The guard resisted the urge to whip out his pistol. You're prisoners! You're Imperial wretches! Start acting like it! Isa leaned back with the grice assumed was a mocking offense. Why, my dear friend here was just having a laugh, weren't you, Doran? Prisoners aren't supposed to be having laughs, Griff spat back. Doran answered, Yeah, rebel boy. I was just thinking the last time someone dragged Jennifer into an interrogation room. Jennifer, their third companion, Grice remembered, and a human woman currently being interrogated. Trying to tie with me, huh? Grice ventured. Typical Imperial mind games. The guard strolled away from the cell door. Suit yourself, Doran said with a shrug. A minute of lackluster silence tickled on. Finally, Grice settled back towards the cell. What happened last time? With Jennifer in the interrogation room, I mean. Doran locked his gaze on Grice before his mouth split into a grin, and he started laughing again. Isa just shook her head and gave Grice a coy smile. Why don't you just see for yourself, rebel boy? See for myself. He glanced at the interrogation room door. Yeah, go and look, Isa prodded. She's probably already making quick work of your pal in there. Ah, you almost got me, Grice laughed, a little more nervously than he intended. Damned Imperials! He walked away from the cell door, deciding not to let the prisoners muddy his thoughts. But as he stood there, the gears in his mind began to whir into motion. Maybe the human woman had a concealed weapon. Maybe she had some sort of inherent ability previously unknown. What if she was overpowering Grice's colleague, Roll, at this very moment? No, that was impossible. The guard was just starting to shake such dark thoughts from his head when he heard the weeping come from the interrogation room. But he knew the voice. It wasn't the woman's. Ripping his pistol from its holster, Grice dashed to the door and slammed it open. He spotted Rull, who had tears trickling from his eyes, and Rull was sitting in the interrogation table where Jennifer stroked the man's shoulder with a gentle hand.
And that's the last thing I said to him,
Rull lamented between breaths, his voice damp with remorse.
We haven't seen each other in years, and we used to be so close.
A few tears slid down his face again, hardly fitting for someone in his position.
People just drift apart sometimes,
Jennifer said in a tone that Grice found oddly soothing. Neither she nor Rull seemed to find Grice's entrance noteworthy.
But they don't have to, you know. You can try finding him again.
Rull shook his head. I doubt that he'd want to speak to me.
That's what I thought about my sister, Jennifer replied. Turns out she was thinking the exact same thing about me. Now we're almost as close as we were when we were children.
Really? You really think that could be the case for me too? Rull snuffed it.
Well, more likely than not.
Jennifer smiled, then looked up as if just noticing the armed guard that had burst into the doorway.
Oh, hello, Mr. Grice. Please, don't think any less of your friend here. Even the strongest soldiers need to shed some tears.
Step away from the prisoner, Grice warned. What did you do?
We were just talking,
Jennifer professed, with her hands raised, her face growing stoic. Rull nodded with a seeming appreciation. Talking, huh? Talking? Seems like all you Imperials do is talk. He leveled his pistol sight straight at her heart. Get back to the cell, now!
Just a little while longer, Mr. Grice.
Get back to the cell, or I will gun you down right now. Jennifer donned a solemn expression. You just shoot me, like this.
I wonder what your wife would think.
My wife? Grice stuttered. How in the hell did she know that? Does she think highly of what you do? Quiet! Your wife doesn't approve of any of this. Isn't that right? Shut up! Isn't that right? Grice scoffed. She thinks that the Imperium is in the right, and that I'm an idiot for joining this rebellion. I should be talking with this woman, he thought. But you want to fight for the rebel cause because you believe in it, more than you believe in her. The man stared, her words biting into his mind. His pistol arm inched downwards, suddenly heavy. No, she just doesn't get it. Jennifer leaned forward. Oh, what doesn't she get? I'm doing this for her, Grice answered, unable to contain himself. He tried to drudge up the rebel cause from his mind, but all that surfaced was the paycheck and the image of his wife, alone in their tiny home. How long has it been since you've seen her? Jennifer asked. Too long. The human woman gestured to the open chair next to Rull. Want to talk about it? Surprisingly, Grice found himself sitting down. 3 days later, Jennifer and her team arrived at the nearest Imperial base, with several new defectors. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1350.
Story number 1. What Terrors Hell Holds. Written by Aranya P. Once, there was a small, peaceful, remote village down in a small, peaceful, remote valley. Its inhabitants wholly insignificant to passing eyes. Amongst those who lived there were the beloved group of old men. The old men and their everyday routine were well known to the villagers. Every morning, the old men would gather in the village's only coffee shop, always sitting in their unspoken designated area. They were the happiest-looking bunch of old men that anyone could hope to see, and they would spend the majority of their days playing flips, drinking tea, reading the latest newspaper, and debating with each other about one thing or another. They were more than happy to share their stories with anyone who might be interested to sit down and have a cup of tea with them. They were delightful, and everyone was delighted to have them around, even as the years rolled by and there were fewer and fewer old men each year as the village grew and grew. They still continued their routine, smiling, drinking tea, reading newspapers, and playing flip. Sadly, their simple lives would not last forever, and something drastic managed to throw a wrench into the everyday routine. Namely, Judgment Day. Honest to God's demons crawled out of the ground in the middle of the town and declared that they were going to take everyone's souls down to hell. It was a slaughter. The once peaceful town was filled with the screams of men, women, and children alike, and the streets littered with bodies of the dead. Rivers of blood washed down their drains, so much that it clogged them up. And to make it worse, the arch-fiend that led the incursion let out laughs, sent chills down people's spines. And then there were the old men. Jolly, delightful old men marching down the bloody streets, clad in their ages-old dress uniforms, armed with well-kept service rifles that were almost as old as themselves. At first, the daemons were confused. Now Rubabel considered himself a gentle daemon. He would properly play and have fun with his prey before he tortured them and ripped them limb from limb. Normally, the humans were supposed to be running away from him, not towards him. This confused Rubabel greatly. As he stood there, dumbstruck, thunderclaps of gunfire shook him back to reality. The old men delivered well-practiced volleys with their rifles. Shaky, senile hands and cloudy eyes worked the bolts with muscle memory, delivering a continuous stream of lead downrange, smiting lesser demons with lead that ripped arms off of men before. Rubabel rallied his underlings then, having them charge at the old men. Fireballs and lightning bolts were thrown their way, raying hearts and burning flesh, crumbling aged bones, and ending lives. But the remaining old men did not stop their volleys, nor did they flinch as their lifelong friends died by their sides. By the time the last bullet had been fired from their rifles, there was only the archfiend Rubabel left. The terrible monster fell upon the brave old men, rending flesh and bones alike with bloodlust. Yet the old men did not flee, and the screams that were their last were not shrieks of horror, but were war cries as they jabbed their bayonets into the seemingly unstoppable demon. They fought, they died, and the others watched, until there was only one man left. His bayonet broken, a piece of it stuck in Rubabel's stomach. Still, he stood defiant against the terrible creature who looked down at him, snorting hot air from hell itself. Why are you not afraid, mortal? Are you not afraid of eternal damnation that I am bringing you? Rubabel questioned this insolent mortal. It mattered little if the old man answered his question out of his own free will or not. Rubabel would have his answers. Gazing deep into the soul of the old man, Rubabel searched through his memories. He saw peaceful rolling plains and mountains. He saw smiling faces of family members, the usual worthless things these humans cherished so much. Then he looked deeper, further back into the past. He was on a great open field now, but they were not peaceful rolling plains of greenery. Instead it was dark, brown, and grey, lifeless, cold, and uncaring, with large, gaping holes in the very earth that seemed to be permanently filled with sickish mud. But there was more than that. Rubabel's eyes widened, and he let out a silent gasp as he saw the bigger picture. He saw the bodies of friends and enemies alike lay dead or dying in the very mud that he stomped through right now. Some were still drowning in their hole, too weak to pull themselves out. He did not understand what was going on. Why would anyone in their right mind walk through such a nightmarish field? It made him homesick for the comforting warmth of hell already. Rubabel wasn't given enough time to think of hell so much, however, as he heard an unfamiliar whistle that seemed to come from far away. The humans were shouting something, but he wasn't listening. His host had dropped into the mud. What had happened? Was he hurt? Did he die? It couldn't be. The demon knew that the man survived long enough to be held in his claws right now. The world around him exploded. Dirt, mud, and body parts were thrown high into the sky and rained down upon him and his friends. He felt a wet splat landing on his back, and he dared not look to see what it was. He just stayed still, held his helmet tight, and waited. He waited and waited for long minutes that felt like eternities. The world exploded until all was silent. He wanted home now. He wanted nothing more but to stop this, just to go back to hell, where it was nice and safe, where the world does not explode around him and rain pieces of his friends on him. But he couldn't. It was like watching a train wreck. He couldn't put himself away. His host stood up after an order, and they marched forward still along a seemingly endless dead, mutilated fields of bodies and mud, where the dying were mewling out weak cries for help, but he knew that they were far gone. It made the demon feel sick to his stomach. He wanted to whimper. And then the thunders, the horrible, horrible, crackling thunders, friends both close and far screamed in pain as invisible force tore at them, ripping them into bloody pieces and chunks. Rubabel was screaming then, screaming for his host to turn around, to run away from whatever was causing such a horrible death to everything around them. But Rubabel was just a passenger, and he could only watch helplessly as more and more friends fell in the mud. Then there was a loud, sharp whistle, and everyone ran. They ran as hard and as fast as their legs could carry them, bayonets pointed forward. And then he heard the war cries of the humans, as terrible as any of the hellish beasts he knew, if not more so. Through the crackling thunder, through the invisible force of death, they looked at death in the eyes, and charged. Rubabel gasped in air then, as he felt himself back to where he was, holding an old man in his large claws. His hold felt weaker now, as if the strength had been robbed from him. He looked at the man in his grip. The man looked back at him, and he found himself wanting. The last old man still held his rifle tightly gripped in his hands, his eyes burning with life and fire that he thought long extinguished. I have already survived hell, and its name is Verdun. End of story. Story number 2. The sad, sad tale of Floyd the Cosmic Horror, written by Scottson. He was the laughingstock of the galaxy. Floyd, a.k.a. the bringer of a million sorrows, the dead sun, the old pain, once again was suffering a round of mocking from his fellow stellar deities. Star-sized biomasses and gargantuan fleets of immortal machines alike rifed his little defeat. Can't deal with a little scab, one scoffed. My, the great Floyd brought down to this, another guffawed. You suck, screamed one of the more blunt abominations. Floyd said nothing, simply bearing the insults, knowing full well he deserved it. He was once the greatest of them all, building great palaces of pain and misery, crushing them with fire, poison, and ash when even the smallest seeds of hope began to spring forth. But when his attention was turned just for a moment, he noticed new things, and he knew their tears would sustain him forever. But they were stubborn. Nothing worked. Not earthquakes, not disease, not daily disembowelment, not even plunging an asteroid into his own flesh. It was remaining. It was spreading. It was malignant. Another round of laughs filled the silent roar of space. No words left, Floyd? One asked in a haughty tone. Floyd had been silent for millions of years, though to the great old ones it was merely a few passing moments. Though, still listening, his thoughts were inward. How could he not kill them, cleanse them, obliterate them? Every attempt just made them stronger. He thought more, ignoring the stinging sensation of his own skin. They reminded him of himself. Actually, a lot like himself. They even had a name for him, even if he thought it was weird. Then it hit him. He loved them. I think he's dead, one of the great writhing masses observed after Floyd's refusal to speak. Floyd turned his thoughts outwards, speaking to every horror in the galaxy. I am not dead, and my name is not Floyd. My name is Earth, Floyd said, while millions of lights began to spring from his flesh and surround him like a storm of fireflies. And I would like you to meet my children. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1351.
Story number 1. Sentient, written by Jabarthing. We were first made aware of Damsius 3, known by the inhabitants as Earth of Sol, during the 14th expedition of Namar Cordius into the Hegnar Po cluster. Since it was discovered by we the Varlants, we claimed the Damsius system and gave it the namesake of our illustrious leader, Damsius the Wise. Damsius 3 was intended to be a way station for our fleets as we expanded further into the cluster. I was assigned to the colony as a security alpha and was to begin preparing it for colonization. We'd known that the planet was currently held by self-labeled humans, though we could not understand them at the time and gave them the name of Otani, softwalkers. However, many of our lower-level staff who dealt with them on a regular basis referred to them as Otabli, soft thralls. They were a simple, non-advanced species that we had dealt with in the past. Primitive technology and outdated social orders. I still stand firm by our decision to mark them as non-sentient due to the lack of extrasolar activity. I was ordered by my higher alpha to prepare a region for colonization and to ensure that the Otani did not interfere with the project. My first goal was to clear the site of obstacles. Otani have a penchant for use of solidified rock paste in their construction. They proved resistant to most of our demolition equipment. When we arrived, they seemed curious and afraid. Some approached us with what we later realized was enthusiasm, on the basis that we assumed that these species had no sense of self-preservation, a trait I still say holds true. We began the process of demolition of these structures and was satisfied that the Otani were sapient enough to flee from danger. As we ran behind schedule and the Otani began resisting our movements, I ordered that we use mining lasers from orbit to prepare our colonization site. Even after we landed, it only took an hour for the Otani to begin returning to their brooding sites. I realized that they had no concept of object permanency and had assumed that once they no longer saw us, that we had left. I felt exhausted after the first rotation of the planet. The Otani kept coming back. Some of them would use primitive weapons, but they were ineffectual against our environmental suits. Once the site was clear, we ran tests on the atmosphere and foliage to ensure that we would no longer be at risk. Workers arrived as scheduled, and the process of building the colony was underway. Otani nests popped up in the surrounding bush. I oversaw a security team as we investigated the nest. They had woven fabric over metal structures and had packed as many as they could into it. It was appalling how barbaric they lived. We needed to ensure that they didn't begin producing more rock hives like the ones we demolished earlier. We began with the larva. A researcher who insisted on joining us determined that their larva could produce a sonic frequency capable of temporarily reducing their minds to base fight or flight. As we attempted to dispose of the larva, the Otani rushed us with reckless abandon. They attacked with anything they had on hand, or even their own fleshy manipulators. It was tragic how aggressive the Otani were. We tried to be reasonable with how we dealt with the nests, but we were convinced now that the Otani were a lost cause, a violent and barbaric species incapable of base, rational thought. It was after this that I realized the scale of the Otani infestation that we were dealing with. I requested any reserve that could be brought on hand to help us with this horrible species. The Otani rely on rapid thermal exchange as their primary technological method. It makes sense, given their overall lack of any sentience, that they'd use such an inefficient and simple method. We began using mining lasers to reduce their major hives over the planet to ensure that when we colonized the area, we would not have to deal with an organized hive, and instead have simpler nests to deal with. Our priority was still the larva, though. Our researcher had begun tests on Otani brooding methods and larva. He was shocked to discover that two almost entirely different types of Otani were capable of brooding a single larva, and then in less than a full rotation of the planet, they were capable of producing once again. Sometimes a single larva, or a clutch of two or more. Some of our guards discovered that the Otani were an excellent source of entertainment, and while I personally found this practice distasteful, it was hugely beneficial for morale. I was beginning to suspect that we'd found the secret to dealing with the Otani. That was, of course, before they gained sentience. The Otani, as it turned out, were unusually capable of using equipment that had been abandoned. Power cores were traditionally abandoned due to weight and practicality. They were spent of most of the energy and presented no obvious danger. The Otani, being so devoid of self-preservation instincts, would handle these cores with only barbaric rags and would even outright attack us to get power cores. We assumed, since they had an anomalous amount of cobalt in their atmosphere, that they relied on radiation to survive. The Otani had a unique but infuriating ritual around discarded power cores. They would rush forwards towards a patrol or a group of us and throw the core back at us. We at first believed that it was some form of worship and felt more than a little bit flattered. That is, until the faulty power core detonated and killed all of my security detail, but me. They continued using power cores in this manner until they learned how to use it in place of their traditional burning method of technology. I had realized too late what the Otani were. Despite their neglect of survival, in the face of the laughingly inept technology, they were somehow sentient. They could feel, they could think. Perhaps they were influenced by our own presence. Whatever the method of their development, it was uncanny. Their weapons, which at one time were nothing more than children's toys or novelties, had evolved. They were dangerous. Our colony had quickly been overrun by them. On my last day on that wretched planet during the Great Otani Raid, I saw it in their eyes. As a sentient to a sentient, we had all been blinded by arrogance. I saw anger in their eyes. We Varlants are passionate people, our poets and artists the foremost in the galaxy. Yet, when I looked into those eyes, it dawned on me why we could not understand them. When one stands on a planet, they cannot see the planet. Their passion, their inner fire, so bright as to leave everything else in darkness. What disgust I had for dealing with them was met 100-fold in hatred. They butchered us. To them we were nothing more than flesh. I abandoned my alphas and my subordinates in Terra. I left them to the hands of the Otani. I plead of you, Higher Alpha. I beg for execution. Please spare me from the Otani. Final words of Enderus Cull, former Security Alpha of Damsius III, sentenced to death on the former colony in light of new Sentience Classification Act. End of story. Story number 2. We create our own demons, written by British Tea Company. It's funny, 5 years ago, you can't even remember the names humans gave their ships. Aurora, Bastion, Guardian, Protector.
You look at them now, and you wonder, what changed? Eradicator, Perturbation, Ravager, Harrower. And I can tell you, they met two races. First, they met the Drath. And then we met the humans. Humans first picked up Drath communications in the year 2195, excited in naive eagerness about the prospect of other forms of intelligent life in the galaxy. A delegation was sent to the Drath homeworld to begin first contact protocols against their new friends. Not surprisingly, those delegates never returned. It's safe to say that the Drath probably found them delicious. It didn't take long before the Drath found the fledgling human civilization. Billions of their people were lost in the coming months. As a newcomer to the galactic stage, humans were behind in technology and manpower. Before the year was out, every human colony, save for Mars and Earth herself, had been destroyed. Their populations either sent to harsh slave camps or cannibalized. It was a sorry chapter that got repeated time and time again. We were sick of it. Every species that lies behind us, and the Drath had never found the looming threat of those monsters, ancient and venerable as we so happened to be. The Drath could never hope to defeat us. But every species that weren't behind our protection, they were nothing but helpless against these barbarians, and it was time that we put a stop to it. We sent the humans our technology, told them that we were there to help. We came right in the nick of time, too, because just as the Martian colony was evacuated, Earth had managed to create a planetary barrier which would be impenetrable to the best efforts of the Drath. The humans were saved. Maybe not in an ideal way, but at least their lives could continue. And continue they did. Trapped behind their bubble, the humans were safe to poke around with the shield that we had given them, in what had taken our race 1,000 years to deduce. The humans had figured out in just 2, after looking over at our gift with much attention. They found out the source of its power, and the means to recreate it. While the Drath never saw it coming, we had always kept a probe on Earth just to see what the humans would do behind their shield. They would not be idle, as the newfound source of energy boosted their economy. They dug deep into their world, mining every precious bit of mineral as they rebuilt their armies and geared for their return. In less than 3 years, humanity assembled a mighty starfleet, which would take other races entire generations to construct. When the shields finally fell, so did the Drath civilization. The first of the human ships, Eradicator, nameship of the Eradicator-class battleship, revealed itself as it opened fire with a diffusing null lance. A single beam of dark energy, split into many thousand prongs of energy, shattered the Drath invasion fleet. From Earth's surface, thousands of these black ships rose into space and set off straight for various Drath worlds. Their race was rendered extinct within days. We have rid the galaxy of the Drath. They have since disappeared into the void. Their worlds crumbled underneath the bombardment of human armadas. In their stead, we have made another race. The Human Empire now carves out much of the fallen Drath territory and has expanded to 160% of the size of what the Drath used to be. No civilized races lie close to their borders, but as we've created this new monster, we must be prepared to what happens when ultimately this new predator finds itself bordering potential prey. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1352.
Story number 1. Preemptive Defence, written by Sparrowhawk. Fingers of neon blue crossed above the trench, bright and terrible, their demonic touch, intolerant of obstruction as they carved through the landscape. My arm was bleeding. One of the accelerated beams had grazed him. Not even that, a graze or graze. Beam, shadow, afterglow. And it greedily tore through the tighter steel triple plating of his hull jacket, bursting apart the keratin scales below and painting the dirt green with blood. It had been a suicide mission. Computerized troops prohibited in a 1,000,000-mile radius for fear of the narrow-wave EM viral corruption, even extending to a pair of orbital gunships. Ridiculous. And the proof was clear. Io, Oima, Nayo, Auri, all dead, ruined, fecking obliterated. And for what? They claimed barely half a mile towards the central processor. Whoever heard of trench warfare in the goddamn so-called 21st century? His open wound was salted with humiliation, while their enemy was of their own making. The experimental viral program designed to override enemy computer systems, repurpose them for their own use, and wreak havoc. Nobody could deny that it was effective. The demon pattern, they had called it, and laughed as they planned to unleash it against the human upstarts eating into their galactic territory. But it had escaped, seizing command of their vast array of war machines, and their pleas for aid to the United Galactic Governance had fallen on deaf ears. Who, in their right mind, would ever volunteer for a battle that they could not even use their auto-weapons for? Zero computerization. Actual people used to fight. Hell, barbaric. Crashing rush of burning thunder, and Iom was in the dirt. Blurred vision gifted sky-tinged Cherenkov blue in the wake of ionic artillery fire, singed air fusing into ozone. Tympanic ringing faded into the regularly scheduled screaming. Iom didn't want to get up. The battle was over. 3/4 of his division lost, taking this pathetic half a mile, and by the sounds of those screams, the last quarter was soon to follow. These people doomed to extinction at their own hands, not even able to escape the planet for their ships gripped tight in the grasp of the demon pattern. Another terrible crashing thunder followed, but Iom was done. Let it end, he thought to himself. Get up! Her voice was monotone. Speaker crackled translation. Iom looked up. The figure towered over him, rocking out the sky. Suited up in rain-grey hull jacket, accented blue, visor of starless night, gun over the shoulder, 2 arms, 2 legs, hand outstretched. The figure stood in front of a sleek orbital drop pod, the foremost of many others, and Iom realized what the second crash had been. He reached for the hand. What were our casualties destroying the processor? 0, ma'am. Beautiful. Counselor and Admiral stood alone in the room, sparkling champagne held in crystal glass, celebration of a successful operation. With all due respect, ma'am, I'm still not sure how good of an idea it was to aid them. You know they wish to use that thing against us. How cold. You would feel no guilt for orchestrating the pattern's escape from their system. It was preemptive defense, ma'am. But they are far more useful in our debt than dead. They love us now. It's almost funny. Besides, there was never any risk to our soldiers. We had already hacked the pattern. All we had to do was trigger the reprogram and render it incapable of firing at human troops. Of course, ma'am. I just think that we let them off a little easy. Truly, you are a cold man. They've learned their lesson. The counselor smiled. Mercy is to be given to the weak, so that they can respect the strong. End of story. Story number 2. Hate, Pikes, and Discipline. Written by John Falkirk. We are going to lose this war. You laugh. How could the round-eared apes ever threaten us, you ask? At the end of the first age, did we, led by our father King Atherindal, not bar them from Peninsula? Did we not sit atop the White Wall as thousands of them turned elsewhere to flee the Jotuns? How could short-lived barbarians in the iron-ringed biners ever compare to we, immortal few? We, who wear armor and wield gilded weapons forged of star bronze. You were not there at Eaglesford. You did not see them in rank upon rank, firm in their discipline, absolute in their hate. Hate has made them strong. Not hatred of the Jotuns, which burned the old kingdom and gave their lands 1,000 years of suffering and war. Hatred of us. Hatred of we, the owls, who, in their hour of need, turned them away. Hatred so great that when they raised this, the largest army that we have seen from them in an age, they marched it not to aid of the dwarves, their staunch ally against the Jotun, not on a path of conquest to secure their borders and rebuild their old kingdom. They turned it against us for revenge. They respect the Jotun, their enemy. They loathe us. Do you know what they call us? They call elves 3 knives, 1 for each ear and 1 in your back. At Eagle's Ford, we saw their hate laid bare. Our warriors advanced to the edge of the ford in loose order. We loosed volley after volley of arrows into their army on the other side of the ford. They stood in tight order, perfect targets. Or so we thought. Then we learned why they dared our shafts. They stood their ground, unmoving until our first volley reached the peak of its arc. Then as one, they locked their great kite shields together, the front rank creating a wall of overlapping lumber, the others ascending. We loosed until our quivers ran dry. Then their formation parted, withdrew in fact as their second and third lines advanced. Their front line existed only to absorb our arrows, and absorb them it did, with few casualties. Their second line contained their own archers, and as they let fly its own volleys, more spearmen in mail and gambeson came carrying those damned kite shields came forward. They marched across the ford. Our own front line could not easily retreat up the muddy slopes, for our shields had to remain forwards, and walking backwards in such terrain was impossible. Retreat had not been a part of our plans. Their disciplined ranks, in close order, smashed into our loose formation, while each of our warriors may have been more skilled. Indeed, ours showed a vast superiority in skill, as was expected. It made no difference. In their tight formation, they could work together. One of our warriors would strike at one of theirs, only to be thrust at from 2 other directions with spears, while the human being attacked needed only to parry. The fight on the bank was short and one-sided. Our front line fell back to join our second. Our warriors drew closer together to mimic the demonstrably more effective tactics of the humans. Gone was our mobility, our grace, lost to a tight formation. The next line of humans marched forward across the ford. The spearmen parted to let them pass, and they formed tight ranks above the banks. They held long pikes. There were more humans in this new formation than elves in our entire army. Each wore a helm, a hauberk, and a gambeson, like the others, but unlike the others, also a cuirass of steel, made in a dwarven style, but clearly by human smiths, as the humans feel no shame in learning the crafts and techniques of others. Then came the words, a single harsh-barked order, "Level, pikes!" And down came the spearheads, 8 ranks deep. They advanced on us, calling out, "Huzzah!" on each step. The advance was slow, even, and steady. They did not break their formation with a rush, as our warriors would have. And that wall of spearheads, which extended so far beyond the line of the enemy that our swords could not reach them, slaughtered us. We had long since lost sight of the fort itself. Our first warning that more humans had crossed were the panic shouts of the warriors on our flanks of cavalry. Human cavalry to our flanks. Human cavalry to our rear. We were cut off. Fewer than a third of us were still fighting at that point. We were beaten. We surrendered. A human officer pulled me out of the mob that we had been herded into. The pikemen stood in a circle and around our beaten band. The order came again. Level! Pikes!
You will not show mercy. We are prisoners, I shouted.
Show them, Arthur and Dals, mercy! The officer ordered, and the circle of pikes closed in. I'm the last of the army at Eagle's Ford. They allowed me to live to deliver a message. We are coming for you, O gilded king. You once laughed at our short spans. When your endless lives are cut short, you shall be forgotten. You once laughed that we were good at forgetting our history. Your halls shall burn, your kin will die. Soon no one shall remember you. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1353.
Story number 1. Eat or Be Eaten, written by British Tea Company. There was a pair of hungry eyes that stalked the Terran pack through the stinging cold. Bestial and ravenous the creature may be, it was nothing if not cunning. It was the apex predator of this world, the legendary creature where the natives reviled as a monstrous hellspawn. Weighing several tons and fully fleshed with sharp claws, massive fangs, and layers of hardy flesh and sinew, the beast was physically apt as it was intelligent. It had bided its time well. The fauna of this frozen planet was unforgiving. Savage felines, chomping lizards, and even aggressive herbivores existed in almost every nook and cranny. The Terrans were tough, but not so tough. Though they had slaughtered many predators, the hunt only made them weak. They had no natural shells to protect themselves with, only fashioned ones, which now were cracked and damaged. Their claws and teeth were only a few inches thick, and it didn't even belong to them. Their most fearsome aspect, those hunks of metal which spewed fire and smoke, were now no longer operational, burned out after prolonged use. The Terran pack had numbers, something that should be a non-factor. There were many packs on this world. Many of them could hardly challenge the beast. It took its time once more as the Terrans entered the deep forest. At the open plains, they would see it coming. Here, in its own home, where the thick foliage and falling snow made visibility difficult, it would not be caught so easily. The Terrans were stopping now. Where fire and flame would have dispelled many lesser creatures, the beast knew better than to fear the light and heat. As the Terrans sat around the campfire, squawking and communicating together, it was then that the beast knew that this was the opportune time to strike. The pack leader had sat himself at a vulnerable position. His highly decorated shell of fur made his status obvious. Whereas the beast would normally be cautious about attacking most pack leaders, it wasn't so hesitant when it saw this leader and his less than dazzling stature. Lunging out from its hiding spot and charging with all of its hunger and bloodlust, the beast bolted towards the Terran pack. It weighed several tons compared to the most measly few hundred pounds of these apes. Jumping high, it lunged straight at the pack leader. The pack leader was fast, but only fast enough to save himself from being flattened by the beast's weight. Snarling, saliva dripping, the beast hissed and roared at the pack leader, who took out his claw. Unlike the rest of his pack, his claw was several feet long. The beast pranced around, carefully checking its flanks as the Terran pack leader stepped to the other side of the fire and faced away from the beast. His pack was nervous now, waving their claws at him. If he attacked now, they would break. Then he could hunt the rest of them at his own leisure. Leaping over the flames, the beast lunged again at the pack leader. Instead of freezing or even fleeing in fear, the pack leader rushed straight at the beast. For a split second, the beast was confused, until it realized that the rest of the pack was rushing at him as well. As his claws came to slice the pack leader in two, it felt several thunderbolts of pain strike at its side and flanks. The Terran pack sank their claws into his body, each and every one of them being a painful flesh wound. The Terran pack leader swung his own big claw right at the beast's paw, severing the limb entirely. Even on only threes, the beast was dangerous. Rolling over, it would have flattened 2 of the Terran pack members if they weren't so quick. It struggled to stand up again as it roared, spat, and clawed, but it was no use. Some of the bolder Terrans continued to cut at it with their claws. In the distance, the Terran pack leader ripped off a tree branch and began to shape it with his claw, sticking it in the fire, and the leader plunged the flaming stick into the beast's face. Roaring and wailing with pain, the beast's single paw lashed out. It nicked the pack leader's chest just a little bit, leaving trickles of blood. But this only made the leader more determined. He stamped forward, driving the flaming stave into the beast's face even harder, until he quite literally poked one of its eyes out. The bigger Terran of the pack got up and the beast's back and placed a boot on its head, stomping once, twice, thrice, and a few dozen times. The beast's teeth came falling out, one by one, its one tongue pierced by its fangs. All the while, its paws and flank were harried by the stinging claws of the other Terrans. Blinded and numbed with pain, the beast gave an animalistic groan. It felt several paws touch its underbelly. Horror struck it as it felt 24 hands and a dozen voices grunt and flip it over. Its underbelly, unguarded by any muscle or thick fur, was now wide open. "You're hungry, boy, aren't you?" Sergeant Dusk asked the animal as he circled his prey. His squad, unkempt as they were from the countless animal attacks, still had a fire in their eyes. Everyone was tired. Most of all, they were hungry. "Eat or be eaten, I get that. It's how the queen bitch from nature works. Eat or be eaten. Thing is, boy, you ain't no predator here. We are. My bare-assed half-gorilla ancestors were busy poking mammoths to death while you were still fish with legs. You think you're dangerous with your claws and teeth. I got 2 things. My crew, and just how damned hungry I am right now." The beast continued to gasp and yell in agony as the Terrans surrounded it, knives coming out to prepare the death blows. "Cut this thing open. We'll need the fur. Make a bigger fire, boys. It's been 36 hours, and right now, we all want to eat." End of story. Story number 2. It Never Gets Old, written by Old Phil. This human specimen was quite interesting. The high scientists thought as their ship exited the atmosphere of the planet the locals called Earth. It was clearly dying, which was odd. No race in the galaxy has ever had anything or anyone die. This one appeared to be dying simply from getting old. But that's impossible, the high scientists thought. It never gets old, as the saying goes. Testing this dying creature his crew had kidnapped from the Earth world, it was clear the being's cells were forgetting how to regenerate, like a star running out of fuel. An unthinkable and amazing discovery that beings actually die. The high scientist decided to try and infuse a small reprogramming nanovirus to the DNA, so the cells would always replicate and replace any damaged ones. The creature immediately showed signs of improvement. The attempt was regrettably completely successful. He awoke in a strange room, feeling better than he'd felt in 40 years. It only took a moment for him to realize he wasn't alone. He was surrounded by strange alien creatures. Without hesitation, he reached out to the first one with a deadly punch. The double wet spat sounds echoed in the chamber as his fist hit the creature, and the creature hit the wall and stood down, dead. The other creatures all tried talking at once, but he couldn't understand them. He only knew that he had been taken by aliens, and it was time for payback. He jumped off the table, a roundhouse kick taking off one of the creature's heads, and jumping a sidekick, sending another through the wall, basically red mist. The last creature left dived for the button and hit it just before it was crushed by a devastating axe kick that left the massive dent in the floor and a rather large wet spot. The button beeped a few times ominously before a massive robotic arm blasted through the wall. Even bigger than our unknown protagonist, 4 of the robot's 10 arms grabbed his 4 limbs and held them in place, straining against the mighty man struggling against it. The robot leaned in and asked,
"What is your designation, human earthling, so that I may record whom I killed?"
The human glared into the robot's face and squinted. Another fist shot out suddenly behind the man's beard and punched the robot in the face, making it let go of him. The beard fist grabbed the robot by the neck before snapping the head off. The human said, "I am Chuck Norris."
I heard that he then kicked the robot so hard that all the robot could do was grab his foot and drag Chuck Norris out of the spaceship, with him crashing through the walls, eventually crashing back to Earth. And Chuck Norris stepped out of the wreckage wearing a new cowboy hat that he'd made from the robot's head. The camp counselor glared at the young Mitox and said, "Am I telling the story, or are you?" Mitox looked sheepishly at the camp counselor. Him and the other boys are out there, staying out in the spooky woods of their forest planet tonight, camping. It's scary there, but their parents insisted that scare camp was a fun time. The scary ghost stories are the best in the universe. The camp counselor glared around the campfire at the young boys at trucks and asked, "Anyone else want to chime in with some Chuck Norris facts?" One small boy raised his hand. The camp counselor said, "By all means, let's hear what you know." I heard that Chuck Norris once stopped a volcano erupting by kissing it on the cheek,"
the little boy said quietly. "Ha!" Another boy said, "I heard he once punched a Zolfron destroyer ship, and it instantly fused into a micro-black hole and evaporated within a planked second."
"Oh yeah? Well, I heard that he once saved an Earth from the Quatan invasion fleet by punching space-time so hard and fast that he created a wormhole that sucked the whole fleet in and dropped them into the galactic supermassive black hole,"
another boy said, grinning.
And I heard that Chuck Norris could eat just one Lay's potato chip."
All the boys in the camp counselor stared slack-jawed at the youngest boy, who just said that. Then they all laughed and laughed. "Oh, Yuxty, that was funny," the camp counselor said between fits of laughter. "Everyone knows that's impossible." After a few minutes, the laughter died down, and in the ensuing silence, a sound was heard. The sound of a single potato chip being eaten in the distance, echoing off the mountains like a sound of 1,000,000 drum sets being stepped on by a giant. The boys all snapped their multitude of differently shaped eyes towards the camp counselor, who looked around in sheer terror and said, That's enough Chuck Norris stories. Maybe we should all get some sleep now." After the boys left, the camp counselor tendered his resignation and retired. No one has heard from him since. It never gets old. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1334.
Story number 1. Bartender, written by Weirdo5255.
"Well, little Henan, human is pronounced human," said the woman as she sipped at a drink. The two Yahan looked at her for a moment, not sure what to make of her interruption.
"What do you think?" asked the larger of the Yahan as he raised and dropped his sword onto the bar, attempting to replicate his supposedly dramatic entrance. The woman looked down at the sword and then at the large warrior creature. Impressive. She took another sip of her drink and turned back to stare into its depths. The two fanged and clawed warriors once again looked at each other in confusion.
"Are you not female?" asked the one holding the sword. I am. Now, will you leave me alone? She asked the woman. You should be in awe, human female. I fought in the duels and took the sword of the Alpha. Now I am the leader of the Yin in the city. The woman nodded. Good for you. Now, will you let me drink in peace? She asked. You! The large warrior slammed the sword into the bar again, cracking the old wood. The woman lifted a glass off of it and lazily looked down at the damage. You should quiver in fear. I am the Alpha, shouted the Yin. The woman sighed and glanced over at the bartender, an older member of its species, one who had lived in the city his entire life. Were you this stupid when you were a kid? She asked. The bartender let out a low, amused warble, his feathers and claws smoothed out. I'd like to say no, but humans are an odd lot. I'll look the other way if you want to teach them something. The woman chuckled. The young Alpha looked between the human and the older member of his species. Old man, why do you patronize this weakling? I command you to tell her why she should be in awe. The old bartender laughed, his warble coming almost a high-pitched squeal. Alpha, you may hold the sword, but a fool is what you are. I will not follow this frivolous order. The young Alpha raised the sword and pointed it at the older and wiser member of his species. Put down the sword, muttered the woman. The Alpha glanced back at her and bared its fangs. She sighed. All right, I warned you. Raising the glass to her lips, she finished most of the drink until only a few dregs of the dark liquid remained. Taking the glass from her lips, she swirled it for a moment, as if deciding to order another drink. In a flash of motion, she threw the glass, hitting the young Alpha in the face. It shattered, spraying alcohol and glass over him. The young creature let out a squawk of astonishment and brought his sword around to slash at the woman. But she was already gone. Swinging around, the Alpha looked for her, only to see the wooden bars of a chair a moment before they hit him. Stunned, the young Alpha collapsed onto the bar and tried to get his footing back. He was a seasoned and trained warrior. This paltry creature should not have been a threat. Here you are, shouted the woman, and she slammed a fist into his manhood. The young Alpha keened and let go of the sword. It fell to the floor with a clang. Everyone else in the bar who had gone silent at the exchange turned back to their drinks and conversation. In less than 5 seconds, it was over. Leaning over, the woman picked up the sword, grunting under its weight. Hefting it, she set it on the counter. This is worth another drink. He spoiled my mood, she said. The old Yunan nodded. Indeed. Taking her drink, the human female strode to another section of the bar, ignoring the Alpha completely. Getting to his feet, the alien groaned and slowly stood back up. What was that? Asked the young Alpha as he retrieved his sword. The older member of his species smiled. Humans have a phrase. It's called fighting dirty. She did not even take my sword, he said. Humans do not care about an honorable fight, more the propriety of the encounter. To a human, all that matters is that in the end, they are standing, and their opponent is not. The young Elf's feathers wilted at that. That is terrifying. Thankfully, they don't like to fight. The humans win every fight they get into, so the challenge for them is to resolve everything through words. At least then, it is a competition. Think on that, young Alpha. The Alpha glanced over at the human, and then his eyes widened as he noticed how many other humans were at the bar. Why are so many in here? He asked. The bartender smiled. I serve drinks they like. I've usually got around 10 or 12 of them in here at any time. Now, young Alpha, as tradition would dictate, you came here to demand tribute, yes? Asked the bartender. The Alpha paled and looked around the room again. No, I don't think I will. You sure? Asked the old bartender. The Alpha glanced back at him and then at the humans. I'm sure. End of story. Story number 2. Great Bitter Lake, written by LG Father Anthracite. Have you ever been to a human colony world? I highly recommend you go. It's, different.
You see, when most species decide to populate a planet, they gather resources and materials. They interview interested applicants, they create a plan, do a site survey, transport materials, build infrastructure, develop a town with prefabricated homes, and shuttle in new inhabitants, along with a garrison of soldiers, just in case. Agriculture starts after a few annums of soil development, and after 5 to 10 annums, the place is basically self-sufficient. Hell, the Weckley use anti-grav to scoop up giant lumps of dirt and rock art and just drop a prefab city into place. It's ridiculous, but they have a 3-day startup, where every new resident gets assigned a job and dwelling, and then the whole thing just winds up and keeps ticking. But humans, they can't be bothered with any of that. After they decide to populate whatever brood-forsaken rock they want, a general announcement is made. Coordinates, registration fee, and environmental conditions. That's it. No site survey, no plan, no material loadout. Just thousands of humans burning across the black to get to a new spot. Oh, they do get parcels of land assigned to them, so there's no fighting. At least on Gardenworlds. But these are humans we're talking about. You know what they say, if a human can secure an atmosphere, it secures a home. I've seen those squishy little bastards living in subterranean complexes, on large asteroids, under plasteel domes, on airless worlds. Hell, I've actually been to one of their floating cities in the gas giants of Quinn's star. It's always the same with them. A new rock opens up, and they come in on full burn, grab the land, and start building. Local resources, handmade habs, made out of biomatter or rocks. Hell, they even figure out how to build out of the dirt and grass. 100 clicks from their nearest neighbors. No doctors, no supply depot, no help. They just ride out into the black, find a spot to land, and start making the place theirs. No real organization, no support, no backup. Just bone and muscle versus a whole planet. And the little Griggs do it too. Tame whole worlds, one patch at a time, one human at a time. You would think that this kind of person who did that just left everything to go live in the dirt, they'd be a little, antisocial. And, true enough, some of them are. But most of them would invite you in and feed you dinner and give you a place to sleep. It's not uncommon for people from wide areas to get together once a month or so, check in with each other, trade goods, have a meal. If you're lucky, someone's got some sort of still running, and almost all of them sing, play music, or dance. Those are fun nights. If you ever get a chance to go to a human colony world, do it. If you get the chance to go to a meetup on a human colony world, don't miss it for the world. They always have a name for them too, like the Grays Mountain Homesteads or the Grebo Plains Family Collective. Apparently, it's tradition from Earth. If you ever need to kill a millicycle, look up the Great Bitter Lake Association. Humans will build a society anywhere. Everyone knows that humans get attached, pack bonding, or whatever. But you deliver supplies to a colony world, spend a few weeks helping out the locals, you'll never have to worry about clearance to land on that world ever again. I have been running tools and equipment to DBIV 5 for about 500 of their anims, and they greet me by name every visit, even if I've never met them before. Because humans don't just colonize planets. They don't just transport a section of their society to a new place, like a botanist grafting a branch to a tree. Humans dig into the soil with their blunt little claws, and they seed worlds with human tenacity, human willpower, human desire, humankind. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1355.
Story number 1. You Fight How? Written by Armored Cadian. Humans, when they finally discovered FTL and met the rest of the galaxy, were incredibly confused by how the rest of the galaxy fought. Apparently, every other race discovered, besides humans, was so adapted to using natural weapons that other forms of combat never occurred to them. Their idea of ship combat was usually some combination of stalking your target, trying to be undetected, and boarding actions for quick strikes to vital regions of the target ship. They understood the concept of explosions from something malfunctioning, but due to natural weapons being so much more efficient, it never occurred to them to contain explosions to throw projectiles. Then came the humans, and boy, oh boy, were the first ships to try and prey on human ships ever surprised, because it turns out that the sensors calibrated to try and detect incoming projectiles are more than capable of making a mockery of the rest of the galaxy's stealth capabilities. As a result, the would-be pirates were spotted almost immediately, and then shot. This unknown phenomenon of being damaged from a distance spooked the pirates badly enough that they fled right away. Eventually, these stories got around after this happened to enough ships. The galactic community asked the humans about the phenomenon. Below is the exact transcript recorded from the Senate. Human Ambassador David Smith addressing Senator Zor Flug. D. Smith: So, what exactly are you asking about our ships? Zor Flug:
How do they inflict damage on other vessels without boarding?
We just, shoot enemy vessels?
Please explain this shoot concept to us. Our translators seem to be having issues with the term.
We point a cannon at the target and fire a projectile at it. I don't understand why this is a discussion. Everyone knows what a gun is. What's the big deal?
Could you please elaborate on what a cannon or a gun are?
Are you fucking with me right now? How could your species possibly make it to space without knowing how to use a standard weapon?
No, we are most certainly not trying to mate with you. What do you mean by a weapon? Is this ability to attack at range one of your natural Terran fighting styles?
In a manner of speaking, yes. Humans have long history of throwing rocks at things that we want dead.
You throw rocks to fight? That sounds incredibly inefficient compared to just smashing your opponent with your fists or disemboweling them with your claws.
Well, just a rock thrown at normal human strength isn't that effective, but that's why we invented technology that lets us throw them with increasing speed, power, and distance. Guns are just using a contained explosion to throw a metal projectile a great distance at a target. No different from how a spaceship moves, really.
This technology means that natural strength doesn't matter, but how do you determine the strongest then?
Well, there's a saying that God made man, and that Samuel Colt made them equal. That's a famous gun manufacturer from our history, by the way.
I see, I think we have discovered quite a lot. I need some time to digest these discoveries.
Oh, no kidding. Transcript ends. Shortly after the Senate meeting, the concept of guns eventually spread throughout the galaxy, but humans remained the undisputed master in their use. No races dared to pick a fight with humans after that. End of story. Story number 2. Old Humans, written by Teller of Tall Tales. I sat in Clyde, the human's living room, as he prepared some kind of food in the kitchen. He hummed a soft tune as the clink and clack of utensils and pots filled the room. I shifted my weight on the couch, a device for resting not meant for my physiology. According to Clyde, I wasn't dissimilar in appearance to the human world's albatross, if it had weird scraggly arms instead of wings. Clyde shuffled from the kitchen in his bathrobe, graying hair cut neatly near the top of his head. The skin around his face wrinkled from many of what he called a good laugh or cry, though I had no idea of the meaning of those words. Clyde set a plate of thinly sliced fish on some sort of grain in front of me before sitting down with a plate of brown, red and yellow in blobs and odd shapes. Before I ate the sashimi Clyde had prepared, I curiously asked, "Human Clyde,
What is on your plate? He paused with a cube of red halfway to his open mouth, quickly closing it, as though not to show his teeth too long. Gesturing with a multi-pronged utensil to each item, he stated, "Eggs, potatoes, toast, and steak." He picked up the red cube of steak and stuck it in his mouth, chewing slowly and thoughtfully with his eyes closed. I paid him no more attention as I picked up the piece of sashimi and set it on my beak, closing it and mimicking Clyde's actions as opposed to my usual glut. My eye membranes flicked back the moment I closed them as flavors I'd never encountered danced across my tongue. I couldn't stop myself as I masticated the sashimi and grabbed another piece, repeating the process until my plate was empty. I felt satisfied. Even after such a small meal, I felt that I could eat no more. Clyde mopped up his plate with a piece of toast before stuffing it in his mouth and setting his plate on the table. "I appreciate the visit, Meek. You know us old guys don't get company other than each other," Clyde stated amicably, stretching his long arms and wrinkled hands upwards as his joints creaked softly. I borrowed a human expression, nodding as I choked my reply. "Well, there's not many humans in the settlement, and I will admit I find how varied your cultures are from human to human an interesting prospect." Clyde nodded softly and stroked the floppy green hat on its stand atop his small side table with a soft smile, gazing into nothing. "Us military men are like that. Proud of where we came from. We take it everywhere with us as a reminder of home." He trailed off and looked down, wiping his eyes before saying, My apologies. I get reminiscent of home." I nodded softly. I could tell that the human was struggling with some great weight upon his shoulders. I felt an odd thing in my chest and approached the human, placing my hand on his shoulder and patting softly. "You do not need to apologize. However, I need to go to the vendors and pick up the things for the day." I felt that twinge again as he nodded, and I left for the market. The street was oddly quiet this morning as I took up my basket and began my walk to the market. I found myself humming the tune Clyde had pinned as I turned the corner through the main road. I froze. Scalvians, hundreds of them, if not thousands, in their silent hovercraft, floating down the main road and breaking off in perfect unison to invade the streets. How? The defensive barrier!"
I mumbled to myself. Then one of the Scavian-ists in the foremost craft turned, looking straight at me as its ugly diamond-shaped head and 4 heat-sensing eyes. I stumbled backwards and ran, dropping my basket, my scared mind lamenting its loss as I clumsily ran away from the Sculvian hovercraft. But I could hear it, the whistle of the vehicle picking up speed. They were going to kill me. Sculvians never let potential threats survive. I tried for Clyde's door just as the hovercraft rammed into me. I felt my ribs break as I was slung to the side. The plasticrete pavement, smooth and cold against my face. I coughed and purple leaked from my beak. Blood. I was kicked over on my back and a Sculvian pointed its kinetic blaster at my face, my eyes staring down the deadly little hole at the end. The PA system squealed and the Sculvians looked up. That melody that Clyde had been humming began an instrumental, and soon a human voice started to sing. "Fighting soldiers from the sky, fearless men who jump and die, men who mean just what they say, the brave men of the Green Beret." A deafening thunderclap echoed down the street, a chunk disappearing from the Sculvian's head in a spray of opaque goop. The Sculvians turned towards the gunshot as another rang out. Another Sculvian falling to the ground and revealing my savior. Clyde, armor slung over his bathrobe, floppy green hat perched atop his head, wooden-stocked, magazine-fed rifle tucked right into his shoulder as he swung the barrel onto the third Skalvian, pulling the trigger and removing a chunk from their head, dropping them to the ground. The fourth Skalvian shared his fellow's fate as he hit the plastercrete. Clyde turned as more hovercraft began to come down the street. He raised a hand with all fingers extended above his head and dropped it, pointing at the hovercraft approaching rapidly along the almost deserted street. To say the scream of the rocket launcher was loud would be an injustice, as the Hellion anti-convoy missile flew over Clyde's head, impacting the middle of the column and detonating. The wash of heat and pressure overwhelmed me, and I lost consciousness. My hand shook violently for a moment as I set the pen down and reclined in the human hospital bed. I'd been writing down the events of the last week as best as I could remember them for a while now. There was something odd that day that it all started. The invasion was not repelled by a formal army. Rather, Clyde and many of the human veterans fought tooth and nail for our little colony, while many of us non-humans had been ill-prepared, believing the defensive barrier to be invulnerable. The human veterans stockpiled weapons, ammunition, ordnance, and medical supplies, and all of it was manned by men in their late 70s. I closed my eyes and laughed softly, the feeling relieving some of the weight I didn't know I felt. Crazy old humans. I owe them my life. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1356.
Story number 1. Stop Sending Us Gardenworlds, written by Skullbomb Raging. Today was another meeting of the Council to discuss the recent achievements of humanity. A detachment of Humanity Unified Space Force had successfully taken down a strategic target considered to be completely impenetrable. There was a jovial conversation over the table. Just about everybody seemed to be having a good time, except for the representative of humanity, Councillor Heinrich. He was in a bit of a sour mood. It was in that moment that Senior Councillor Razak spoke. We here had a great many suggestions for awards of this commendation, but I think I have discovered the best option. We will give one of our prized core world seeds, Centauri 1. What say you, Councillor Heinrich? Councillor Heinrich ran his hand through his hair. I'm sorry to ask, Senior Councillor, but, is there something else that we can have instead? The Councillor was stunned. Councillor Heinrich just refused a core world seed. A paradise so perfect it was practically guaranteed to become a core world. But this was no issue for Senior Councillor Razak. He was well versed in interspecies diplomacy. He took a look at the data that he had on Centauri 1 for a moment to rectify his mistake. I'm sorry, Councillor. Centauri 1 is quite far away from the rest of human space. It would be hard to trade with or provide aid in a crisis. That was insensitive of me. Razak searched through some other suggested planets and picked a different one. How about Astra 4? It's a level 3 Gardenworld, so not quite as good, but it is much closer and easier to defend. Senior Councillor Razak admitted the part about Centauri 1 being surrounded by core world systems, making it extremely well defended. For the sake of diplomacy, he knew that humans could be particular and tried his best not to take offense. Councillor Heinrich took a deep breath. My deepest apologies, Senior Councillor, but I cannot accept that one either. Senior Councillor Razak was stumped. He double-checked and then triple-checked the data on the world. Even with all of the standard humans have, there shouldn't be any sort of issue. Senior Councillor Razak swallowed his pride. "Forgive me for asking, Councillor Heinrich, but what is wrong with it?" Councillor Heinrich chose his words carefully. It's not suitable for, human interests." Senior Councillor Razak suddenly realized something. It was likely a cultural issue. Species are known to make strange decisions when some archaic aspect of their culture becomes involved, humans included. Senior Councillor Razak held up his hand. "Say no more, Councillor Heinrich. I believe I understand. Sometimes things just get lost in translation. Here." Senior Councillor opened up the holoscreen next to the human representative. "I will give you the liberty of choosing your own reward, as it seems I lack the cultural knowledge to assign one." This was a little humiliating for the Senior Councillor, as he prided himself at being extremely adept at being able to bridge such concerns. Councillor Heinrich smiled apologetically, and then began to scroll through the list. Slowly, though, that smile faded into a frustrated frown. Eventually, the human reached the end of the list. Damn it! But the third iteration, the human pounded his fist against the table as hard as he could. This strike sent a crack all the way down the poor, innocent furniture and startled all of the other councillors to their feet. After a moment, Councillor Heinrich also stood, but his was slower and more methodical. He then bent into a bow. "I apologize, I'll pay for the table." Senior Councillor Razak nodded, steadied his hands, replaced his chair, and then sat in it. One by one, the other councillors followed suit, until everyone was seated again. The Senior Councillor was the first to speak, and asked the question on everyone's mind. "I am sorry, Councillor, but I don't understand. What did we do to upset you?" Councillor Heinrich sighed. It's not even your fault. It's not like you knew any better." He sat up from his haunched position. "I hate to be so blunt, Senior Councillor, but stop sending us Gardenworlds." The Senior Councillor was speechless for a good few moments before he could regain his composure. "Stop sending you the best worlds we have to offer? What about those other garden worlds that we gave you for previous commendations?" Councillor Heinrich rubbed his temples. I was trying to be polite and subtly steer you towards solar systems with a planet that we could use." "You can't use them?" Senior Councillor asked, dumbstruck. Councillor Heinrich stood and created a large holoscreen with his PDA, as he happened to be a conscientious objector to implant technology. The screen depicted a slideshow of property damage and harmed animals. "All of these images were taken from the garden worlds that we've colonized at your behest." "That is horrible! What happened?" "The truth of the matter is that humans can't stand garden worlds. The sheer peace of it causes us to become paranoid and eventually go insane. When absolutely nothing changes, humans eventually start to make up their own enemies, no matter how illogical." The human pressed a few buttons and created a holoscreen for each councillor. "Please give this report a quick look-through." The room was quiet for a good 30 seconds before the Senior Councillor had read through the highlighted part. "I am sorry, Councillor. The perpetrator suspected that his air conditioning unit was espionage. What does that even mean?" "I'd like to know that myself, Senior Councillor. This sort of thing happens, and every single time we send a group of humans to stay on a garden world for a term longer than 3 months, sometimes sooner." Senior Councillor Razak sat back in his chair and took his turn to sigh. "What do you suggest, then, Councillor?" "Give us Deathworld's instead. Excuse me, what?" Councillor Heinrich sat into his chair again. "I'm dead serious. Our instincts are hardwired for it, and If they're not tripped every once in a while, our instincts slowly start to think they're defective and lower the threshold until everything trips them off. Our constituent species will consider that an utter disgrace. There'll be an outcry that we're giving only the worst worlds to the humans despite their contributions. May I offer a suggestion, then? A number of hours after the council meeting, there was a press conference to release to the public what decision the council had made. It is with great honor that on behalf of the Grand Alliance Council that I bestow 15 Explorer-class frigates and free reign to claim any and all planets in the 7th Arm Outer Reaches to humanity. May they continue to be exemplary in this new age of exploration. Visop muted the screen so that he could talk over it.
You hear that, Frank? They're putting all the onus on finding new planets on humanity. What selfless...
A gasp broke, and the human bartender looked up at the screen. 15, that many. Frank walked out from behind the bar and towards the door.
Wait, what about my drink?
Visop called behind him. I quit. The only reason I work here is because I barely flunked out Space Patrol exams. He saluted jokingly. See you in the stars, Visop. End of story. Story number 2. Standardized templates written by Whiskey Lullaby. Commander Joseph Zhao stared at the view screen with a slight grin. Ship readiness and conversion percentages rapidly increasing as the Terran Union prepped for war. Lugo, an attaché from the Galactic Council, waddled his duck-like form over to Zhao.
Skies and lakes, how can your military grow so rapidly?
He exclaimed, the translator catching up to the burbling musical language of Lugo's species only after a few moments. Zhao just grinned wider. Watch and see, he said, tapping a few buttons. Instantly, the view screen shifted from the numerical data to cameras on the outside of the station. Hundreds, if not thousands, of human vessels of every size crowded at the docks. Crews of men and machines raced about, removing whole sections of crafts with a disturbing ease, before replacing friendly, sleek civilian components with bulky, armored, sinister military ones. Cargo ships turned into heavily armed carriers in mere minutes. Starliners went from luxurious cruise ships to cruisers and even dreadnoughts. Tiny racing craft were fitted with larger reactors and weapons galore, becoming interceptors, bombers, and gunships.
What?
Lugo sputtered, feathers ruffling and his 4 eyes widened. You mean to say? He trailed off as Zhao fixed him with an almost predatory stare. Yes, every human ship follows standardized modular templates. Don't need much of a fleet in peacetime, so it keeps costs down. But in war, well, there's a lot of ships out there, a lot of humans just a bit tired of taking flak from some arrogant alien. A lot of people who still remember the First Contact War and how much we lost. Now, you and your council have a choice to make. Join forces with us or, stand against us. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1357.
Story number 1. Planetary Warfare, written by Storm's Wrath. Planetary Warfare. It was mostly an outdated concept before the Terrans came. Why deploy infantry on a planet when you could simply park your fleet in its orbit and bombard your enemy's cities? When the Myrians declared war on the Terrans, everyone thought that they were finished. All the Terrans had going for them was advanced shielding technology. Their guns couldn't pierce the Myrian shields or armor. Their missiles were slow and easily avoided. Only high-caliber Terran weapons could pierce Myrian battlesuits. The Myrians knew this, of course. They also knew that any and all shields required power. So, when the Myrian fleet entered the Sol system, they began eliminating power sources, fusion reactors, antimatter reactors, even fission and solar power generators. But it wasn't enough. The third planet in the Sol system, Earth, was the Terran homeworld, and they didn't use fusion power, more antimatter power for their shields there. They were there, of course, for redundancy, but mostly powered Terran cities. No, the Terrans used something called geothermal power for their shields. All they had to do was to place a few million heavily shielded power generators inside the mantle under the ocean and just cycle the heated ocean water through some fans for power. Then send the extreme amount of generated power to incredibly powerful shield generators, and suddenly, Earth became a fortress. This was possible because of the type of world that the Terrans inhabited. The surface of the planet wasn't uniform and was divided into several different pieces. These pieces moved around and against each other, generating pressure released in events called earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. The core of the planet generated huge amounts of heat and pressure. This geothermal power continually sustained heavy orbital shielding over almost all of Terran homeworld. Even the oceans, vast swaths of water, were completely covered as some of these plate boundaries ran through them. There was a single hole in the shield, however. Well, it wasn't a hole, really. It was still able to prevent orbital strikes and planet crackers from reaching the surface, but it was thin enough to get some drop pods through. The Mirians didn't stop to think about whether it was intentional. Of course, the Terrans didn't just sit idle when the Mirian fleet sat in orbit. Sometimes the planetary shield would flare, releasing powerful electromagnetic pulses that scrambled targeting systems. A few Terran ships were always whittling away at the Mirian fleet, though they did little damage. The Mirian commander gave the order to retreat, not because they were beaten, but because they did not have the technology to win. 30 years later, the Mirians came back with a larger fleet, carrying millions of soldiers and hundreds of thousands of drop pods. They blockaded the system and destroyed the orbital defense platforms orbiting the moons and planets. They couldn't get at the space elevators, which were covered under the planetary shields. During the 30 years, the Terrans had built larger and thicker shields all over the rocky planet and moons in their system. The Earth shield alone was nearly 5 times as strong as it had been when the Mirians had left the Sol system. The Terrans broadcasted a message with enough power to be detected across nearly a tenth of the galaxy. Surrender! The Mirians began deploying their drop pods over the observed hole in the Terran shielding. They landed in the northern part of one of the continents, a region named Canada. And while they braved the thick snow and the frigid cold, their fleet in orbit was attacked. It wasn't hit by the Terrans, really. But when you make the best shielding technology in the galaxy, that gets you allies very quickly. So the Terrans' aligned factions pinned the Mirians against the planetary shields of Earth. It wasn't an extremely savage battle, as the Mirians just moved their fleet away from the Allied fleets. The Allied fleets let them do so. The shield curved downwards towards the planet as the Mirians got closer, under the fire of Terran allies and pinned between a rock and a hard place. They chose the rock. They landed their light fighters in the Terran atmosphere, unable to properly target cities due to the electromagnetic interference. The battlecruisers and dreadnoughts of the Miriams remained in high orbit. Nothing could touch them under the cover of their combined shielding. Or so they thought. As it turns out, extremely efficient geothermal power could be weaponized. The Terrans knew how to increase volcanic pressures with a few underground fusion bombs. Other planets had volcanoes as well. It was common on planets and moons exposed to heavy tidal gravity. But the Miriams did not have any proper models for a super volcano. The Terrans did. The Miriams detected a massive explosion on the surface of the planet, an impossibly large volcanic caldera, thought dormant by the Miriams in their initial scan of Earth's surface, had erupted. The shockwave circled the planet dozens of times, but the Miriams had a larger problem. The power of the eruption had destroyed most of their infantry forces and nearly all of their cruiser escorts. The ash made the power draw of their shields increase by nearly 20 times. The Miriams surrendered from the helm of their finest dreadnought, now barely able to keep the lights on. The Terrans accepted their surrender promptly. 10 days later, they sent another message to a wider galaxy. We don't just fight on our planets, we fight using our planets. End of story. Story number 2. Making an Omelet, written by T. Speyer. I was sent as a part of the evaluate delegation to Earth. One of our stealthier agents had picked up a warning that humans had some rather frightening ideas, chief amongst them being, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. The meaning of this saying was not entirely clear, so we investigated. As the member of the team with the most human-like biochemistry, I was assigned to investigate actual omelets. I objected that this was a waste of my time, but we were told to be thorough. I've submitted my report on omelets under a separate cover. No one should bother to read it. In the process of observing, though, I noticed 2 things that are of interest. The first was the cook's spatula, which was flexible enough to follow the curvature of the plan. Now, spatulas are pretty common amongst industrialized omnivorous species, and flexible spatulas are hardly unknown. But they usually are made out of an organic polymers that don't take heat well, and the pan was directly over an open methane flame.
Aren't you worried about heat will damage our spatula? I asked.
Nope, he said. The spatula is silicon. It's designed for this.
Silicon?
Yes, I'm not sure exactly how it works, but it's a silicate polymer with really good heat resistance, great for cooking implements.
Silicate polymer?
Now, I learned in school that silicates form crystals, and occasionally amorphous solids that are as rigid as crystals. Silicates don't form flexible structures. That's why the galaxy is full of carbon-based life, and not silicon-based. Silicon would be too rigid. You probably know that too. Apparently, nobody told the humans, despite the fact that their planet is 70% silicate crystals with no naturally occurring silicate polymers. So, they wanted a silicate polymer, and they went out and made one. This got me looking a little more closely at the rest of his tools. I noticed that the half-made omelet wasn't sticking to the pan at all, despite having some pretty sticky things in it. I asked about this, and he said the pan was coated in Teflon, an extremely non-sticky material.
Why does it stick to the pan, then? I asked.
He laughed. Apparently, it was a running joke of some sort amongst the humans. Then he explained. It's a pretty involved process, actually. I'm a little vague on the details, but, there's some sort of high-temperature ion bombardment to strip the fluorines from the pan side of the molecules.
Fluorines? I repeated. That was the last thing I had expected to hear in the context of cooking. I was too shocked to be shocked.
Yeah, he said, as if there was nothing shocking about it. That's what makes it so non-sticky. The outer layer is all fluorine bonded to a carbon backbone. Stickiness is mostly about covalent bonds, but no oxidizer in food can pry the carbon away from those fluorines.
But, fluorine? How many scientists died putting this together?
Teflon itself, I don't think any. The, early history of fluorine chemistry had a lot of casualties.
So that's humanity. Forget breaking eggs. Apparently, the saying should be that you can't make an omelet without completely rewriting the structure of matter and performing high-energy transformations on the single deadliest corrosive gas in the universe, with a lot of casualties. So, I do endorse opening trade relations. There's a lot to be gained, but we also need to employ extreme caution in dealing with them because they won't be employing any caution at all.
End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1358.
The Ancients, written by Imitated Self. Lorgrim looked out at the viewing portal from the main observation deck. The variety in designs and purpose of the assembled ships was still something he almost couldn't believe. It was only 200 years ago that the Apollonians had discovered the secret to faster-than-light travel and communication, a breakthrough that had seen the very laws of nature bent to their will. Within a short amount of time, the universe had gone from a lonely and cold place to one filled with adventure and discovery. Of course, it was one thing to find out that there were other intelligent species out there. That had kind of always been suspected. Even many centuries ago, scientists and philosophers postulated about whether other life could be, the strange forms it could take. Writers and artists foresaw wars greater than any other, and alliances stronger still. However, no one was prepared for what lay beyond their own system. Admiral Creel stepped up. "It is quite something to see such a sight. Even after all this time, it still feels a bit too, storybook, don't you think?" Lorgrim smiled and shook his head knowingly. The Admiral was a Mulcahy, one of the first races that had connected with. Their homeworld consisted almost entirely of their great rainforests and warm oceans, life thriving and adapting. The Mulcahy themselves had evolved a strong resistance to the toxins and poisons of the predators in the jungle, and had tremendous lung capacity, which in their history allowed their race to dive deep into the oceans for the clams and oysters which provided much of the sustenance. Now, they were known more for their mastery of the sciences and biology, their homeworld providing a vast array of unique organic compounds that were useful for a wide variety of ailments and effects. I don't think it'll ever cease to amaze me, and certainly when it does, I will know it is time to retire," Lorgrim said honestly. He looked up at the slim and taller Mulcahy, for Apollonians grew up under an immense gravity of their planet. So, although almost a full 2 feet shorter than the Admiral, Lorgrim would have bet he outweighed his counterpart at least 3 to 1. It took quite a while to get used to the lower gravity on the communal decks of the space station, but Lorgrim was still a mass of muscle that could just as easily lift massive supply crates as robotic assistants the Mulcahy used. Lorgrim looked at the bright flash, indicating a ship transmitting into the station's orbit. "It appears as though the Mandaleks have finally decided to show up. Do you know, it was said that the first Apollonians first made contact with them, they refused to believe that we had actually discovered faster-than-light travel. All those years in space, they were almost indignant that they hadn't discovered it first." "It is understandable. The Mandaleks have been in space far longer than any of us. It is said that most of them never even experienced real gravity." Lorgrim knew this to be true, even if he knew the story of first contact was perhaps somewhat apocryphal. The Mandaleks were said to have left their planet thousands of years ago. According to their legends, the ancients came to them and gifted them with the ability to escape their dying star, and granted them a new home amongst the stars. They were resourceful. Cargo holds full of ore and raw materials full of whatever they could find from asteroids and space debris. It was said that if you gave a Mandalek 2 days and a screwdriver, they would fix any problems on your ship, both the ones you did know about and the ones you didn't. Their bodies were adapted moving around ships and living in 0G. Long arms and delicate fingers allowed them fantastic dexterity, and their thin frames required only half the calories of most races, and a tenth of what Lorgrim consumed to keep his massive body in shape. In addition, they were able to enter an almost trance-like hibernation when resources were scarce. The soft hum of the automat door signaled another arrival to the viewing tank. "It is a momentous day, and yet here you two are, as quiet as a poldak and a leap-a-lily." Neither of the two had the faintest idea of what exactly that meant, but the Spinicians were known for their, flavorful language. "Why, yes, well, if we had as much fun as your crew, I can say that I don't think that we will ever get done. I am glad that you could take the time to join us in our more mundane downtime, Ambassador Creighton," Lorgrim commented without turning around. It was said most envoys of Spoonia rarely lasted a full year before succumbing to exhaustion. The planet was cold and harsh for much of the year, but although the dual suns of their system provided little warmth, it did allow for a 33-hour day, with the longest nights of the year lasting only 3 hours. As such, Spoonicians were a bit bulkier and covered almost fully in a thick coat of brown or white hair that provided insulation, and they had adapted to only a few hours of rest per day, which instead of extra work shifts, they devoted up to more entertaining activities. Lorgrim continued to look out the window. His eyes could make out the ships of 23 different races, different cultures, different people, and even now there was still much more of the galaxy to explore. And yet, despite all their differences, there had yet to be a full-scale conflict since the signing of the first accords between the Apollonians and the Ibaimai. Some scholars try to attribute this to the technological prowess and the might of the FTL drive, but most believed that it was something else. For despite their differences, there was a remarkable similarity amongst the races of the Accord, bipedal predatory species for the most part, and all evolved from remarkably similar DNA structures. Cretan took a place next to the pair and spoke, almost as if he could read Lorgrim's thoughts.
I wonder if this is what the ancients would have hoped for when they traveled the stars alone. Did they foresee this future when they passed through the galaxy, do you think?
Lorgrim wasn't sure. The ancients. It was almost 40 years, and if Lorgrim's memory of childhood history classes was correct, not until the Accords included 12 races that any connection was made. The scholars of the Shanghaian and the first discovered that each of the races had certain fairy tales, stories, or legends of a group of travelers now known as the Ancients. Even now, scholars spend their whole lives attempting to collate, collect, and understand these accounts. But the general theme of the most of the stories was that the Ancients visited the planets and civilizations, in many cases gifted technology and innovations to save the populations or help them grow. But what happened to these Ancients is always unknown. In some stories, it is said that they are travelers from a lost home. In others, they are explorers and wanderers. In historical times, they were seen as gods or deities by some. Now, in an age that Lorgrim hoped was more enlightened, they are seen as the first starfarers, the first ones to travel the galaxy, although the stories were the only signs of their passage. Despite vast resources spent exploring the galaxy, there were no colonies, no ships, not even abandoned wreckage or signs left behind. They came, brought knowledge and hope to the inhabitants of many worlds, and then left. Not a single intelligent race found was left untouched by their presence. Yet, for the breadth of their reach, it seemed that there was no trace left to be found.
I hope so, Ambassador. However, with the arrival of the Mendelek cruiser, I believe it is almost time for me to actually do some work. New planets to discover, new worlds to set foot upon. And so I shall take my leave. Be sure to have a drink waiting for me when I get back, Lorgrim said, bowing to take his leave. For he did enjoy the company of the ambassador, even if he could only tolerate it in short bursts. And he wasn't lying, for although it was said that the Mendelek had never been on time, it was also said that they always left early, truly travelers at heart. This would be Lorgrim's 51st expedition that was set to spend nearly a year traveling to some of the furthest reaches of the explored space, which, if he was honest with himself, that was precisely where he enjoyed being. Although he would enjoy quite a bit more once he was back into artificial gravity, which didn't make him feel like he could fly away with every step. Lorgrim couldn't say that he was surprised. The vast majority of systems that they journeyed to were absent of any noticeable life. Almost 90% of most expeditions were just routine scans for future scientists, administrators, and officials to look over. They would document current conditions, any life if it existed,
and the general state of any orbiting bodies, so that the Environmental Council would be able to determine whether or not any further visits would have any detrimental effects and what resources could be efficiently gathered. The particular system that they were surveying now was a white dwarf with several gas giants orbiting in outer reaches, and a single rocky planet. Initial scans had turned up little. There were some indications of microbial life on several moons. However, Logrum felt some unease as he read the most recent report from the drone scan of the sole rocky planet. The surface was devoid of life, for the cold core had long since stopped spinning and the star had stripped away any atmosphere. Logrum had seen 100 of the same world. However, something was off. To be honest, something had been off since they began the first scans of the system, containing 2 orbiting belts of asteroids and gas giants of the system had hundreds of moons. The composition reports were odd. Although there was a significant amount of rocky asteroids, there were barely trace amounts of iron, ice, and the rarer elements amongst the various bodies in the system. Even then, it was only in the deeper scans that showed the amounts. Then the innermost planet. That was where it clicked. "Lieutenant, prepare a team for a journey to the surface of the first planet as soon as possible." Logrum looked again at the data slate in front of him. Not a single solid body in the system was composed of more than 0.05% iron. Yet, on the first planet in the system, in only a single location, there was almost 240 tons of metal close to the surface of the planet. The shuttle slowly descended. They had picked the area closest to the strange readings to examine first, and although the Noblesse science officer wanted to do another scan since the first was obviously faulty, Logrum overrode her. The red sand of the planet was still as they landed near the only noticeable feature of the small rock outcropping. According to the shuttle, the drone's initial scans were correct. They were sitting on a significant deposit of metal, some of which was no more than a few meters below the surface. As the rest of the team began setting up gear and equipment, Logrum moved to the outcropping. Despite the current state of the atmosphere, it showed signs of erosion and age. As he circled around, he stopped. He stopped because he set into the rough rock face was a door. Not a door like erosion or a cave entrance, but a door. His scanner couldn't penetrate it, but it seemed to be some sort of diamond alloy. He called to the team almost breathlessly, and again they urged caution, but Logrum wasn't about to let something like that get in his way. Not in any of the hundreds of planets he had set foot on before had he seen something that was such an enigma. Initial scans appeared to indicate that the door itself was likely well over 4 billion years old. Yet, the door had opened easily. There did not appear to be any locks, defenses, or indications of any inhabitants. A long stairway brought them deeper into the planet's surface, and eventually through an airlock. An airlock! Certainly, there was something here, but where were the people? What race had built this monument to last for a millennia, only to abandon it? Surely, any race capable of such a feat of engineering would have had satellites, radio signals, or some sign of life. Yet, this was the only structure in the entire system that showed any signs of technology or intelligent design. He took off his helmet when his suit assured him that it was safe. A little too much nitrogen, not quite enough oxygen for his taste, but it was certainly breathable for almost all of his crew. Inside the structure was a network of hallways, rooms, and corridors that would certainly take months to fully explore. But markings on the wall seemed to indicate a large chamber located near the middle of the structure, and Logrum went straight to it. The large room seemed to be a grand hall of some sort. It reminded Logrum of a visit he once made to the Mahagum Museum, where they had displayed the skeletons of giant prehistoric avians that had previously roamed the planet. Except, instead of the fossilized remains of long-dead birds, this held great displays of ships. Logrum couldn't be sure of the scale, There must have been at least 1,000 displays surrounding the large dais in the middle of the room. The Autotrans had much harder time with the written words than spoken, and so it would still likely be hours, if not days, before they could decipher any of the text surrounding the exhibits. Looking at the models of ships as he passed, he noticed design features and engineering that seemed somewhat familiar. However, he did not see on any of them the trademark orbitals that would have indicated that the ships were able to achieve speeds beyond normal physics. He wondered to himself, where had they all gone? Or more likely, why they had never been built in the first place. Lorgrim walked up to the dais, his suit lights casting strange shadows around the room as he looked at some sort of display panel. Then suddenly, something activated. Lorgrim had not touched anything, so he assumed it must be key to his presence alone, and assumed a somewhat defensive posture as a hologram appeared on the dais and began speaking. Donec selecton elkilis ipsen quas palvana, nullum ingetso nec erat valapat isgastus. Lorgrim waited for his autotrance to begin playing the translated speech. The hologram was of two bipedal figures, their skin smooth and almost featureless. One had shorter hair protruding from the top of the head, the other had much longer hair. Although Lorgrim had never seen the race quite like this before, he couldn't say that the features were wholly unfamiliar. 5-fingered hands, front-facing eyes, oddly large ears. Lorgrim's autotrance kicked in. And so, as the sun begins to expand and engulf the unknown, we must move on. We have used up our resources on both foolish wars and great endeavors. The Earth is not what it once was, and we can do nothing but hope that as we venture out into the solar system, we will take with us the knowledge to be better than our ancestors were. And yet, we leave behind this monument, for it was in the earliest days of our race that we first set foot upon unknown. It is fitting that it shall also be the last planet in the system any of us shall ever call home. For generations we have mined, built, and sent ships out, those that you see around you, and although we have little hope to ever see each other again, we cannot abandon our noble endeavor to survive, and perhaps as the future generations make way through the black void and the distance becomes too great for contact, they will nevertheless find new worlds to settle upon and new lives to lead. For years, mankind has listened and waited for the call of other life and called in turn, and yet we were never answered. But we will not go quietly into the night. As the captains of the last ships to leave the system, we leave this last site, a final message should we not survive. As a repository of all that we were, lest we be forgotten to history. This hall, this building, has been created to last until the end of time, and shall be an enduring monument to all those sacrifices and hurdles that were overcome. It is now time that we follow in the paths of those that went out before us. The ESS Apollo, the ESS Marie Curie, the ESS Sputnik, the ESS Shanghai, the ESS Gandhi, the ESS Noble, the ESS Mandela, the ESS Obama. May we one day meet again. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1359.
We Are Sorry 3 Times, written by I'm Not Angry. Admiral Krath Draken stood up from his chair on the bridge of his flagship, looked around at his command staff that were all carrying out his orders, and sighed deeply. He took one more look at the display showing the size and makeup of the Varari fleet that was bearing down on them. His fleet was the last line of defense between the Varari and the homeworld of Ch'tar, and he knew that he was not going to be able to stop them. In just over 30 minutes, they would be in weapons range, and all the Krath could do was try and get as many non-combatants out of the line of fire as he could. With all that in mind, He turned to the human ambassador that had been standing by the door, waiting for his attention. "Mr. Adams, I do not know why you would come here at this time, but I will be commandeering your ship and loading it with as many of my people as it can accommodate for you to get out of this." He waved his claw vaguely at the tactical screen, showing the Varari fleet. "Situation." "Yes, Admiral. Happy to help with that. In exactly 15 minutes you can have full command of my ship and do with it as you please, but, until then, can we talk? I was sent with some formal business that needs attending to." "I do not know what formal business you might have with a man about to go down with his ship. But if you can talk while we walk to the medical bay, then so be it," replied the Admiral as he stalked out of the bridge door. "Am I correct that you are the same Krath Traken that attended the welcoming ceremonies between Earth and Ch'tar all those years ago?" said the ambassador from just behind Krath as they walked down the corridor. "Why, yes, I was. I may have been the most junior member of the Ch'tar delegation, but I was there." "Ah, yes, good then. I believe you knew my grandfather, James Adams." That got Krath's attention. He slowed down his brisk walk and looked down at the ambassador. "Oh, you're Jimmy's grandson, are you?" 97 years ago, Earth, the Human Ch'tar Alliance ceremony. Lieutenant James Adams stood against the wall with the far back corner of the room. The diplomats giving the big speeches were so far away he couldn't tell one from another, just human or Ch'tar, and the general hum of the Ch'tar and the humans in the room masked even the audio. But that was fine. His only job today was to accompany his assigned Ch'tar and make sure nothing bad happened to him. "First time at one of these," James said up to the Ch'tar, who at 8 feet towered over James's 6. "Yes, came the reply. "They are not very common. Finding a new neighbor this close to our borders was a surprise. Any farther away and we would have just been simply trading partners. You're so close, though, that getting formal diplomatic relations now will save us from issues later. We hope. Yourself, have you been to similar ceremonies before?" "Oh, no," said James. "We have only had true interstellar flight for a handful of years now, and as far as I know, we have only directly met a few races other than the Ch'tar, and none of them seemed interested in more than being trading partners." "Yes, well, the alliance gets tricky. That is why most races will only get involved with direct neighbors. I can send you a copy of The Fall of Azula Imperium after this. It details the fall of the last great galactic multicultural empire. Mostly dry reading, but it happened only a few hundred years ago, so it still lays heavy in the interspecies politics. My grandparents fought in some of those battles." "That actually sounds quite interesting. After this, want to find a spot to sit and chat about it." James figured his babysitting job might be easier if the 8-foot-tall, skaty-skinned red behemoth wanted to sit down and chat. "Yes, I cannot hear or see anything here anyways. Did I read in my briefing that you also consume ethyl alcohol for recreation?" inquired Krath casually. James smiled, despite himself. "You know, I do believe the Officers' Club is inside our current security perimeter. They will have a fine selection for you to try. Maybe today wasn't going to be so bad after all. Does, your digital translator know the word karaoke?" Current day. The Aegis, flagship for Admiral Krath Traken, Ch'tar System Defense Force. As Krath led the way into the medbay, Ambassador Adams continued speaking. "Admiral, the first thing I need to tell you is thank you. An entire generations of humans has been born and grown old, knowing the Ch'tar as friends, living in a galaxy where that friendship has a shield over our whole race, protecting us from our more aggressive neighbors and keeping the space lanes free from trouble with your large and powerful fleets." The Admiral scoffed. "Ha! Not powerful enough. We had been at odds with the Varari for years, but had fallen into a nice stable standoff between equals. I don't know what changed in the last few months, but they are throwing 4 times more tonnage of ship into this war than we even thought they had. Our powerful fleets got swatted aside with almost no warning.
So why?
Asked Mr. Adams. Did you not ask us for help when things went sideways? Our alliance clearly states that we would come and help at any call. We owe you so much for all that you've done to us.
Claxton sounds. 25 minutes until contact. All non-essential personnel are to evacuate immediately.
Grath finished signing the medical discharge paperwork for all injured soldiers so that they could be evacuated as civilians. That might give them a chance at surviving another day. He turned towards the diplomat. After the first two engagements, those of us with access to the battle telemetry knew the outcome of the war. At this time, the Varari have had no reason to hate your people. If we had called you into this war and still lost, then we both would have fallen under the Varari thumb. As it is now, you have a chance. And in this universe, sometimes the best that we can offer is a chance. The same chance that I'm trying to give my people right now.
Well, Admiral, then the second thing I need to tell you is that we're not just fighting the Varari. All of those extra ships, we investigated that also. And while they may look Varari, the metal in them has some distinct radiation signatures. Those ships were produced at a shipyard in a binary star system. But the Varari don't have any shipyards in a binary star system.
Grath looked back over his shoulder towards the ambassador. They were at the armory where the Admiral was grabbing several sidearms to take back to the bridge with him. They had help. A third party supplied them as a proxy for this war.
Yes, sir.
We knew the Soras had a massive shipyard in Syria system, the binary star system. Out of curiosity, we sent a scout ship to investigate, and saw the hulls of several more Varari ships in production. And while the Varari may not have a quarrel with humanity, the Soras surely do, after the incident a few years ago.
Claxton sound. 20 minutes until contact. All non-essential personnel are to evacuate immediately.
They were walking back onto the bridge. The Admiral sat back down in his chair.
Be that as it may, Admiral, in the here and now, I need you to get your ship as far away from here as you can. Save as many people as possible for me.
Saving as many of your people as possible is the plan, Admiral. But before I go, I need to say, we are sorry 3 times. First, we are sorry that we have not grown to equals yet in your eyes. You've given us so much protection over the years. We are sorry that we have not done more to earn it. Second, we are sorry that we are thieves. On that first night on your planet, while you were singing your rendition of Take Me Home Country Roads, you left your datapad with my grandfather so he could transfer a book off from it while you sang. He also, transferred a cache from your military documents.
Claxton sound. 15 minutes until contact. All non-essential personnel are to evacuate immediately.
Lastly, we are sorry that we are so late. It took us some time to get everything ready. The whole ship rocked as the new gravity waves washed over it and the ship's systems started compensating. Red lights and sirens started blaring on the bridge.
Massive warp fields entering the system. Radiation signatures unknown. They are either really big or really fast, screamed the ensign over the alarms.
A little bit of both, said the ambassador.
Might I suggest you switch to a visual display of the Varari fleet?
What?
In the true hell's is going on, Mr. Adams? Roared Admiral Krath-Draken as he leapt up from his chair. They're coming in, danger close and pushing extreme radiation, the ensign called out. Don't worry, my ship is feeding them telemetry. They know where they're going.
With that, 4 massive oval ships of a design the Admiral had never seen before emerged from warp space between the 2 fleets. The new ships were carrying velocity directly towards the Varari. In front of each of the giant ship bows ran waves of orange radiation, burning through space hotter than a star, with all the built-up particle destruction they brought with them by driving engines while in warp space.
Are you insane? Screamed the Admiral. That's Anuak radiation. Did you sacrifice the crews of those ships just for a chance at disabling some of the Varari ships? One of the plans my grandfather stole from you was for a missile that would push radiation ahead of itself to multiply its damage effect. It was too small, and the radiation was too chaotic. After many years of work, we found that if we built a properly shaped ship, we could control the direction of that radiation. And with some extra shielding technology, it was mostly harmless to the occupants of that ship. It does still take a frightening long time to build up, and its effective range is quite small. For the last 15 minutes, my ship has been given targeting telemetry to them while they were coming in on the final approach. As he finished, they all watched as the radiation waves rolled over the Varari fleet. Smaller ships were torn to shreds. Larger ships had their shields stripped right off of them. The whole fleet now was sitting duck for the tour of Dreadnought-class ships to rake with some standard pulse, fusion, laser, and kinetic weaponry. Engines still firing, they pushed right through the enemy fleet, disabling or destroying everything they targeted. It was a massacre. As I got clear on the other side, warp signatures re-emerged, and a few seconds later, the 4 massive ships were gone again. They have a date with the Varari Home Defense Network. You should clean up here and join them. We're hoping that you specifically, Admiral, and the Ch'tar in general, can take all the credit for this incident. We would rather not let word of our involvement get out. End of story.
Tales from Earth Space 1360.
Story number 1. War Simulator AI, written by Sentient Dev. The discovery of the device was fortuitous. War Chief Markram saw it just once when the diplomat sent him on a visit to a human military base, a sign of goodwill. After their defeat in the Glarnock system, a military shame if there was ever one, a war fought in less than a cycle with minimum damage to the humans and half the fleet lost to the Morsians. Commander Quisp had the device in his hands and hid it hastily when War Chief Markram arrived. That small detail told War Chief Markram that it was something important that the human didn't want to share. After returning to his planet, War Chief Markram ran to the espionage, sabotage, and statistics tower on the capital to tell them about this new piece of information. Small, roughly the size of 2 human hands, touchscreen, war simulator, 2D grid battlefield, advanced AI for tactics training. War Chief Markram was reassigned to espionage, sabotage, and statistics. He then proceeded to start the biggest operation of search for a piece of technology the espionage, sabotage, and statistics department ever had. Multiple agents all through the galaxy searching for just one device. After one standard solar cycle, they had 0 results to show for it. The humans surely had been careful with the hiding of this device. The search took them everywhere, from the scrapyards after the human battle to simply trash ejected from human warships. Even the human pirates protected the device, claiming that they'd never heard of such a thing. The High Council of the Morsians now was invested in the search and increased the funds for the operation, while simultaneously lifting some restrictions. With this, they finally got a result. Commander Quisp was about to go into deep space for a secret mission. Leading the way for the operation and using confiscated pirate ships was War Chief Markram. Exactly when the human ship had to turn and get out of FTL speed, they attacked. The human had no chance. The ship was destroyed and the search started. There it was. It even was in the same as he remembered. The device was carefully stored and they disappeared before the humans came looking for the ship. After some study, they found that it didn't need a password because the human was using it when he was attacked, and after some tinkering from the tech guys, it was now compatible with their charging devices. But now that it was there, they had a problem. It wasn't in galactic language. It was probably one of the many human languages as an extra security measure. What even was a Ahadrez, Creditos, Optiones, Jugador, or Das Jugadore? After some tinkering with the device, they discovered that the AI only activated while using Jugador, and Das Jugadore was for simulation against another user. War Chief Markram was the first to try it.
The ships available were the same for the AI and himself, surely for some fairness in the simulation. But the movements were limited. One of the ships could only move aligned with the grid, the other only diagonally with the grid. Another could do small FTL jumps represented as an L-shaped movement on the grid. But his favorite was the mothership that could move however it wanted. Sure, the catastrophic failure he faced against the AI was only because he didn't know that the entire simulation was about protecting the flagship, capable only of small one-grid movements similar to the mothership. It was more of a hindrance than an asset, but surely it had its tactical importance for the humans. After 2 cycles without sleeping and no victories, War Chief Markram was forced to recognize the AI as a great enemy. No wonder the humans were so proficient at war. He then decided that he needed help to beat the AI and asked the High Council to bring him some more war chiefs to test the AI's capabilities. The council delivered, and every veteran war chief was sent to help him. It took 2 cycles to explain the weird movements of the ship and battle conditions to the war chiefs. War Chief Markram felt weird and somehow proud of having to teach these war chiefs, some of them even regarded as heroes amongst their people. 42 cycles and 3 attempts of War Chief Mahar to destroy the device later, they had to admit that the AI was a formidable tactical genius, no less. But as usual, the High Council came to the rescue, now with important information. On a pirate prison, there was a human, an important human. Commander Quisp was alive and had survived the attack, but he was now a prisoner of the pirates that they had posed as during the attack. War Chief Markram got the approval of the High Council to use their own uniforms and colors to get there and retrieve Commander Quisp. The battle was short-lived in the maze-like hideout of pirates. Only a few pirates to take down. But Commander Quisp was still trapped in his laser-proof, glass-like prison. He couldn't hear War Chief Markram when he told him that he was being taken prisoner again. He seemed rather happy at what to his eyes must have looked like a rescue mission. War Chief Markram then had a stroke of inspiration and gave Commander Quisp the device, pointing at him and the device. He thought the message was clear. "Show us how to use it." Commander Quisp looked confused, but grateful. Surely the loss of his device was severely punished by the humans, but he didn't get the message at all. It was then when adversity struck. The reinforcements of the pirates retaliated and the combat began, forcing them to retreat to the hallway next to his cell. War Chief Markram saw in amazement as Commander Quisp, looking quite disgruntled, sat down and started to use the device while their strife with the pirates raged on. He couldn't help but admire the dedication the human military had for their training. After a few moments of tense fray, the pirates were dead and War Chief Markram was finally free to claim his prize. Only to have misfortune punch him in the gut again. He could hear metallic doors being taken down along with explosions, a trademark of a human strike teams. It was all over. Were the humans to discover that they had their war simulator AI, it could lead to a full-out war over espionage. The strike team was here. They pointed their guns at them. War Chief Markram couldn't let his people die for his mistake. He ordered them to drop their weapons. The human strike team released Commander Quisp. "What are you doing? They came to rescue me too. They fought the pirates." War Chief Markram couldn't believe his ears. Was the human so grateful about recovering his device that he was covering them? Maybe he hid his loss of his device. "Sorry, sir. Just to be clear, they didn't harm you in any way." "No, unless you count destroying my win rate and my chess game on easy mode." War Chief Markram knew that he was supposed to feel relieved, but his head had only room for 2 questions. Game? Easy mode? End of story. Story number 2. Child of Light, written by Ozzy Endeavor. Humans. They are something. Awe-inspiring would probably be the best way to describe them. I've never actually been near one in person, since the main way they interact with the world around them is, well, light.
One of their main sensors involves the ability to absorb electromagnetic radiation through a couple of organs and use it to observe the world. Plus, their skin is practically immune to the stuff. I don't know what kind of freak event drove life down such a different path on their home planet, but they evolved on the planet's surface, while the rest of us evolved in the deepest depths of the sea, or in the hollow caverns far away from the light. They walked in it. Their cities are exposed to the open atmosphere. Their tallest buildings are literally called skyscrapers, and they wake up each day while the sun shines down on them. Even when the dark tries to give them refuge, they refuse to abandon the light. At night, their cities unleash their own flood of photons, so much so that they drown out even the stars above. We would perish if we went anywhere near a human settlement. We block out the light, but they welcome it, and when there isn't enough, they make more. Humans are absolutely terrifying, but also so incredible. My species never dared to try and reach our planet's surface. We are content with staying underground, for we know that there is nothing outside other than light and death. They are the opposite. They seek out the very thing that brings us decay. They were the first species we came into contact with, because they were the first to leave their home planet. They introduced us to many other species, all of which evolved in the nurturing dark. It's funny, isn't it? If it weren't for humanity, none of us would know of each other. We would all be stuck underground on planets spread far throughout the galaxy until the time came when the light finally consumed us. All the darkness that birthed us took us back. I don't really know what to make of them. Some see them as demons who have forsaken the darkness and are trying to erase it. Others see them as gods who have conquered death and are trying to show us the wonders of the universe. At least there is one thing that we can all agree on. Living things as we know them are the children of the dark. And yet, humanity is the only child of light. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1361.
Flinch, written by Fisser 946. The Great War had been over and done with for a decade now, but Ulton still felt as though he was fighting it. They'd come over the endless sea in wooden ships with massive sails and laid claim to land that had belonged to the elves for 1,000 generations. Still, they were weak and slow, and the first settlers were driven out to the mountains or back across the endless sea when faced with the strength and speed of the elves. Ulton slapped a few pieces of copper on the counter and started on another drink, the strong, dwarvish ale tickling the back of his throat as he tried to forget the embarrassment of his people. The innkeeper took his old glass and wiped it down with an old cloth, her dwarvish fingers deftly polishing the glass before placing it back on display. A bearded dwarf and an orc in the far corner by the hearth argued in the orcish tongue as they gambled, dicing with the knuckle bones of some unlucky foe. Ulton had fought in the Great War. He had faced the enemy, and fighting them was like child's play. He wondered how they had lost to such a pathetic race. The steady sound of raindrops against the tiles on the roof were interrupted as the door slid open soundlessly on dwarf-made hinges and slammed into the wall. A dark figure stepped through the doorway, with a massive wolfhound following closely. The figure turned and shut the door as water dripped from his dark cloak to form a muddy puddle around his well-worn boots. A long sword hung at his left hip and a dagger at the other,
and a huge rucksack forced him to slouch. Ulton fingered the pommel of his own sword in its sheath. It was elvish steel, sung from the ironwood in powerful words of the old tongue, as light as a feather, sharper than sin, and far stronger than the black iron that the enemy used.
"Excuse me, sir, I heard there was room here for a weary traveller. I got coin."
The traveller walked towards the dwarf, procuring a coin purse from deep within the hidden pocket. The dwarf sneered. "That's missed to ya!" The irate dwarf practically growled as she tucked away the cloth into a strap of her brown apron. The newcomer stuttered and stammered an apology. His inability to properly address his potential hostess a clear sign that he was an outsider. Ulton felt disgust as he turned back to his cup. He paused for a moment before thinking better of it and left the cup to sit as he considered the traveller.
"I don't know what to say. I'm sorry, milady. Truly, it must have been rain in my eyes or something."
The newcomer counted his payment before adding an extra silver piece and pressing it into the dwarf's open hand. "Got your yarmering, for God's sake. Your room's on the second floor, third one to the left, down the hall. Dog's gotta stay outside, though. You can tie the beastie up in the old barn. No horses in there, so it should be fine." The placated dwarf dismissed her guest as she happily pocketed the extra silver piece, before putting the rest of the coins in a hidden compartment behind the counter. The traveller stammered out an apology, commenting on the beauty of his host, before backing out the door with his wolfhound. Ulton tossed back the drink before following. Outside the inn, the grey clouds continued to pour down a torrent of rain, and the muddy ground sucked at his elegant boots. Ulton felt a little dizzy from the drink, but he walked confidently towards the figure by the barn. On all sides, the dark pines threatened to close in, but Ulton took comfort in their presence. Like great sentinels, they were one of the few things that outlived elves, and they would bear witness to the justice he planned on dispensing. The traveller was struggling to tie his massive dog to a post, and as Ulton got closer, he could see that he was missing his forefinger from his right hand, and was clumsily making do with those fingers that were left to him. Pale scars crisscrossed against his dark skin. The traveller had finally threaded the rope through the collar on his dog and tied a knot. He pulled once, then twice, to make sure that it was secure.
"Did you lose it in the war?"
Ulton asked casually. The traveller in black jumped and fell in surprise at the sound of his voice, turning around onto his back and panting as he clutched at his chest. Up close, he looked much older than Ulton had realized. His coarse beard was still dark brown, but threads of silver had begun lacing their way into the dark locks underneath his rain-soaked hood. A pale thin line was traced along his cheek where the point of a sword had narrowly missed, blinding him. Ulton hadn't aged at all since the Great War, but it looked as though the traveller in front of him had felt the ravages of time more acutely. In the back of his mind, Ulton remembered that his foe was short-lived and aged very rapidly in comparison to his own people. "You shouldn't sneak up on someone like that," said the traveller, struggling to stand. He reached out a hand for assistance, but Ulton denied him. The man finally groaned as he pushed himself onto his own 2 feet. "The name's Eric, just Eric. It's nice to meet you." The man extended a hand in a peculiar gesture, waiting for Ulton to take it and shake it. Ulton simply stared at the man until he lowered his hand. "Well, it's nice chatting with you, mister, but I'm heading inside now. It's awful cold and wet out here. You should come inside." Ulton cut him off with a fist, striking the old traveller in the stomach and sending him to his knees. "Draw your sword," he commanded as his foe gasped for breath. "You couldn't let bygones be bygones, huh? It's been 10 years. The man shouted from his place in the mud, but he stood anyways. He slid his blade from his sheath, the old iron sword glistening from the rain. Ulton could see the telltale sign of an iron sword that had tasted elvish steel. A dozen wedges had been cut into the edge where it had met with a song-forged elvish sword. 10 years is nothing, Ulton declared solemnly as he drew his own sword. 3 feet of golden green steel sung as it slid freely from its sheath.
the enemy shouted before rushing forwards, swinging his own sword in a powerful two-handed arc down at Ulton's head. Ulton knocked it aside with ease. The wolfhound shook the entire barn as it tore free to aid its master, but a word of the old tongue from Ulton sent the dog whimpering with its tail between its legs. It was good to see that even foreign beasts were subject to the powers of the old tongue. The traveller roared again, sending a flurry of sword strikes towards Ulton. He checked each one, almost lazily. His own sword sung each time it struck the hard iron sword, and his foe grunted each time a stroke was suddenly stopped. Ulton was almost bored before he slid close and disarmed his opponent, as he had done thousands of times before. It was pathetic, really. The traveller glared at him from beneath his dark hood as his sword went flying into the dark woods. Ulton raised his sword and pointed it at his chest. He glowered at the traveller with a look of contempt. "Hey, what do you think you're two doing?" The innkeeper hollered from the porch, waving her stunted arms wildly over her head. Behind her, the orc and the bearded dwarf had given up their warm seats by the hearth to watch the fight through the window, no doubt placing bets. The dwarf looked very pleased with himself, having put his money on Ulton. Only an orc would be dumb enough to wager against that. "I'm showing this one his place." Ulton didn't even turn to look at her as he drove the point of his sword against the chest of his enemy. "You know," he said, addressing the foe in front of him, "I'll never understand how your kind won the war. You're slow and weak and—" Ulton's words were cut short as the defeated foe lurched forward, pushing the sword aside with the flat of the four-fingered hand and burying his dagger into Ulton's neck. Ulton dropped the blade in the mud as he struggled to pull the rough iron knife from his throat. He tried to mutter a few words in the old tongue, something to mend his mortal wound, but the only sound he could make was a gurgle. At this point, his foe was holding him up, and the dwarf had ceased her protests. "And we don't flinch when it comes to killing," the old human whispered in his ear as his lifeblood ebbed through the hole in his neck, and the rain washed his pains away. Inside the inn, the orc was whooping and hollering with laughter as his companion stared on in shock. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1362. Story number 1. We Are Immortal, written by The whole galaxy has known about quantum mechanics for longer than most species have existed. It was the fundamentals for computing far and wide, after all. No one questioned anything about it. Why would they? It was science, and a very set-in-stone one at that. There seemingly wasn't any room for philosophy. Then we met some goddamn maniacal monkeys who were going through an existential crisis from the moment they could properly think till death. The human, short, strong, friendly, blah, blah, blah. You've heard it 1,000,000 times. Now, as most know, the humans are very good at things that the mind can grasp, often outperforming their peers marginally. On the contrary, things that they suck at, they really suck at. And you guessed it, quantum mechanics is one of those things. Don't get me wrong, they try their absolute best to understand it, and they can memorize how things work. But understanding a subject and grasping it are two different things. As such, when we found them all those moons ago, we were the ones who helped them in that field. At the time, it was all pretty formal. It was as much information sharing as diplomatic meetings. But as both parties settled into their status quo, many, myself included, started making lifelong friends with our new colleagues. I was well acquainted with a man called Jean-Pierre, and would spend many nights having drinks in his office after hours. It was on one of those nights that this conversation happened, a conversation that would forever change me. I don't recall what I said, but I said that he would die from something that he claimed he did, back before we learned to not question them too much. who's quite red at this point, and laughed, saying, "Oh, Ma, don't worry, we're all immortal anyway." He was quite drunk, so I thought he was making things up. But I was drunk too, so I called his bluff. I thought he was referring to his biology, till he clarified and said that he was referring to quantum immortality. I asked him what he meant. I am quite a well-read researcher, but have never come across such a theory. He looked at me puzzled, and then realized, don't worry, it's a pretty controversial theory, so my guess is that we're just wrong. That must have explained it, but curious anyway, I asked him to elaborate for shits and giggles, and he obliged. What he proceeded to explain to me has haunted me for the rest of my life. The theory itself is quite simple and follows two principles that are accepted. First, all information on a quantum scale cannot be destroyed, with exceptions to black holes. Second, the superposition of particles means that every time that they are observed, time splits in two. One where each state is observed. Simple enough, so far. Building on these principles, we must assume that consciousness is a thing in the universe, as we still do not exactly know what consciousness is to this day. We can only assume it is. That last statement is also where this controversy lies, as if it does not prove to be a quantifiable thing. For the lack of a better term, then the theory falls apart. But I assume most people can agree sentience should be quantifiable in some way. However, for any individual, only their own sentience can be agreed to exist, as there is no way of confirming the consciousness of another. So, if the information of the conscious mind exists, then it cannot cease to exist. But people die, I hear you ask, and I hear myself ask in the past. But from your perspective, only you are conscious, so the theory postulates that from your point of view, as a sentient entity, you will never die. Or at least, your consciousness will never cease to exist for you. Because the moment you die, superposition tells us that there will be a split, one where you are dead and one where you are not. Then, as you cannot not exist from your point of view, you go on living forever. In other people's point of view, you might have died, but not yours. Awesome, right? Immortality for all of us. Except it isn't. For the humans, as I said, live in constant existential dread. And so, I was told the true horror of the theory. A theory that is just as likely as any other that is untestable. He looked at me with a heavy look and asked me a rhetorical question.
So, what happens when you die?
I knew what he meant. Not getting killed, but dying of old age. I've come up with two answers so far. Firstly, that your universe simply ceases to exist. Every other might still exist, but the one you experienced, worked so hard on, will vanish. Very sad to think about, and Pierre agreed. However, even more scary for this human, it seemed, was the alternative. Infinite life. Once your body rots away, your conscious gets swallowed up into the universe, where you drift between the stars. To me, it sounded nice and peaceful. I did not understand why he didn't prefer this option in his hypothetical.
The idea that we cannot die, that we are doomed to be bound to this plane for all eternity till the eventual heat death of the universe, that is a concept worse than hell to me. An infinite limbo of stagnation while awake.
He looked out of the window overlooking Earth's moon.
I love existing. However, if there is no end, then what's the point? Might as well just be a rock. You would end up the same.
I didn't know how to retort, because that was true. We are not simply specks of dust in a universe because we lived and died, not simply existed. And then I realized something very important. You might be wondering why you are still reading this, future ambassador. Well, it's simple. Here on my deathbed, after being an ambassador to Earth for the better part of a century, I am afraid. I'm afraid of what is to come. For the humans have rubbed off on me, and they will rub off on you. And maybe one day in the future you too will truly be afraid of what is to come. But like me, you'll be more afraid of something else. I am more afraid of losing the humans. For whatever I might feel now, I know humanity had to deal with this alone for so long now. We are an old race. We know how to heal ourselves very well. But the human mind seems hardwired to fail. I'm writing this as a plea to help them, to tear their gaze away from the void, to show them the wonders of the universe, to be a friend. And as a friend of theirs, I can only ask you one thing. Please give them a hug. Space is very cold, and they have been alone for a long, long time. End of story. Story number 2. What they brought with them. Written by Preemptive. To the honored members of the Trade Council, every species has something that sets them apart. The Kantari came with minds like organic calculators, able to process massive quantities of data in short order. This also made them the galaxy's go-to accountants. Banks and firms springing up and resulting in a founding of the centralized galactic currency. Even in modern times, only a supercomputer can match an individual Kantari accountant. The Malar are master craftsmen, their limbs capable of unparalleled precision in the construction of void ships and industrial equipment. The galaxy is widespread on so many worlds thanks to the expansion afforded by them. I could go on about the many other races, but that is not why I've chosen to appear before the Commission. These 2 examples provide pretext for the reason for being here. That is, the human menace. Humanity became a part of the galactic community in a gentle and simple manner. Following a brief quarantine period, their people were permitted to travel to new worlds. Humanity's unusual adaptability was the first trait researchers discussed as their unique contribution to civilized society. A race that could colonize and industrialize otherwise undesirable worlds could go far. Oh, how they were wrong. Humanity was not just adaptive, they were creative in every aspect of living. Commodities and useless goods they referred to as entertainment flooded the galactic market. The overuse of even their virtual entertainment devices is considered a clinical mental health issue. When humanity ascended, they brought their best and brightest. It's just that they also brought their worst habits to the galactic community. Recreational use of medical drugs, virtual environments designed to escape reality, dooming an individual to never desire to return to a productive citizen. And the worst of it all, bars. Establishments specifically designed to deliver poisons to those who wish to partake. Species of all kinds come to these places, flock to them on every colonized world, and even most stations, to socialize and drink unfettered. They come to ruin their lives by drinking copious amounts of poison, and completely disrupt the productivity of a people. Even humanity has a term for regulars that frequent this place. Alcoholics. This cannot be allowed. It is thus I propose the closure and legalization of all human-manufactured intoxicants and these toys before our economy crumbles under the weight of their toxic and addictive influence and drain on our economic growth. Thank you for your time. Lix Mariban, Senior Commission Board Member, former. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1363.
The Meek Shall Inherit, written by Shady. When humanity encountered the possibility of nuclear war, we pulled back. Most species remember their first nuclear war like mankind remembers their renaissance, a period of rapid change and advancement. They're even sort of right.
setting aside the fact that 90% of the species typically dies in that war. Anyways, it's not like mankind avoided the carnage. We just postponed it until the Krask dropped multi-stage fusion bombs on Earth for a moment. An unfortunate coincidence made the next 200 years very bad. The Krask can digest Earth proteins, and apparently we taste great to them. Ironically, it wasn't until mankind had been sold as chattel or taken as spoils of war by half a dozen other species and built populations outside the Krask Empire that we began to gain any influence on the galactic stage. Not that I felt influential as the Vremic ambassador, my master, leaned over me and roared, "Your armor plates show a tinge of ultraviolet! Why has there been no progress?" Its voice sounded like a rumble of a big machine, and one of its arm blades was raised and ready to sweep down on me. There are two responses to Vremic threat displays. You can respond in kind, or you can crouch down and shoot yourself. Crouching down is a passive de-escalation body language. Had my master been dealing with another Vremic, it would have responded in kind, and they would have argued for a while, and maybe tried to kill one another. That's why most of my master's staff was composed of human slaves. I crouched. It was a real strain on my legs, but I do yoga specifically, so I won't fall on my butt in situations like this. The Krezak ambassador is a weak fool, my lord. It won't recognize the Vremic superiority and demands concessions from his position of weakness. The ambassador would be soothed by my reference to weakness. Krezak are actually a racial slur. It means crutch, and refers to the Krezak habit of augmenting their bodies with cybernetics. Madness, of course, my lord. It's war, then. The Vremic didn't say that like a human would. Its voice and the shifts in sound-sensitive crystalline hairs on the top of its dorsal spine indicated happiness. Well, perhaps not happiness, but whatever emotion a student feels upon realizing that they know all the answers on a test that they'd been worrying about. I crouched just a little more deeply. Perhaps, lord, but perhaps you can fool the Krezak. The ambassador tensed again. Declare a truce, then attack. You have no honor. No, I mean, you might get what you want by giving them a meaningless concession. You might then gain your goals without even attacking. There is a system that interests them. I held my breath, waited. I'm a soldier, and this is the battlefield on which I might die. Vremic psychology is very poorly equipped to handle my suggestion. They can't help but see any encroachment of their territory as significant threat. Dealing with it by a straightforward attack has a visceral appeal. Any other response feels very risky. As with humans, risk scares them. But unlike humans, they almost always respond to fear with aggression. I was hoping that I'd worked my way deeply enough into the ambassador's confidence that it would suppress that anger on my behalf. The room filled with the stink of Vremic anger pheromones, and the ambassador's arm blade trembled above my head as the ambassador barely restrained the blow that would surely cut me in half. I got an inch lower, even though it made my calves burn and my knees shake. We held like that for a minute, but the death blow didn't fall. Which system? Linda, a human slave to the Krezak ambassador and my counterpart in the debate society, blew out of breath when I walked back into the conference room where we'd been meeting earlier. Dave, I was starting to worry about you. Yeah, well, you weren't wrong. I almost ate it. The debate society can't pull this kind of last-minute crap. Linda nodded. She was an older woman with steel-grey hair and stern features. Normally, she looked very composed. But today, her bun was starting to come loose and she slumped in a chair. Same here. Brass is a bunch of bastards. I'll buy you a beer after we wrap up. They have beer in this hellhole, right? Yeah, I cracked a smile. The Krezak and Vremic are practically camping here. But there were some minor budget overruns in the construction phase of the slave dormitories. As I thought about it, my smile grew slightly less grim. Negotiations between the Krezak and Vremic were taking place on a Plutoid body in a system that served as a very farthest outpost of the Vremic civilization. It was a miserable place. There was no sunlight to speak of, the gravity was uncomfortably low, and the surface temperature hovered around 40 Kelvin. It was only the complete undesirability of the real estate that had persuaded the Vremic to allow the Crescent into their space in the first place for negotiations. All the non-human troops and ambassadorial staff were sleeping in their warships on high alert, eating field rations, while they waited for the conflict that they considered a near certainty. Yet, humans had a bar. Actually, we had a bar, a gym, recreational facilities, and a reasonably comfortable barracks. We had these things because we'd arrived a month earlier than the Crescent and Vremic in our slave transports, and built the place like we built nearly everything in Crescent and Vremic society. Mighty warrior cultures don't turn out to make good architects. It's a different skill set. The same can be said about a lot of things. I sighed and I felt tension roll out of my shoulders. These bastards, Rost, are always bastards. That's how it works. But they couldn't have known a flare would take out the main Crescent cybernetic production facilities and send them scrambling for resources. I got you INK-47 system. That's in the right place. I nodded, then worked some controls in the mahogany conference table. A hologram of local space popped into being above its shiny surface. It was a cube depicting stars in territories of 3 civilizations. Crescent stars were blue, Vremic were green, and Krask burned an unhappy red. My eyes lingered on a small star near the center of the Krask territory. Sol. I reached out and typed INK-47, flipping it from green to blue. Doing that smoothed out the protrusion from Vremic territory into Krezik space. More importantly, INK-47 was near the Krask border. The Vremic had never been able to develop it because it was poorly suited to their biology and the logistics of the Empire. That was not true for the Crescent. "Oh, nice," Linda said, admiration clear in her voice. "They'll flow into that like water." She got that distant look that people get when they are consulting a heads-up display. No doubt, she was reading about the system. Lots of rare earth as well, good for Crescent implants. She shook her head a few more times and made a low humming sound of consideration and perhaps appreciation. "I didn't get you anything nearly this nice. You may have just moved up the liberation timetable by, years." She reached out and toggled the star over Vremic. She was right. It wasn't as nice as INK-47. It was in an area of space that could barely be considered Krezik to start with, and it was equally far out for the Vremic. However, putting up the system information, I could see that the Vremic would develop it faster than the Krezik had, and they'd like it better than INK-47. When they moved all the way into the big part of Krask space would be wrapped around the strong hostile powers. That could only end one way. The Krask would go to war. They'd try to get some breathing room by either pushing back either Vremic or Krezik. Whichever one wasn't attacked would see Krask weakness and move in. Linda and I hadn't arranged a peace treaty so much as a flanking maneuver. The Krask would be exterminated. Some humans would die too, but many would simply be taken prisoner. It was the least bad solution. Most races basically ignored us. We do our jobs, we make ourselves comfortable, manage our own, and even form our own organization so long as they're innocuous. Like a debating club. Obviously, if we rise up, they'll kill whatever planet we do it on. Billions lost, countless non-combatants dead. That's not warfare humanity has the stomach for. But what motivation would we have for a rebellion if we aren't being eaten? The Empire the Krask had forced us to build for them after they had invaded Earth was going to fall far more rapidly than it had risen. I smiled, and this time I showed a lot of human teeth that most races didn't think much of. Linda and I finalized the paperwork with our respective masters and then went to get that drink. I was lying on my bed in my room in the human barracks when someone started hammering on my door. The pounding was so intense that my pulse jumped. The violence of it made me think that it was a Vremic rather than a fellow human. But the interruption proved to be Atkins, a young communications operator and a very junior member to the debate society. I ushered him into the room and had him sit on the only chair while I settled on the bed. It was an uncomfortable way to have a conversation with a subordinate, but all of the rooms in the barracks are cramped, somewhat below 500 square feet, 3-room minimum required to achieve ideal productivity in human servants. Larger, of course, than the cots the Remet soldiers get, but Remic soldiers are better with withstanding privation. Atkins started to speak a couple times, but on both occasions he trailed off gasping for breath and shivering. I didn't know if I should urge him on, or tell him to take his time that he needed. I sort of split the difference. What is it, and what the hell did you do to yourself? Run! Remic tunnels, too cold for you, not much air, but shortest way to communicate. My mind instantly offered up disaster scenarios. War had broken out. That was most likely, and if so, non-combatants would need to scram. We wanted to live. There was also the chance that some idiot human had done something that was going to trigger reprisals. I started to look around the room for anything I should grab before evac. You intercepted something. What is it? No, not intercepted. It's to us, the Debate Society. I stopped and gave Atkins a confused look. I hadn't worked with the kid before, but surely he wasn't under the impression that every Debate Society message was a big deal. No. If so, he'd be excited. He looked worried. Is it a new triad? Those violent idiots. Non-human. The message came from Hubwood of Kresk space. I sat back down on the bed without quite planning the movement. Hubwood of the Kresk. I wasn't even sure of the name of the races in that direction. They'd never purchased or stolen human slaves, so the Debate Society had assumed that they had some other industrial base. Maybe. Thinnest of hopes. They weren't so bloodthirsty that two accountants debating a gap would eventually come to blows. It was more likely that they had some other race under their thumb. Could they have spies? Could they have realized that we mattered? It hardly seemed possible. But that was the problem. The Debate Society had gotten arrogant. I noticed Atkins was holding out a piece of paper. Archaic, but it could be destroyed without leaving a digital trace. I took it and read, my eyes growing wide. To the Human Debate Society. Hello and joyous day to you. Many blessings upon your house and fertility to your loins. Your plans regarding the Kresk have come to our attention. Your wisdom is unbounded. Our livers rejoice that you have been able to redress the unpleasant culinary particularities of the Kresk, as well as the damage done to Earth's mantle over the Yellowstone supervolcano. Our humble fellowship would never willingly prove a stumbling block to you. However, we had seen some small role for the Kresk in the design of the stars. Perhaps two races of gentle aspects might discuss the likely fate of the mighty, such that all may benefit. Sincerely, the Dentrosieri Janitorial Union. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1364.
Story number 1. Backwater, written by Haina. The air was dry. Everything was covered in dust. And every once in a while you could catch a strong whiff of crap, probably wafting in from the fields on the outskirts of town. Prefab houses huddled together around the main roads, seeming to hold on to the barely maintained appearance with a vice-like grip. The people didn't trust you if you were new, and the concept of justice was applied rather loosely. All in all, it reminded me a bit of home. An amusing coincidence, considering I would be calling this little backwater town home for the foreseeable future. I pushed through the cheap prefab door of the local watering hole, letting out a fresh wave of cool air. As I entered the taproom, I looked down the hood of my worn leather coat and surveyed the inhabitants. I wasn't entirely surprised at what I found. Your usual collection of layabouts, a handful of farmers, and a small group of men who probably made a living preying on the hard work of others. I let a small grin drift onto my face, baring a few teeth. I meandered over to the bar and planted myself in an empty seat before the barkeep wandered over. "What'll be, human?" The barkeep was gruff, hulking Brucker,
7 feet of hard, leathery skin and muscle, complete with various shades of green. They could usually be found as guns for hire just about anywhere in the galaxy. This one was bent with age and bore the scars of battles long past. I shrugged, and a fine film of dust that had collected on the road drifted from my shoulders. The hard stuff, if you've got it. Neat. Hard stuff generally refer to anything over 25% alcohol by volume, but you could buy anywhere up to 50% without a permit. Unless you happen to live in human space, we liked our hard stuff pretty damn hard. Of course, the likelihood of me finding the good stuff out here would be slim to none, and would be horribly overpriced. The barkeep presented me with a bottle as though it was a prized possession, and not booze. I had to fight back a laugh as the bottle presented to me was from an old distillery. Jack Daniels, that had been bought so many times that it was hard to keep track. Not exactly something I would drink neat, but I doubt they carry cola at ya, either. Still, it made me wonder how something like that managed to get all the way out here into the arse end of the Orion Arm. The barkeep poured me a hefty portion, and it went down easy enough. Can't complain, I suppose.
I see you're enjoying the good stuff,
spoke a sinuous voice from my right in barely intelligible common. I looked over to find a reddish-brown Sla leaning against the bar. Damned snake people. If there's somewhere with organized crime you can find a Sla, they were generally the dexterous members of the organization, handling the quick and dirty type jobs involving breaking locks, cracking security codes, and things like that. I placed my hand on my thigh, a hair's breadth away from my handgun. I'm not racist, but you know, of course, wherever you can find a shifty-looking Sla, you can find a... Heavy hand slapped onto the bar to my left, causing several glasses to topple over. "We usually save the good stuff for important people," said the intimidating creature beside me. Well, he would have been intimidating if it weren't for the Xeno equivalent of a beer gut hanging over the alien's belt. Judging by the stocky build and bad breath and beady eyes, this was a mon. And you could find one everywhere you could find a shifty-looking Sla. The brawn to the Sla's brain. Bipedal, heavy-set, they looked scary, but they had plenty of weaknesses.
And filthy humans don't count as important out here, continued the snake.
I might not be racist, but it became more common the further down the arm you traveled. Generally, folk didn't like humans too much. Not a problem unless they made it a problem, usually. The pair seemed eager to make it a problem, though. "Want me to spit it back up, then?" I asked, adding a bit of Backwater drawl to my common. "Thank you, pale skin," grumbled the mon. "Only if you buy me another drink, Chubbs."
"And, who do you think you are," the snake said, "that you can talk to us that way?"
I merely gestured for the bartender to pour another drink. The mon to my right roared and began to take a swing at me. Now, they're big, stocky creatures that throw around a lot of weight. Weight that needs to be supported on 2 legs. So when I drew my handgun, possibly an understatement, and blew one thick leg apart at the kneecap, the mon dropped like a sack of bricks. With my left hand still on the bar, I gripped my glass and chucked it blindly to my right. I was rewarded with a meaty smack, followed shortly by breaking glass. I holstered my handgun, stood up, and broke my cheap bar stool over the Sla's head. I towered over the fallen snake and calmly pulled aside my coat with one hand, then tapped the fancy hologram that served as a badge. "I'm your new sheriff, Scaly. Get used to it." End of story. Story number 2. For want of a rivet, a colony was formed. Written by Bondrose. For want of a rivet, an engine was breached. For want of an engine, a ship was lost.
For want of a ship, an advance was turned. For want of an advance, a planet was saved. For want of a planet, a siege was laid. This refrain is popular among humans because it highlights how they managed to take so many planets so quickly, and thus why they are a major force in the political landscape. It is common among species in the Republic that individuals are assigned jobs from birth. A drone grows crops, a soldier fights wars, a bureaucrat makes paperwork, a merchant sells goods, a lawyer robs you blind. Still a bit bitter after my last wife. The humans, though, they have a different take on things. Among humans, individuals are free to change jobs at any time. A lawyer may become a bureaucrat, a merchant may become an artist, and, most importantly, a soldier may become a farmer. For a long time, it was a common tactic that, if you couldn't crush your opponent in battle over a planet, to let them take the planet, then enclose the planet in a shield to starve them out, as warships are notoriously bad environments for drones. You block off offenses by third parties so that they can't claim your prize in a few decades, when the shields are due to be opened, and you are sure the soldiers on the planet were all dead. When the humans entered the Republic, they started taking as many planets as they could and were laughed at for stretching their forces thin. That is, they were laughed at until the shields were opened decades later and immediately resealed because they still had active soldiers inside. The cycle of opening and resealing happened many times before force sieging the planet realized that it wasn't an issue of an unusually long-lived soldier caste, but a breeding population, and started doing orbital bombardment. Once the bombardment started occurring, humanity took their opponents to court, arguing that by right of homesteaders, the attackers were taking illegal actions against planets that had been successfully settled by full-spectrum populations for several generations. Because humans can switch jobs, they were able to have large portions of their population trained both as soldiers and all of the necessary jobs for a new colony. All humans in their population can be low-rate breeders, so when trying, they can double their population once or twice before the next time the shield is lifted. Given several thousand soldiers landing on a planet and half a dozen shield cycles, and they'll have sufficient population as a low-speed breeder to claim homesteader rights. The basic premise runs like so. They have individuals from their population volunteer to be cross-trained as soldiers. Then, when they take a planet, they immediately start planting crops and building infrastructure so that they can outlast the siege. As the sieging force is fighting off any third parties, they don't have to worry about orbital defense except for the odd exploratory incursion every few decades. They keep their entire population on standby as soldiers, training up new generations to replace old ones. The population is required to keep up on their training, but they are also doing other jobs and having as many children as they can support. They fend off an attack whenever the shield is open, and after a few centuries, the planet is legally theirs. Your assignment for this week is to do a 20-page cost-benefit analysis on both the generalist and specialist methods of population employment in regards to settling planets. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1365. 516. Written by Etnox Vector Est. We never realized our mistake until the war was over. General Abraxas's deep, sonorous buzz cut through the chatter in the room, all side conversations ending abruptly as he started his speech. Gathered before him were the political leaders of the Corvan people, all demanding an explanation as to what had gone so disastrously wrong. The loss of the war with the Terrans was still a point of major confusion with most of the citizens of the Empire. The campaign had been proceeding as expected, but suddenly the tides turned. In less than 2 months, the Corvan Empire went from being on even footing with the Terrans to desperately trying to survive. I am sure many of you are wondering how such a thing has happened. A surrender, much less a total surrender, has never occurred once in our great history. I know that such a thing seems unthinkable, but I assure you that we had no other choice. The change occurred suddenly,
The tactics of the Terrans became brutal. Instead of the typical ship-to-ship combat, the Terrans began to attack our ships physically.
Gesturing to the screen, one of the new Terran ships appeared. It was an ugly, ungainly-looking thing, lacking the clean curves and pleasing design of the Corvin cruisers. The ship looked like a floating lump of raw steel, heavy plating prominent.
They no longer even tried to shoot at us or perform tactical maneuvers. They simply found one of our ships, sent course, and rammed directly into it. Once engaged, fighters within poured into our ships and, perhaps it's better to show you.
The screen behind the general changed, showing a security feed from within the Corvin battleship. The feed started out as nothing but static and distorted shapes, but soon came into focus. Apparently, the Terran ship had just crashed into theirs, and when the playback began, the rough-looking front of the intruding ship opened quickly, and a swarm of Terran fighters poured in. There was little in the way of strategy or coordination in their attack. Instead, the human fighters came screaming toward their foes in an unmistakable rage, chanting something in their brutish language. They were armed with melee weapons only, seemingly not content to fight at range. Corvin rivals fired into them quickly, but little effect. The Terrans seemed to have armored themselves similarly to their ships. As a result, they were not fast or elegant. They were, however, shockingly deadly, using axes, hammers, swords, and, at times, simply their fists. The Terran invaders rushed upon the Corvin soldiers, sweeping over them like a tide. The brutality of the assault was terrifying to behold. Corvin soldiers were not simply killed. No, they were dismembered, pulverized, ripped apart bodily. The hate displayed by the Terran warriors was nearly tangible, their screams of rage overwhelming the cries of pain of their victims. The scene shifted to various cameras showing the horde of Terrans flow through the ships. They scoured every inch, leaving no one alive. They asked for no surrender, made no demands. They simply killed every Corvin they found with extreme prejudice. During the entire assault, the strange chant never seemed to stop. The silence in the room after the security feed ended hung heavy over the crowd. Any lingering traces of anger or disbelief were gone. The politicians, already not used to the terrors of war, were stunned almost senseless by the extreme violence before them. This was typical of every assault led by the Terrans. They never once tried to communicate in any way. As soon as they saw one of our ships, they attacked. They seemed unstoppable. Their armor, though impressive, was not unavoidable. But even the shots that hit seemed to have little effect. If an attack was not immediately fatal, they fought on. In deference to the proprietary of this gathering, I have shown you one of the less brutal assaults. But there are examples of Terrans missing limbs, or even with holes through their torsos, still fighting, still killing. And I'm sure many of you are wondering what they were chanting. We wondered that as well, hoping that translating it would give us some insight into what had changed. But after translating the words, we were none the wiser. The chant translates to simply 516. The screen changed again, showing a series of what appeared to be barren asteroids. But upon closer inspection, some metallic ruins could be seen amongst the rocky terrain. These are what are left of our advanced bases and manufacturing facilities. Again, the humans' destruction seems to know no bounds. They destroyed our outposts, our factories, and our hangars. Normally, this would be understandable. We were in a war, after all, and destroying the enemy's production capabilities is a standard tactic. But the Terrans went above and beyond the norm. After destroying the facility, they launched bombardments of all sorts, coating the planets in radiation. Even worse, they left behind viruses that are fatal to our kind. To even make these planets habitable again would take the work of centuries.
using them as military installations would take years more. They thus destroyed not only our soldiers, but our ability to make war.
General Abraxas pauses for a moment, looking down. He is obviously shaken. Those who know him find the display even more appalling than the recorded assault from earlier. To see the proud general appear so broken was hard to believe.
Worst of all, they showed us that none of us were safe. None of us. In war, those who lead the battle are often out of the way of direct danger. As such, we had thought ourselves to be invulnerable. We learned that we were not.
The general points at a new image on the screen, now showing an odd black coffin-shaped device.
What you see is the most diabolical of the Terrans' weapons. Near the end of the war, 12 of these devices landed across our home world. They were simply too small and too shielded to be seen by our sensors. And anything that small that could do true damage to our planet, such as a nuclear or antimatter warheads, would have been detected. These, however, carried a much more dangerous payload.
More security footage plays, showing one of the strange devices come screaming through the atmosphere. It slowed itself enough not to destroy itself when landing, coming to a skidding halt in front of a large government building. The lid popped off the device, launched several feet into the air. A humanoid shape scrambled quickly from inside it and began running towards the doors of the building. It was hard to see through the debris still hanging in the air from the coffin's arrival, but it looked like a more advanced version of the protective suits worn by the human warriors in the previous recording. The human was simply unstoppable. It ran through the doors of the building as if they weren't there, not breaking stride as it headed towards its goal. The few guards who were able to react had no effect on slowing it. The shots from their guns simply bounced or were absorbed. Those who tried physically stopping this thing were thrown aside as easily as the doors had been. The feed continued, showing the Terran heading towards one specific office. It ran through the door, not wasting time to open it. The feed abruptly paused at that point.
You likely cannot read the plaque beside the door, but this was the office of Admiral Jurex. Again, for the sake of common decency, I have stopped the footage at this point. However, the human, it did not stop. By the time security forces caught up, the Admiral was long since dead. The Terran, however, was still attacking the corpse. The Admiral's head was, gone, crushed into nothingness by the Terran's gauntlets. It never stopped punching the area where the Jurex's head had been, screaming a sentence over and over. It ignored any of our forces as they tried desperately to pull it off the Admiral. In the end, security simply hammered the creature to death with the butts of their rifles. Throughout the 20 minutes it took to kill it, it never stopped savaging the corpse, nor did it cease screaming that one phrase. Again, we translated the phrase, but it helped us little. The mad human simply repeated, "Her name was Sarah." At this point, the end of the war was a foregone conclusion. They could kill our soldiers at will, and in such terrifying fashion that our remaining soldiers lost all morale. They could remove our ability to make war and take those facilities from us entirely. And they had shown us that none of us, no matter how highly placed, were safe. They had the skill and the technology to fight us, yes, but that did not seal their victory. It was their will. They had turned the entirety of their very beings to our destruction. Thus, when they asked for our surrender, it was never truly a choice. Our only other option was complete and utter annihilation. It was at this point that we finally found out what had changed the entire war. When the Terrans demanded surrender, they cited our destruction of a small outpost as the reason for their rage. We thought little of it at the time. It was a location holding their young. We had simply assumed that their young were much like ours. Urus quickly produced, and basically nameless until they reached maturity. The humans apparently think differently. In destroying this small settlement of 516 humans, the young and the caretakers, we had awoken a beast more terrifying than any in our nightmares. This was the end of the human transmission. It should explain rather clearly why we surrendered. He turns to look up at the screen with the rest of the audience. One of the Terrans appeared on screen. Even though its features were utterly alien to the Corvins gathered there, the unfettered rage and contempt were clear. They demanded their surrender, that they cease all military production for their indeterminate future and allow themselves to be invaded by the humans. Its last line caused even the stoutest of bugs to tremble as it spoke through clenched teeth. If you ever touch our children again, we will return. And next time, we will not be so merciful. End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly thank the T5 channel members and patrons. Alithia, Barky, Trygan95, Beautycure, Meridian117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholt, Jordan Bucksborn, Angry Marine, Albard and Gusta, Savage Patch Papa, and Arcadian.